Hey guys, what's up? It's me, Sugar Alex. I am back once again with the games. I want to play some Supermarket Simulator. I'm playing the ripped version because I don't have money to buy it right now. Which is sad, but is the truth. So I may not be all the way up to date to where they have it right now, but I got somewhere. And if I suddenly go off, I'm like, my stream just shuts down like it did yesterday. I'm super sorry about that. I don't know what's going on, but Microsoft's been super weird because of bullshit that happened that I don't know. That's cost like a bunch of computers worldwide just to like come crashing down. It's really fucking weird, but like a bunch of them just like crashed down because of it. If it like goes kaput, you know why? Oh shit, I forgot to put the game. I got the Pedro, 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 Pe. Da 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 dun 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 dun. Yo, why is my store dirty? The fuck? Anyway, let's get some mercancía. Hold on. The mouse sensitivity is done. It's just fine. So I don't have the full game right now. Let's... Okay. I played this before, but then I kind of just stopped. That's on me. Okay, let's see. 5... 7... Let's put the sugar away and I'll... Okay, let's see. Yeah, it has shipping. I didn't even see that last time I played it. The shipping. God damn it. I mean, hopefully I do better than I did last time, but... Okay. I kind of want to keep my breads and pastas on that side and the flours and, like, oils on the other. Like cereals, pastas, and stuff like that here. Pedro, 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 Pedro. Let's see, it's 369. So 426 should be fine. I always go up by like increments of 20 or 30 cents. It always seems to work best for me. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Yeah, it's 3. And 391 should be fine. I feel like we'll be able to buy more stuff in the next round. Ba-da-da-da-dun-dun-dun. I've seen Mouse play it a lot, dude. She got her store going huge. Pedro, 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 Pedro. Da 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 dum 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 dum. Yeah. Let's fucking go. I have 25 bucks. Let's try to break even. I may look for music. It'll probably be a bunch of fucking lo-fi in the background because music is hella finicky in this fucking streaming world. Which sucks! But nothing I can do about it. Sir. Sir. Thank you, sir. I kind of wanted to play Monster Hunter, but my fucking plus ran out, which sucks. Oh shit. Sir, you need to buy more stuff, sir. Oh. What kind of bullshit is this, sir? I'm trying to make a fucking living here. Please come back, though. I appreciate your patronage. 50.69. Would anybody be kind enough to donate that much to me? Pedro, 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 Pedro. Ah! So I'm kind of sleepy because the weather feels really nice. Well, it's like super fucking hot outside, but it's like nice and cool inside, so it made me kind of sleepy. Ooh, ma'am, your dress is pretty. Where'd you get it from? Fuck, just flour. Stingy bitch. It's just oil? Why the fuck you give me a 50 for a little thing of oil? You fucking weirdo. You as well? You fucking weirdo? Why you give me such big bills? I'm gonna give you fucking pennies next time, you douche. Nope. I know. You too, homeboy? Oh shit. You know, I'm just gonna wait until it's closing time so I can like prep for tomorrow. These walls look gross. And the flooring looks gross too. But the walls look gross. I like pee yellow. That cloudy pee yellow. Gotta change the color. Thank you for your patronage, ma'am. Sir. Da, 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 da. I kind of fuck with the people with the credit cards. Because they don't give me ridiculous fucking bills. Da, 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 da. Ma'am. Is it ma'am? Or is it sir? Sir, thank you for the patronage, sir. No, it's ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ah, fuck it. Why is it closed? No, it's not closed. It's not closed. Oh, what the fuck? How do I do that? Let's see, 5. St. Paul. Thank you for the purchase, ma'am. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. You a G. No. You a G too, homie. Ma'am. You know what? It's a good thing I stayed late. You a G, lady. Gotta close my stove. Oh, I just needed one more patronage. Oh well. You'll receive your video test. Yeah. Okay, so I need bread, pasta, oil, and flour. Okay. So I need bread, flour, pasta, oil. Ooh, how much do I have? Oh, yeah, I can buy those. A purchase. Oh, shit. Da 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 da. I gotta check the pricing too, make sure nothing goes up or down too much. Should I put the sugars? Yeah, I'll put the sugars here. The cereal will go, let's see, bread. I'll go down here. I had this shit modded out last time, the solo play, and I had like expanded as far as I can fucking go. It was pretty sweet, not gonna lie. I'll find some music right now. Oh, I thought I got another thing, 2 things of bread. Okay, let me see. It's still good. Oh, that's a whole $6. 630? No. 620. Let's go with 620 just to be on the even side. Let's see, it's the oil. Yeah, the oil's still good. The sugar. Let's go to $5. It's like a good rounding point. And the flour's still good. Gonna move you back just a teeny tiny bit. It's good. Yeah, it's good. I think I should move you over. Oh shit, where'd you go? You mercancía, joven. Now, watashi wasta. Do I have everything I want? Oh yeah, I was gonna buy another thingy of bread. Should I buy another thingy of bread? I can buy more sugar. I keep it like that for now. I need level 3 licenses. Growth. No, I won't get a loan yet. I don't need it yet. Watashi wa star. 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 Ding, 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 ding. Oh, fuck. I'm a dumbass. I said I was gonna put some music, but I forgot. Watashi wa star. Star, 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 star. Uh... I mean, I guess there's something. Whatever. Have some background noise to kill the time. I would put the story I was listening to, but I haven't found a good fucking app. Well, I do have a good one, but it's just for the phone. Bro, why the fuck are you giving me a fucking hundy? You absolute maniac. Just for like 10 bucks. You fucking psycho. Oh. You know what? Nah. Reader. Are you a good one? I'll be pissed if you aren't. I want to keep listening to my fucking story. I'm gonna be mad if I can't though. Cause the voices fucking suck, and I have one voice that I like on T2S. That's like really, I like it. It's one of my favorites, and I wanna continue hearing the fucking story. Let me see if this bitch will fucking work. If not, I'll have to do. I'll have to do with it. You don't fucking care. So yes. Yes. Yeah. I don't fucking care. Go the fuck away. Jesus fuck. Dismiss, filter. I don't fucking care. Oh, where did I put that bitch? Did I delete it by accident? If I did, ooh, I'm sorry. That tends to happen with me because I forget. Not downloaded folders. Watashi wa star. My God, Jesus. Excellent. Thank Jesus. Let's see, Leo. This thing kind of sucks but fine. Okay, back. Go away. Contents. It was me personally, I'm on chapter patient of our own. Escaping the fangs the day that almost captured a shot Paris. No, I already read that one. It's the day we backfights. Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. Ah! Can I get it? I'm sorry for being annoying again. Watashi wa star. What? You know, you think you find one, but you don't find jack shit, dude. Skip see page. I just want something to read to me while I game. Is that too much to ask? Apparently. Watashi wa star. I got that little chunk of, I think it was Mega the Stallion song stuck in my fucking brain. And I'm a little annoyed by it. Yeah, whatever. Sing from baby. I'm hungry. Yeah, whatever. George. Okay, finish. Star. Watashi wa star. Welcome to Calibrate. Up and down arrow keys. Hold on, let me hear the voice.
Cross and soundbite. A painful partnership begins. Xomniac, alright, let's see, can you think of any better words than smirk? Xomniac, it's the general sentiment I want, but I've used it way too much. CV12 Hornet smug grin. Vulpine grin. Shit-eating grin.
Fucking hate when this happens. See. The fucking audacity, bro. Gross, no. Ah! Ant! Table contents. Here we go. Oh, these voices suck. Catherine? Jesus Fucking Christ. The natural readers is a bitch. Bruh. I'm sorry for being a pain in the ass. I really just wanna fuck someone up. Microsoft's no. Yes. There's read aloud, speech synthesizer, Aki, TTS buddy. What the fuck are Yu-Gi-Oh TTS? It's a deck builder. What the hell? You know what? I'll stick with this one. It sucks me. The voices suck ass, but like I want something to distract me. I was on the Davy backfights because I already read it. I already got to that part, and I just don't want to go all the way from the start again. Let's try Catherine.
Chapter 34, Davy Backfight. A crew member is lost, and a crew is won. Crossbrainen, loyal fans. For those of you thinking that this chapter is late, let us pose this. Crossbrainen, loyal fans. For those of you thinking loyal fans. For those of you thinking that this chapter is late, let us pose this to you. What is our regular update schedule? The answer, once a week.
Yeah,
And
let's
we
go with the
already
fancy
updated
lady
last
voice.
week, didn't we? Patientin, except it's not that simple. We really wish this was a simple matter of trolling, but it isn't. This past week was a lot more hectic than any of us expected. We are not happy that we missed our appointed time, and it's not on purpose. Horneton, work sucks and then the imploding economy kills your retirement. Also, fuck LeBron James, fuck the Cavaliers, and fuck the city of Cleveland in general. Xomniacan, and college in general while we're at it, not letting me stay in my dorm and making me find somewhere new to stay. Crossbrainen, well, at least we have one bit of good news in our lives to deliver. As of Friday, this Bites has officially become the most popular self-insert fic in the One Piece fandom. Land ho.
Good ass fucking
I was
story.
knocked from the book I'd been burying myself in by Luffy and Usopp's strident lecturing of Robin on the proper way to notify the crew that she'd seen an island. I took a second to get my bearings before smiling, standing up and picking up sound bite. However, while I appeared calm on the outside, mentally I was the exact opposite, and have been for a while now. My smile, fond though it was, belied the grim anticipation I felt. Sure, it was nice to finally be near land, but the implications of our destination, those I couldn't shake. Our course was still unchangeably headed for an island infiltrated by no less than half of CP9. With any luck, Robin would be fully on board once we arrived, so that we'd be able to start the inevitable conflict on our terms rather than theirs. But if she
Homie,
wasn't,
you need to
then
buy
we were in
something
for
more.
one hell of a brawl. Still, at least we had one advantage. Until Robin
I need to
arrived
pay
on
my
Water
fucking
7,
bills, bro.
CP9's incognito members would continue to go about their days as though nothing were happening. Hence, with the global timeline paused as it were, we had a resource on our hands we hadn't had in a long time, quite literally, time. Time to train, time to prepare, and most importantly of all, time to plan. But I forced myself to push that issue away as I walked out onto the deck and gazed through the fog around us. Pressing though the CP9 saga was, the memory of the remnants of the Fang-toed pirates and their sinking into the sea, which, I have to be honest, I couldn't regret, as disheartened as they were, if their first thought was to try robbing us, they weren't worth the effort to mourn, reminded me that we had to deal with the foxy pirates first. I tented my fingers on the balcony as I considered our oncoming foes. For all that Foxy was something of a joke character, the truth was undeniable. He'd compensated for his own weakness by getting the Davy back fight down to an art. In a direct fight,
I'm
he was
being a
pathetic,
petty bitch.
but when he managed to get his way, well, simply put, he had managed to
Puros
survive long
pinches
enough on the Grand
pennies.
Line to accumulate nearly 500 members for his crew, including fishermen and giants. No matter how you looked at it, Foxy was as
You're real,
paradoxically
Wendy.
threatening as he was utterly pathetic. Cross. I jumped in surprise as I was knocked clean out of my thoughts by Nami's voice before glancing to the side, where both she and Zero were staring at me in equal parts worry and impatience. Sorry, my thoughts were a mile away. What is it? I asked if there's anything to worry about on this island. Nami replied before glancing at the island. Though going by how you didn't answer me for a full minute, I'd call that question already answered. I grimaced slightly before starting to tap the side of my head.
Grimaced.
Kind of. There are no indigenous threats, the local civilization isn't even around, for that matter. All that lives here are a bunch of abnormally tall or long animals, something about growing longer due to leisurely lifestyles or whatever. They are all laid back, so even the carnivores are barely even a threat. I suspect that this is the most peaceful island we'll find in the Grand Line. I'm hearing that but like sound bites shouting it, Cross Zero deadpanned. I stopped tapping and started pressing my finger against my temple. But it's a prelude. We're going to be meeting some people here. There'll be a group who'll be an annoying but decently tough fight. I scowled as I dug my finger into forehead. And after all that, there'll be one who will stomp us into the ground. Zero and Nami tensed for a moment before Nami forced herself to relax marginally as she looked back at the shoreline. I'm sure Luffy and the guys will be able to beat him. Don't count on it, I scowled grimly.
Me está leyendo una historia.
More world
Hola!
minus the natural advantage that one of our crew had against him. Zero tapped his finger on the butt of Wado Ichimonji, not seeming to notice he was doing it. Then how are we supposed to get out of this one alive? Pure luck and Luffy's guts. I shook my head grimly. After the guy effortless incapacitates Luffy. That got the two to stiffen in naked terror, while drawing a different reaction from a third observer. It would appear that the third time fighting a Logia isn't the charm for our captain.
Hey, Spidey boy, what's up? Sorry for the late reply.
It was a testament to my nerves that I didn't jump, instead biting my lip as I hoped to high heaven that she wouldn't ask the millionberry question. If I hesitated, chances were high that she'd guess the reason for it. Thankfully, however, she chose to keep her peace. Not in this case, it isn't. I shook my head solemnly before clapping my hands. But in any case,
whoa!
That annoying group I mentioned does present a threat, but only if we let them gain momentum. Hopefully it won't come to that, but if it does. I sighed and waved my hand dismissively. Well, I suppose we'll just have to burn that bridge when we come to it. For now, brace yourselves. The fourth leg of our journey starts now, and it's going to be one of the hardest parts we face this side of the red line. That got them on their guard, sending Nami stalking off towards Usopp and Connie's, presumably to check on the progress they'd made on our weapons.
Es que las voces que tienen no están tan buenas.
Fourth leg of our journey? How do you figure that, Cross? Zero asked. It's just the way I saw it, I shrugged.
No, sugar.
The first leg was from when Luffy set out to when you guys left the East Blue, the second was from the start of the Grand Line to Alabasta, and the third was from the end of Alabasta until now. Some legs are longer than others, but all are significant in some way, shape or form.
Oh.
And how many of those do you know about, Cross? Robin needled. I looked upwards and spoke wordlessly to myself as I counted down on my fingers. Alright, let's see. The arcs were East Blue, Alabasta, Skypiea, Water 7 / Enis, Thriller Bark, Marineford, Fishman Island, Punk Hazard and Dressrosa, though those last two were practically one and the same under the Pirate Alliance. Either way, it all totaled up to 8, or therearound. My knowledge stops right as we start getting into what will undoubtedly be
Bro, why the fuck you giving me a handy for 12 bucks?
Naturally, Robin said,
you piece of shit.
Hey, what do you want from me? I shrugged. I'm only human. Allegedly.
I would
Anyway,
give you
Zoro
pennies,
scoffed.
but that would take
I
fucking
rolled my eyes
forever.
and turned away in favor of observing Long Ring Long Land. As we arrived, I could see that it was, well, a
Crap.
plain-looking island. That is, the island was covered in grass and dotted with tall trees, and so it looked
Motherfucker.
plain, because it was a plain.
Better
Moving
have
on.
exact
The
change
kitty
next
trio shot
time.
overboard,
You
as
hear
did
me?
Vivi and Keru. Everyone else stayed behind for one reason or another. Lasso. Wanna go fox hunting? I called. Hey. Sue interrupted, an angry scowl on her face. That's insulting to my heritage as Abe way ha 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 ha.
Any
Both
pasta,
Lasso, soundbite,
cereal.
and I blinked as Sue suddenly and without warning descended into a fit of laughter. Sue. I began. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh, man, I nearly made it through that with a straight face. The cloud fox finally trailed off. Nah, we foxes are all snaky little shits and we know it. Go on with whatever it was you were doing. I shrugged and turned back to Lasso.
Recuerdos de su güey.
So,
¿Por qué?
about that invitation. The dog gun's response was to eagerly bound up next to me and leap at my back, morphing into his gun mode in midair and latching into the harness that Yusuf had made for me a few days ago when I'd finally managed to start hefting Lasso without strain. Herf. Or, well, I corrected mentally as I strained under Lasso's full weight. Almost without strain. Freaking hell, even a full ton lighter and he still risked crushing me flat. You'd think having literally nothing but muscle would make this easier, instead of setting me back by weeks, I remarked through gritted teeth. Look at it this way, at least you're actually capable of walking, Sue commented airily from where she was perched on the Mary's railing. That's more than most anyone who went through anything even remotely similar to what you did can say. You have no idea just how accurate that statement is, Sue, I deadpanned. I then turned back to my fellow officers. Pass this on to everyone who stays behind. The group I mentioned will be here soon, but the captain is already on the island. I grimaced as I put my foot on the Mary's railing. Hopefully, I can take him down before he can get Luffy to accept his challenge. Challenge? Nami asked in confusion. What challenge? I turned an eye towards the fog, and grimaced as I caught sight of a dark shadow just starting to loom. The Davy back fight, I said sourly. Ask Robin or Sanji to tell you what it is. Trust me, whatever they tell you, these guys have made it 10 times worse. And with that parting comment, I leapt to the shore and started jogging after our captain, doctor, sniper, and duck-mounted diplomat as fast as my legs allowed. Oh. Good day, young man. Winston Churchill, I divined, giving the Askand a respectful nod as I passed him by. Rare, I guess that accent's kinda unmistakable, soundbite admitted. Alright, how about this? Oh, excuse me, I apologized as I ducked under the elongated mass of a particularly large animal. Not a problem, the animal rumbled. HM? I tapped my chin. Robin Williams? No, that doesn't make sense. I glanced back at the animal as I tried to puzzle it out before finally managing to catch sight of its horns. Oh. Teddy Roosevelt then? Correctamundo.
Pasta,
Soundbite proclaimed.
a
Good
bread,
job compensating for a lack of an actual voice to go by.
and
Thanks, I'm quite
cereal.
proud of it. Now. Oh. This should be good. G-Day, mate, a wide-snouted alligator greeted me quietly as he stalked after the I instantly jerked to a halt and snapped my fist up. Hold it! I barked, causing everyone around me to freeze. A moment of silence for the hunter. Soundbite, the reptile and I all bowed our heads reverentially for a second. And moving on. I dropped my fist and resumed tracking Keru's thankfully distinctive footprints. And for the record, soundbite. That was an elongated alligator, he was called Crocodile Hunter. I went in knowing it was a gamble. I shrugged. As I continued
Trabajaba en
following
su
the
güey cada
footprints,
cierta
I
cantidad
actually
de
took a
dinero en
moment to
caja, había
appreciate the
que hacer
land.
retiro de dinero
A sea of
depositarlo en
grass
una
that
caja
seemed to
fuerte
stretch
y
on
de
for miles
repente
and
llegaba
miles,
un
even the bizarre
rando
trees,
cualquiera a
stretched out like
comprar una
reflections from a
promo que
funhouse mirror.
Oh,
Couldn't
sí.
include the amazing scope of
No,
the
qué pichi
situation.
hueva, güey.
I
Hay
mean,
veces
I
que
had
me
experienced farmlands
el
like this a
pichi
few
juego,
times
güey.
back home, but nothing
Pagan
like
con puro
this.
ciens.
Honestly, it was all
Bro, what the fuck?
just. Look out below. Look out above. What? I had barely enough time to glance up in confusion.
Dave Gaming,
Wow.
thank you so much for the follow. I
When I was
appreciate
suddenly
it.
tasted by a very heavy and, frankly, very smelly projectile. I took a second to lie on the ground as I tried to process what the hell had just happened when said projectile suddenly sat up and started scratching the back of its head. Ah, back on solid ground at last. Tunjit sighed in relief before shifting around. Ha, it's softer than I remember. I take it all back. I growled out. This place is a freaking tinderbox, and all I need is a match so that I can watch it burn. I blinked as a thought occurred to me. Holy crap, this must be how Nami feels pretty much all the time. Cross. Vivi called out as she and the rest of our unofficial away team crowded around me.
Yeah.
Are you alright? Holy crap, the bamboo genie came out and crushed Cross. Luffy exclaimed. A genie?
Y yo sin cambio y
Asked
tener
Chopper.
que ir a algún
Where?
local vecino a ver si te...
It's the thing that appears after you
Oh,
break the
sí, lo
bamboo
he
and
visto
where?
tanto.
I glared at my
Lo he
captain as
tenido
I
que hacer
forced
un
him
par
to
de
hold
veces
his
en uno de
tongue,
mis
or
trabajos
rather, as I held it for him.
antiguos.
He's no
Que
genie, Luffy, and it
hueva.
wasn't quite bamboo. I glanced down at the stilts. Seriously, how the hell had he managed? I hastily shook my head as I got myself back on track. Anyway, what
Soy
you
de
just broke was
puros
the world's
pinches
biggest pair
pennies
of
la
stilts,
próxima
and
vez.
this was the guy who was standing on top. For all I know, he may very well live in that house and be the owner of that horse. Now, if you'll excuse me. I slowly tilted back. Thud. And landed in the thankfully soft grass, although Lasso being beneath me was marginally uncomfortable. I'm just gonna lie here for a bit until my limbs stop aching. I groaned. Ah, are you alright, Cross? Vivi asked, leaning over me with a worried look. Come on, Vivi, Keru huffed as he grabbed the back of Vivi's collar and yanked her away. He'll be fine, let's just get out of here before whatever madness he's got coming catches up to him. Tunjit, meanwhile, was blinking slowly before suddenly gasping and staring at me in shock. Wait, young man, did you just say that there was a horse by that house over there? Yes. I asked slowly, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Ha. Tunjit slowly redirected his gaze at the house. You know, I used to have a house and a horse. He stared for a second longer before tilting his head. What an odd coincidence. I slapped my hand to my face with a groan. For the love of... to hell with it. Who the hell will ever believe him? Hey, Shelley. A minute later, I was watching Tunjit ride around happily on his old companion with a somewhat bemused expression. So. I glanced at Soundbite. Your reasoning? What can I say?
Ah!
Soundbite shrugged as much as he could. Old, matronly and kind. Who else but McGonagall? Fair enough. I watched the two of them for a few more seconds, and had to admit that it was a beautiful sight even considering that he had fallen on me. And not one that I wanted to see interrupted the hard way, that was for sure. Foxy and his
Give me your
goons
money!
never forget. Shakar and Bonnie. Soundbite asked cheekily. That's more accurate than I'd like to admit. Still though. Soundbite swiveled his eye stalks. There they is that gun. Yeah, that's them, I scowled grimly. Alright, Soundbite, blow their brains out. 1 second's pause, then Soundbite's eyes widened in horror. Wax. How did they already know? I didn't spare any thought to answering the question, instead scrambling to a kneel and twisting my harness so that Lasso was perched on my shoulder.
Princesa!
20 degrees with shins. I gave the gastropod an acrid scowl. Does it look like we're riding on 4 elephants and a freaking turtle? Ah. Soundbite flinched self-consciously. Make that starboard. I jerked Lasso's barrel to the side. Fire. Cane plaster. I roared as I pulled Lasso's trigger. Boom. Splat. Ugh. To who? What ZE heck? I breathed a sigh of relief before dropping Lasso down so that he could morph into his hybrid form while I stood up fully and stalked towards the tar-soaked trio. Thankfully, going by the fact that Tunjit was looking over at us in confusion atop a yet uninjured Shelley, it looked like I had actually managed to beat them to the shot. Well, that was step 1 taken care of. Now, to keep
Bruh, all you wanted was some fucking pasta? With the
I plastered
20?
the most murderous expression on my face as I could manage as I stalked up to them, cocking Lasso menacingly. That was cane plaster, I announced. Unless you 3 want to see how well that particular attack synergizes with cane palm. Lasso's body promptly clicked, and he breathed out a tongue of fire, courtesy of the flame dial Yusuf had recently finished installing in one of his chambers. I suggest that you all back the heck off. Lasso capped it all off with a savage growl, which I was gratified to see made the opposing crew flinch back. Hey, what was that for, Cross? Vivi demanded, approaching me rapidly on duck back, Chopper in walk point alongside her and Luffy and Usopp close behind them. Indeed. The split-headed pirate snarled in a heavy Italian accent as he struggled to wipe the tar off. What ZE hell did I do to deserve this? You mean besides the fact that you were about to shoot Shelly? Soundbite snarled viciously. He was what? Chopper roared as he snapped into his heavy point and loomed over the suddenly fearful slow man, only for the much bigger gorilla man Hamburg to square off and butt heads with him. Stay away from the boss, furball, he growled, more serious than I thought was possible from him. Who are these guys, Cross? Usopp asked, nervously fingering his slingshot. Who am I? Foxy demanded incredulously. You actually don't recognize me. It's probably just the tar, Boss Porch consoled him. Foxy nodded to that, and then straightened. Well, in that case, I suppose I'll introduce myself. He said with a smug pose. I am Foxy the Silver Fox, 2-4 million bounty, captain of the Foxy Pirates. I am the man who always gets what he wants. I slowly lessened my glare in favor of a disbelieving look. Only 2-4 million, in the Grand Line? Ish, and I thought you were pathetic before. Foxy promptly collapsed into a teary heap, a stoic cloud-like air of depression hovering over him. Pathetic. He moaned. Pew 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 pew. Hamburg hunched over with a snicker. Quit it, Hamburg. Porch snarled at him before patting her captain's shoulder comfortingly. Or, come on, boss, it's not that bad. I mean, he has heard of you before, right? Foxy started to perk up. God knows I wish I didn't. Until I threw in my own 2 cents. I will lodge my baton in your intestinal tract. The Foxy Pirates diva promised. Why were you trying to shoot Shelly? Luffy cut in with a frown before I could respond. Unfortunately, that question managed to snap Foxy out of his funk, prompting him to leap to his feet and jab his thumb at himself as he gave the definition of a shit-eating grin. Because I felt
I feel like I
it,
have to take out
he drawled.
alone.
I don't care about such a worthless horse, I was just going to shoot it for fun. I felt my eye twitch at the sheer wrongness of that statement.
Oh!
This scum, Captain. I growled, prompting Lasso to snarl out some flames again. Hold it right there, Straw Hat Pirates. Foxy barked. What? How do you know who we are? Luffy demanded. I pinched the bridge of my nose with my free hand. The SBS, Luffy. It'd be more of a surprise if they didn't know who we were. Who? All right, Luffy nodded in understanding. And what right do you have to call us scum, anyway? Porch demanded. You're pirates just as much as we are. This is just what pirates do. I would have gotten pissed at that particular statement if my blood didn't suddenly freeze on account of the feeling of raw, primal terror that Luffy's sudden rage elicited. Say that again. He bellowed as he took a menacing step forwards. Hold it, Straw Hat. Foxy snapped his hand up, temporarily forestalling Luffy's advance.
Anything else?
We're not here to
Thank
fight.
you for your patronage,
Rather,
homie.
The
Thank you for your
his hands into his
business.
pocket, and when he
I
withdrew them,
appreciate
he was
it.
clutching a trio of coins with one while the other tossed a pistol at Luffy. We are here to challenge you to a 3-round Davy back fight. All the anger in Luffy seemed to deflate out of him, replaced by confusion, while Usopp, Vivi, and Karu's expressions slowly began to contort in realization and horror. A Davy. There are pirates who still play that in the Grand Line. Vivi gasped in horror. Quap. Karu squawked in agreement. Don't do it, Luffy. Usopp begged desperately. If we play that game, then we could lose our friends. He's right, Luffy, this game. I started to cut in. Will there be a captain's fight? Luffy asked, all traces of his usual good cheer completely gone as he pinned Foxy with a vicious glare.
Ooh, that's
I froze as the
basic.
question caught me completely flat-footed. Why? What?
Ahí lo tengo. Voy a
I
jugar
yelled in
este
confusion.
y voy a seguirle con el otro en como
Foxy
como a las
sneered
9.
significantly. After all, it's only traditional. Luffy promptly aimed the pistol skyward. Then I'm in. No, Luffy, why? Then let the Davy back fight, Foxy barked victoriously as he whipped out his own pistol and mirrored Luffy. Commence. Bang. My heart dropped as both he and Luffy discharged their pistols, thus irreversibly sealing our fates. The horror lasted only for a moment before I took the appropriate course of action, Vivi and Yusuf both mirroring my movements. You idiot! We yelled, slamming our fists into his head with enough force to bury it in the ground. I then grasped my fist with my other hand as it processed the pain as though I had punched iron rather than rubber. Gah. Yusuf, what's the status on my new armor? I grit out.
Okay,
You know, I was
so
going to have it finished in a day, but I think I'll make it my top priority in light of this, Yusuf grumbled as Luffy tried to unstick his head. Fifth. Foxy cackled. This should bolster our crew quite nicely, I'd say. Don't count on it, Splithead, I growled, causing Foxy to sink back into depression. At that moment, Luffy freed his head and looked at our expressions. What is it, you guys? He asked obliviously. I closed my eyes and clenched my fists. Soundbite? Gastro scramble. Roger, he returned before static filled the air. The next instant, I began tearing into Luffy. You complete idiot. Why didn't you stop to listen to what I was going to say? Davy backfights force captains to gamble their crews. Every game we lose, one of our crewmates gets stolen. I roared. Luffy frowned up at me. Yeah, I already knew that. You. I started to snarl before freezing as I processed his words. Wait,
let's
you what?
see.
I know what a Davy
I
backfight is,
need
Luffy repeated casually.
pasta,
Shanks told me about him back in my hometown.
flour.
There's some bits I don't remember that well, but I know what it's all about. My rage was subdued for the moment as part of my mind blanked, trying desperately to process what I was hearing. But in the story. Wheel. Luffy scratched the side of his head with a smile. You keep saying I should use my brain more, so I've been trying to do that. One of the things I've been doing is trying to remember anything Gramps and Shanks told me about the Grand Line. My jaw dropped open as a wave of horror crashed down over me, but then I froze as I felt a number of murderous gazes drilling into me. I hastily swung around and waved my hands at my very pissed off crewmates. Hey, don't blame me. How could I have possibly seen this coming? In what possible way could I have predicted that a smarter Luffy would have been a worse Luffy? You mean besides every Mary Sue FIC ever? Soundbite muttered sarcastically. That is a literary issue, not a realistic one. I hissed back, then turned my attention back to Luffy. Anyway, you really misjudged things this time. Think about it, Luffy. Foxy knew who we were, he's been listening to the SBS, so he knows what you're capable of, and yet he willingly challenged us, even in spite of the fact that you specifically asked for a direct fight with him. Do you know why he'd do that? Luffy blinked in confusion. Ah, because he's an idiot. That's a given, but no, I growled darkly. He challenged us because he's got more up his sleeves than mere brawn. Luffy, the Foxy pirates are tricksters. They've mastered the Davy backfight and come up with 1,000,001 different ways of forcibly tipping the odds in their own favor. This isn't a battle we can win with might, but rather with wits, and they have way more practice at it than we do. Vivi paled in horror. That's really not a good thing, Luffy. Baroque Works used to pull the exact same thing in order to forcibly gain recruits. She cast a wary glance at a patiently waiting Foxy. And if these guys have even more practice at it? So, you see, Luffy, I growled darkly. You've managed to hold us above a barrel here, which only begs one question, what the hell made you think it was even remotely worth it to accept his challenge? Luffy stared up at us silently for a moment before bowing his head and tilting his hat down over his eyes. Because I remember that Shanks said that the Davy backfight usually ends with a fight between the captains of the two crews. Luffy suddenly glanced up, and the look in his eyes, well, any protests that I had died then and there. And I want to kick that bastard's ass for pretending to be a pirate. We stared at him, the fire in his eyes blazing for a few more seconds before he grinned. Besides, you guys are my crew. I know you can handle it. He said cheerfully. I sighed, unable to keep myself from smiling. One compliment, and he has us hook, line, and sinker, I groused. Yep, chorused everyone else. All right. I scratched my head for a moment before glancing at Luffy. Captain, permission to tell the crew what to expect? I mean, one slip up here, and the consequences are worse than death. Huh? Okay, Cross, go ahead, Luffy conceded with a frown. But don't tell me anything about Splithead unless you really think I have to know it.
No.
Nah, you'll find out the only dangerous thing he has up his sleeve long before you fight him. I waved him off. I then directed a glare at Foxy, who was staring at us with clear impatience at being unable to hear our conversation. For now, let's get back to the merry and get this shit show started. We've got some planning to take care of. I then tensed as a horrific realization hit me like a rock. And a storm to weather. Oh. When we returned to the merry, I had explained the situation, and with the fact that they knew about the Davy backfight and the fact that Foxy's crew was worse, it went without saying that Nami subsequently raged at Luffy. And by raged, I mean whipped up a miniature Category 5 typhoon on the coast of Long Ring, Long Island from scratch, though thankfully, she'd withheld her unholy wrath until after I'd finished explaining the ins and outs of the ordeal we were in for. And that had not been an easy conversation to have. Needless to say, Zoro and Sanji being told that they had to work together caused no end of frustration, but the potential threat of losing one of the ladies or, as in canon, Chopper was enough for them to agree to work together from the game's start to its end. As for the Dawnut race, Nami staying on board was non-negotiable due to the Long Cape's whirlpools, but as for the rest of the crew, I had a few ideas she was rather more amenable to. Which brought me to the present, where I was standing beside Itamitsu of the Foxy Pirates on the central stage, he and Foxy both eagerly allowing me to join in emceeing the proceedings. Proceedings which were currently being delayed because of the, to reiterate, miniature typhoon that was going to town on the captain of my crew. And may I just add that she was using her climate act before it could be called more than semi-perfect? You know, your SBS really doesn't do justice for how scary that woman is, my fellow announcer murmured fearfully. You think that this is bad? I scoffed. Please, you're watching from the sideline. Trust me, she's a lot worse when she's bearing down on you directly. Itamitsu started to nod, before hastily dropping to the ground as a ballistic Luffy tore through the space where his torso had been a moment earlier. I'll take your word for it, he whimpered. Finally, Foxy barked, grabbing Luffy and standing him up properly. Geez, how do you lunatics get anything done? Very patiently I sneered. HMPH, the fox-themed pirate snorted before waving his hand. Well, my patience is at an end. Let's get this show on the road. I gave Luffy a pleading look. Do I have to? Shishi. Heck yeah. Luffy said, grinning like well, AD, this is gonna be fun. No reason the world should miss out, right? I rolled my eyes, my mouth a thin line. Right, fun. That's one word for it. Nevertheless, despite my attitude, I jerked the transceiver mic out of its cradle and started ticking down fingers. All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2 and we are live. I promptly flipped my mood so that it was much cheerier.
Yeah, I got everything.
Hello.
Let's go!
Once again, it's that special time. Time for me. To start the SBS. Gah. I leapt almost 3 feet off the ground at the sudden amplified voice before spinning around to catch sight of Itamitsu and his own snail snickering behind me. I've always wanted to do that. The big-mouthed announcer laughed. I ground my teeth as I clawed my hand down my face. Why does the world seem determined to stop me from starting the SBS? I demanded. Why does the world seem determined to stop me from stopping Cross from starting the SBS? Soundbite barked with as much heat. Honestly, because it's fun. He grinned carelessly. I glared at him for a second before blowing out an exasperated sigh. Viewers, allow me to introduce you to my fellow MC for this broadcast. How do you say your name again? Itamitsu, he said tiredly, clearly having had to correct that multiple times. Announcer and commentator for the Foxy Pirates. Hello, world. I'm honored to say that this is the largest audience I've ever had the chance to speak to. He capped it off with a bow. And why does he have this chance? Because due to a deplorable and utterly unwarranted offense on the part of the Foxy Pirates captain, Foxy the Silver Fox, I cast a glower at the split head, to which he responded with a sneer. Our captain has accepted the challenge of a 3-round Davy back fight. For those unaware, this is a game designed for pirates and by pirates to strengthen their crews. 3 basic rules apply. After each round, the winning crew's captain gets to select one member from the opposing crew to join theirs, or else take their Jolly Roger, and while this might not seem so bad, one must remember that the Jolly Roger is the pride of a ship. If it is lost, then that symbol may never be flown again. And finally, any lost crewmates or flights can be reclaimed only through a Davy back fight or through some form of exorbitant circumstances, though those are few and far between. I should clarify right now that our captain accepted this for 2 reasons, to get back at Foxy for the aforementioned offense, and because he has complete faith in his crew. That's US. Soundbite piped up. To get through these challenges, And, well, I let myself smile. How could we object to a show of faith like that? I promptly dropped my smile into a scowl. Though honestly, I really wish he'd just chosen to beat the split head's face in then and there. I was gratified to see that my comment sent Foxy spiraling to his knees in misery. This game is still a hell of a risk, and because we're staking our pride on it, that means that if we get taken, either we stick with these bastards until the end or we butt out of the pirate life forever, and I don't know which is worse. I mean,
Oh,
come
is
on.
something
I
expensive,
waved my
homie?
hand desperately. Who the hell thought that this game was a good idea anyways? I'd like to know that, ... 2. Ooh, lucky US. We're getting an answer now. Or maybe it's just someone calling in to insult us. Either way, you'll live on the SBS. Brayra, glad to be here, boomed a chuckle on the other end that I instantly recognized. My entire body froze
How
up,
they...
and I noticed that a significant portion of onlookers, Zero, Sanji, and Robin included, seemed petrified in shock. Now, then, let me educate you, Brad, the voice on the other end stated. The backfight was started so that the stronger pirates in the world could bolster their crews without active bloodshed, and it's been in use for decades, even before Roger got his crown. And nowadays, Linlin and Kaido tend to use it in place of open warfare, both so as to avoid ripping the new world to shreds and so that neither of them is left vulnerable for the Marines and warlords. Of course, considering the sheer scales of their operations, they stake whole crews at a time instead of just one person. Personally, I'd rather die than risk losing one of my sons, no matter how confident I am in their capabilities, and that red-haired brat is the same. But even though I don't play it, I can appreciate an alternative to just blowing each other's brains out. Got it? Yeah, that makes sense, I croaked weakly, only just managing to get my voice to work. Brayra. I thought you were bolder than this, rat. You didn't hesitate to provoke a warlord, or to insult my alcohol tolerance. What happened to all that bravado? My gut slowly began to boil as a manic grin spread across my face. Fine, then. You want bravado, old man? How's thigh, MMPH? I was cut off by a disembodied hand clamping over my mouth. A glance at Robin showed her to be mouthing, I will end you with the utmost sincerity. MMPH.
Well, you
I
just wanted
grumbled
some
for a second
eggies,
before nodding, prompting her to release me. TSK. Apparently my crewmates don't appreciate the value of impressing someone like you. Well, if nothing else, let me say this, thanks for what you did for. I trailed off, unable to find a way to say it without giving too much away. Look, you're a smart man and I'm sure he never shut up about the lovable Morin, so I trust you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, he was in a dark place and you gave him something he was looking for his entire life, and I glanced at Luffy, who promptly smiled and nodded eagerly. And we really appreciate it. It's my pleasure, I assure you. By the way, I have a message for you as well. Or at least, to be delivered through your broadcast. I started to utter my agreement, before freezing as a thought struck me, followed by another scowl. At this rate, I was going to have frown lines at 30. At this rate, I was going to have frown lines at 30. Considering how this broadcast is truly global and I'm certain that he would never miss it for the world. Better make that 2 messages. For, who the hell says you aren't smart, brat? Alright, then. First, to my idiot wayward son, it doesn't matter to me what you do or when you come back, only that you do so alive. He let it hang there, and Luffy's grin could have split his face. Then the man on the other end spoke again. And you. Shudders came from the entire crowd, that one word carried the message perfectly clearly. A few seconds of perfect silence followed. Well, I've said enough. But one more thing, monkey dear Luffy. I heard once that the chances of you accepting an invitation to become one of my sons was as likely as me swearing off alcohol. Why would that be? Shishishi. That's easy, because I can't have a captain. After all, being the king of the pirates means being on top. He declared with perfect certainty. I allowed a goofy grin to spread over my face for a second. Man, it didn't matter how many times he said it.
Where's your back, homeboy?
Just never ever got old.
Fucking ghost bag.
The man talking through the snail bellowed.
Are you a fucking
Cheeky
ghost,
but if you
bro?
didn't have enough conviction to say it to me, much less the rest of the world, then you may as well have just given up now. He grinned. See you in the new world. See you there, old man. Luffy chortled. Then, as Soundbite let out a KA lick. The most interesting caller the SBS had to date disconnected. I chose the right man to follow, as my captain Zero said with a bestial grin. I both agree and vehemently beg to differ. Robin breathed numbly. I never thought I'd see the day where I'd agree with Mosshead over Robin Quine, but here it is, Sanji said, swiftly incinerating a cigarette to calm his nerves. Foxy, for his part, was doing his best impression of an ice sculpture, pale as a ghost and completely unmoving. I smirked smugly before speaking loudly and clearly. What's the matter, Foxy? Do you not have enough conviction to outright challenge Edward? How the heck is he not A.D. Newgate? Or, as the world better knows him, Whitebeard? Every single member of the cruise that had not realized who was speaking then reacted accordingly. Several members fainted, some going as far as running at the mouth, others settled for letting their jaws drop into the ground in shock, and the vast majority belted out particularly boisterous what? S.
Hola,
Cons.
Fabiola, what's
Looked at a
up?
yet shell-shocked Nami. Is he meant to be important? Nami snapped her gaze to Connie's in shock. How do you not? She cut herself off with a slap to her forehead. Right, cultural segregation. Whitebeard is one of the 4 most powerful people on the planet. He is to us what Enu was to you. That got Connie's to pale in terror, while Sue sniffed carelessly. He didn't seem that impressive. Care to repeat that, furball? Ugh. Sue yelled as she latched herself onto Connie's shoulder. I'm so sorry, Mr. Whitebeard, so please don't, huh? She cut herself off before snarling and glaring daggers at a cackling soundbite. Oh, screw you, slimeball. Screw you, furball, that was funny. Soundbite howled. I would have voiced my agreement with the gastropod, but I was too busy pounding the ground laughing my own head off. Hey, split head. Hello. Luffy said, waving his hand in the petrified fox's face. He remained unresponsive. Slowly getting to my feet, I sighed, securing my headphones over my ears. Foxy seems to have been literally stunned with shock. Well, only one thing for it, then, we can't keep everyone waiting for too long. Ladies and gentlemen of the world, I would recommend covering your ears. This is gonna hurt. I waited for all of 1 second before pressing the button. I snickered at the chorus of agonized cries that arose in response to the blare. I love this thing. We know. The whole of the crowd roared furiously. Despite everyone's indignancy, the foghorn had done its job, and Foxy was looking every which way before his eyes settled on me, and he frowned. I, however, spoke before he could. Now, if you're done playing a statue, can we get this started? I demanded. Foxy leveled a glare at me for a minute longer before huffing and folding his arms. Yes, we've delayed this long enough. Itamitsu. He called, pronouncing the name flawlessly. Aye, Captain. The big mouth snapped up a salute before addressing the mic I was holding. All right. The captains will now vow to the 3 articles of defeat. First, any crewmates claimed by the game may only be reclaimed through the game. He gave me a pointed look, which I responded to by sticking out my tongue in a very mature manner. Second, once a crewmate has been claimed, they must immediately swear their allegiance to their new captain. And third, a stolen flag may never be displayed again unless reclaimed through the game. Those who disobey these rules will forevermore be viewed as disgraces to piracy, and will be sentenced to Davy Jones' locker for all eternity.
Coffee.
And considering the size of our audience this time, that really means something. So. He shot a grin at our captains. Do you so swear by these articles?
Cheese?
Foxy grinned confidently.
Yeah.
I swear. I gave Luffy a final pleading look. Luffy, in turn, gave me a cocky thumbs up before shooting his fist in the air. I swear. I sighed in defeat as the Foxy's crew cheered victoriously before shrugging and grinning in a bittersweet manner. Well, in for them all. Might as well go whole hog. I dug around in my pocket for a second before drawing out 3 1 coins and holding them up for all to see. As in accordance with tradition, I hereby dedicate these coins, and thus this 3-coin game. I flung my arm out, tossing the coins into the churning surf. To Davy Jones. Let the Davy back fight commence. That's the spirit, Cross. Luffy grinned. I sighed, smiling, before walking back to the rest of our crew with Luffy. Why, exactly, do you deem it a good idea to throw money away? Nami asked as soon as I was in earshot, glowering at me. Why, exactly, do you deem it worth noting that I threw away 3 when we have a couple billion on the merry? I counted. She grimaced for a few more seconds before sighing in defeat. Point taken. She then proceeded to cave Luffy's face in once more for good measure before storming off. The rest of the crew locked eyes with me before nodding and walking off,
Should I get more
pointedly in any
tea?
direction but towards Nami. As I walked, I smirked. Foxy may have had every dirty trick in the book up his sleeve to push the rules to the breaking point, but a bit of warning
Yeah,
on
I'll
my
get
part was all
more
that the crew needed to combat the worst
tea.
of
I
it.
have
I
plenty
wasn't
of
above
that.
suspicion that
I
they might
need
do things
eggs,
differently than they
milk,
had in the story, but the 3
and
games were the
water.
same, and that was enough. For all that I dreaded this, I knew that we would win. It was with those cheery
eggs,
thoughts that I walked towards Itamitsu, who was preparing to mount his bird.
cheese, milk,
Say, can he support both of us?
tea,
Oh.
water.
Can you, Cha-chan? The bird nodded. Kai should be able to, huh? He whipped his wings to his beak with a squawk. I raised an eyebrow at soundbite. Al Roker. He's helping to report, right? I shrugged. Fair enough. Well, Cha-chan, I hope you enjoy being able to speak for the duration of this game. The bird looked like his birthday had come early. Thanks, guys. I'll never eat a snail again. You have no idea how much of a relief that is. The snail at Itamitsu's
I'll
side
leave it
muttered.
like that for now.
Transponder snails
Source.
don't count and you know it, chubby.
Good size.
Hey. Soundbite barked. Actually, that is what I call him, Itamitsu confirmed. And I do tend to pig out on the pudding, chubby admitted. Withdrawn, for now. Well, anyway. Chuchun flapped his wings. If there's nothing else to discuss, then let's get to it. Soundbite and I grinned in cinch as I mounted Chuchun, taking care that Soundbite and my bag were secure before the bird took to the sky. And I have to admit, I lost a lot of my anxiety for the next few minutes while circling around, waiting for the donut race to begin. I mean, I was flying, for crying out loud, in a way that actually let me take in the sights below without zooming past them. Seeing the world from this high up. It was enough to make me consider, and I mean seriously consider, taking into account the resources we had on hand, asking Yusuf to try building a jetpack. Ultimately, however, I decided that it would be best to shelve the idea. While Yusuf's inventing streak so far was holding up pretty well, I didn't want to risk falling within that 1% of error. And besides, we'd be meeting up with someone a lot more capable of developing that particular innovation sooner rather than later. Alas, however, my enjoyment came to an abrupt end as Itamitsu began speaking again. Alright, everyone. Round 1 of the Davy back fight is the obstacle boat race around the island, known as the Donut Race. Both teams have received 2 oars and 3 barrels with which to construct their vessels. The materials are completely identical and have been inspected by both crews, so each boat's performance is guaranteed to depend entirely upon the skills of the teams and their crews' shipwrights. The teams and their boats are ready and waiting at the starting line, so let's introduce them. Right, I nodded in agreement. On the Straw Hat Pirates team, we have our navigator Nami, mistress of all things weather-based, one of our 5 ship's guards Raffae, the Sai-wielding Kung Fu Dugong Ladet, and our gunner Connies, the bazooka wielder from the sky. And their boat's name is the Barrel Tigress. Girl power. Raffae cheered, pumping her fist in the air as she balanced on the lip of her vessel. I'd feel a lot more confident if this thing didn't feel like it was about to come apart under us.
Yeah.
Nami muttered darkly as she wrapped her fist on a seam in the boat. Sorry, but Yusuf and I only had a few minutes to set this up, and my father and I only really worked on waivers, so it was new territory for me. Connies apologized from the back of the boat, which was mostly occupied by the flame bazooka she was carrying. And on the Foxy Pirates team, Itamitsu continued. Is our cruise diva and co-first mate, Porch. Accompanying her are Capote the Billfish Fishman and Monda the Star Shark. Their ship is the Cutie Wagon. Porch responded to the resulting cheers by blowing kisses to the crowd and waving eagerly, while Monda and Capote flexed and grandstand proudly.
Yeah, that's good.
Personally, I might call it unfair that they've got a fishman and a shark on their team, but considering that we've got an amphibian on ours. Yeah, no room to complain. Not to mention an angel and a demon. Soundbite put in. I will gut you, snail. Nami roared up at us. Ha. All's fair in love, war, and Davy backfights, so long as it doesn't go outside the rules. My fellow announcer said cheerfully. And on that note, with both ships at the starting line, let me state just what those rules are. All you need to do is circle the island once, the first ship to make it back to the starting line wins. Beyond that, anything goes, guns, swords, cannons, and all other weapons are allowed. If you don't like it, then you shouldn't be pirates. He then tossed a pair of objects down towards the ships. Here. Use these eternal poses so you don't get lost. Porch and Nami caught the poses easily, and both vessels prepared to go, with Raffae standing ready on the prow of the Barrel Tigress and Monda eagerly swishing his tail in place. And if you're wondering just why they'll need those poses when they just need to circle the island, you'll find out in a moment, I provided with a smirk. But for now, it's time to start.
Hold on.
Racers. On your marks. Get set. Itamitsu said, raising a pistol. Gastro scramble, I breathed with a smirk that soundbite mirrored precisely. Donut. The pistol fired, and it echoed everywhere beneath, except to the foxy pirates waiting on the coastline with weapons at the ready. Before they knew what hit them, the majority of our crew fell on them like a ton of bricks, beating them all bloody before they could fire so much as a shot. However, just because the Foxies were out of commission didn't mean that all projectiles were left unfired. The second the pistol shot rang out, Raffae leaped at the Cutie Wagon like a bat out of hell, flinging a sigh at Monda's harness. Spear of St. George. Porch recoiled in terror as the weapon neatly severed the tow rope tying the shark to her vessel. What though? Eat shell, you trap jawed. Thwack. Gar. Raffae's battle cry was cut short as she was tackled out of the air before she could successfully make contact with the terrified Star Shark. Nice try, little Dugong Capote sneered at the patch of bubbles that marked where he'd swatted Raffae into the water. But this is the Grand Line, not the backwater estuary you grew up in. You might be big stuff back home, but out here, you're no.
Sorry
Will you
about
shut
that.
up already?
It smelled
Crack.
like burning
Gar.
rubber and
Capote was
fucking
slammed off of his cruise vessel by Raffae rocketing out of the water
neighbors
directly
are
beneath him and
burning
slamming
their
her armored
trash
skull into his far less
outside.
well-protected nose. The pink
And it
bandanity Dugong
stank.
snorted darkly as she wrenched her sigh out of the wood of the Cutie Wagon. Talk is cheap, needle nose. She held her weapons at ready. Come at me. A moment of silence, 2. Splash. Then Raffae only just barely managed to catch a point-blank punch from the enraged fishman with her size. The Dugong struggled to hold Capote at bay for a second before snapping a look back at the Tigress. Go. This bastard's mine. And with that, the aquatic martial artists dove beneath the waves and continued their clash out of sight in their natural domain.
And open a mouth.
Connies. Nami barked at the gunner. Connie's nervous demeanor promptly evaporated. In one
Go
smooth motion,
away.
she
I
hoisted her
don't know
bazooka
why
off her
there's
back,
fucking
lowered the
ants
muzzle
in
to the
my
edge of the
room.
waterline, and
So
pulled the triggers.
annoying.
The gas came out first, and then, whoosh. A jet of blue flame rocketed the barrel tigress down the coast. Foxy stared numbly after them for a second before pulling out a megaphone and roaring at his crew's representative. Porch. Get your head in the game and get a move on already. If we lose this, I'm slicing your cosmetic budget in half. The stunned baton wielder promptly snapped out of her funk with an enraged howl. Nobody jeopardizes my beauty. She promptly flung a chain-linked bit at Monda, who grabbed it out of the air. Double time, Monda, now. The shark snorted in agreement and promptly started tearing through the surf, somehow managing to keep easy pace with the barrel tigress. And they are off. I crowed, the effect amplified with Soundbite's assistance. The shark-towed cutie wagon and the bazooka-powered barrel tigress are tearing off down the coast, although both vessels are a man down due to Rafay and Capote getting into an aqua martial arts brawl right at the starting line. US. Itamitsu drew the word out slowly as he glanced at me. That start was really something. It's almost as if you constructed that team knowing who we have on ours. Yeah, how could that ever happen? I drawled impishly. I mean, it's not like we could have been listening in on your strategy meetings. Oh, wait. All's fair in love, war, and Davy back fights. Soundbite echoed with a cackle. Well, can't argue with that. Itamitsu waved us off. Anyway, the two teams are neck and neck. Both of them are moving faster than I've ever seen for the Dornut race. They are already a quarter of the way around the island. As it stands, the barrel tigress is ahead, but somehow the cutie wagon is keeping pace. I blinked in shock as I took in the nonsensical sight before me. The heck? How is a relatively small shark keeping pace with a boat powered by an outboard thruster? The wide-mouthed announcer snickered at my reaction. Yeah, Monda might be small, but his species is known by another name, shooting star sharks. They are some of the fastest sharks in the ocean, and without Capote's weight to hold him back, he's really showing his stuff. Well, I can't say that I'm not impressed, I reluctantly admitted. And indeed, it was quite the impressive race. Within mere minutes, both barrel boats had reached the halfway point and were heading into the whirlpools. Incredible. Itamitsu cheered. This is one of the most intense Dornut races I've ever seen. Already the contestants have reached the halfway point, and are heading into the whirlpools of the long coral reef. They'll need to be extra careful navigating it, because the currents formed by that reef can be treacherous. I glanced at my fellow announcer. You guys have been scoping out the playing field, huh? But of course. Chachun nodded. You should know more about gathering as much information as possible before a confrontation than anyone. Good point, I conceded, tilting my head before smirking at the new developments going on below. In fact, I think that particular principle is coming into play right about now. Huh. Itamitsu looked down at the race in confusion and proceeded to gasp in shock. A shocking development. The barrel tigress's propulsion has just cut out, allowing the cutie wagon to pass them and enter the reef. Perhaps they are having some mechanical issues. His grin then proceeded to redouble, somehow. And it looks like their troubles are only beginning. Here comes our boss, Foxy the Silver Fox, no doubt bearing a genius plan through which to give us an edge. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that, Tilda. I sang casually. I then blinked in surprise as I paid better attention to the captain of the Foxy Pirates. Or rather, his steed. Though, wow, now that I think about it, that Hamburg guy he's riding on is seriously moving. Is he even human? That's the multimillion-berry question on our crew. Itamitsu proclaimed before continuing in a normal tone. No, seriously, that's how big the ship's pool is. We have literally no idea, and neither the boss nor Porch are answering, and they are the only ones who know. You want in? The buy-in's only a few hundred berry. I'll take that action. Soundbite snickered. Let's put a pin in that for now, I interrupted as I kept my gaze focused down below. Because quite honestly, it would appear that you and your crew have bigger concerns to worry about. I let a shark-like grin slide over my face. We'll thrive the fact that the cutie wagon just shot out of the reef like a cork from a bottle, while meanwhile the barrel tigress is once again firing on all cylinders. What? Ito and his bird squawked simultaneously as they stared downwards, where indeed Porch and Monda were trying to enter the reef, and failing miserably. Meanwhile, Connor's flame bazooka had flared back up and propelled the barrel tigress into a different section of the reef. Of course, Foxy chose that exact instant to attempt to interfere by firing in an impressively powerful smoke bomb, which wound up doing the jack squat. What in the world? Itamitsu stammered as he watched the tigress exit the cloud and effortlessly circumvent the towers of coral. Somehow the Straw Hats team is managing to sail through the coral reef without even a hint of trouble. How is this possible? He, I chuckled smugly as I stroked a non-existent beard. It appears that I must apologize, Itamitsu, for it would seem that my earlier comments were, shall we say, misleading. When the race started, I classified Nami as merely a mistress of weather, when in fact that statement is categorically untrue. I jabbed my finger at the sky in a triumphant manner. Rather, our dear money-grubbing demon Nami is the absolute ruler of all things related to navigation as a whole, be they heaven, earth or sea. It would take more than a mere collection of currents to put her off her game. Damn straight. Nami cheered from below, aided by Soundbite. Itamitsu's gaping jaw flapped uselessly for several seconds, quiet gurgling noises coming from his mouth. However, he managed to rally rather swiftly. Well, while your navigator is admittedly impressive, I'm afraid that her skills can only go so far. After all, it'll take more than mere wits to overcome an obstacle as daunting and deep as the long ring whirlpool. And indeed, the barrel tigress was now rocketing towards the yawning, not to mention oddly shaped, seriously, the animals being laid back is one thing, but nature itself. Abyss of the titanic whirlpool. I, however, refused to lose even a trace of my smugness, instead shaking my head as I tsked pitifully. Oh, Ito, have you not listened to a single broadcast of my show? Intellect is far from the leading aspect of our crew. Rather. I held up a finger. Our main area of expertise lies in the field of practical insanity, or, in more common parlance. My grin widened eagerly. Applied. Bullshit. Boom. And with that, the water behind the barrel tigress exploded, launching it clear over not only the long ring whirlpool, but the barrier of the long ring cape that lay behind it as well. I snickered as I dusted my hands off, enjoying the absolutely polaxed expression Itomimitsu was wearing at seeing the impact dial's result. And that is what sets us head and shoulders above other pirate crews. For you viewers at home, I am proud to announce that the barrel tigress has managed to achieve a most momentous lead via the application of a little Sky Island party favor. For the sake of future combat, I won't go into details, but suffice to say that it managed to launch our crewmates past not only the whirlpool that lay ahead of them, but a rather obtrusive cape as well. Major kudos to Connies for the rather impressive maneuver. Soundbite started to nod in agreement before freezing, a shocked look painting his face. Actually, that wasn't Conus. Huh. I looked at him in surprise. Really? But then who? I trailed off as realization came to me. Wait, but wouldn't that mean? You can't be serious. Listen for yourself. Though for the record, viewer discretion is advised. I hastily slipped my headphones on, and not a moment too soon either. Son of a... Oh. Hey, cut it out, Nojiko, what are you doing? Shabo demanded indignantly, trying to squirm out of the blue-haired woman's grasp. Said woman had her hands clamped over the boy's ears, ignoring his demands in favor of grimacing at the fact that her sister was currently swearing her dirty mouth off to the entire freaking world. Well, at least Soundbite was censoring the worst of it, sort of. Blue-horned mother, honk. Invarnacle bred piece of, hee-haw. Wrapped in a pile of steaming, ding. And reeking of Sea King, yodel a-hee-hoo. Damn it, and Dr. Nako just said that Genzo's blood pressure got back in the green. Nojiko groaned. Just once could her dear sister think of their poor old foster father before she acted. Oh. And it will be by far the most delicious and satisfying salad that I will ever eat in my entire life. So glad that I can't be sued for all of this, I breathed as I finally unlatched my earphones from my head. So glad. Hamburg, get up. I cast my eyes downwards, and found that Hamburg was currently incapable of acting as a steed on account of how he was too busy rolling on the ground, laughing his head off as a result of what had just happened. Further application of Soundbite's skills revealed that he wasn't alone. Back at the fairgrounds, almost a third of the foxy pirates were laughing, as were Mikey and Sue, if nobody else on our crew. Nami Swan is so beautiful when she's incoherently furious. Sanji cried over the uproar that we could hear via the transponder snails set up over there. I rolled my eyes, practically capable of hearing the inevitable jab from Zero as I directed my attention back to the tigress. Alright, now, Nami, if you're quite done, would you care to explain why the hell you did that? You knew about the recoil from that thing. Trust me, that's the last time I'm ever doing it, that's for damn sure, or at least the last time I grabbed one after the dugongs have gotten through using it for target practice. Nami fumed for a second before sighing, a lot of the rage in her voice fading away. But, to answer your question, Cross. I just wanted to pull my weight a bit more. Yeah, I'm proud of my navigational abilities and all that, but Raffae's still fighting that fishman and Connie's is using her bazooka, so compared to that, doing what I do every day doesn't feel like much. I just wanted to make a bit more of an impact is all. Well, you certainly made an impact on the foxy pirates, Sue offered. And the water, and your arm. You do still have a full range of motion, right? Chopper tacked in nervously. Ugh, it hurts like hellfire, but yeah. Well, at least that's something. Chopper sighed in relief before becoming more serious. Still, don't scare me like that. I tried one of those things out myself in my heavy point, and I can tell you now that without some serious muscle development, you ran the risk of muscular and skeletal damage, and all for nothing. Yeah, Nami, you do more than enough on the crew. Luffy concurred eagerly. You keep us floating and going the right way, remember. And you've wrangled the idiots of this crew more times than I can count. Vivi added. To add to that one, if what you feel every day is anything like what I felt when Tunjet fell on me, trust me, that you haven't tried to light the ocean on fire by now is quite a feat. There was a very long, very uncomfortable pause on Nami's end. You haven't tried to light the ocean on fire, right? Let's move on, shall we? It. I trailed off for a second before shaking my head and smiling warmly. Anyway, the point is that you contribute more than enough to this crew and you are a key part of the Straw Hat Pirates. If you feel like you want to do more, then that's your prerogative. Just don't do it at the expense of your health, for all of our sakes, alright? Yeah, alright, Nami finally admitted in a voice that plainly indicated a smile. By the way, why hasn't Sanji said anything? The love cook finally reached the point of passing out from sheer joy. Zero deadpanned. I honestly don't know what I expected. Nami deadpanned. Excuse me. Itamitsu cut in. As heartwarming and hilarious as all of this is, I'd like to remind you that we are still in the middle of a race here. And it seems that the cutie wagon is starting to catch up. What? I snapped my attention down to the coast of the island again, where indeed the cutie wagon was slowly but surely fording through the reef's intricate current system, the riptids failing to faze Mondo in the least. But how the hell? Wait a second. I dug the spyglass out of my bag and held it to my eye. I then proceeded to bite back a curse when I caught sight of the muzzle latched over the now ballistic shark's nose. That mask is full of pure chum, isn't it? Precisely. Ito nodded in agreement. It's a special tactic we came up with in order to force Mondo into a feeding frenzy and give us a major boost of speed. It's actually quite a rare thing for us to use it. You straw hats should be honored. I ground my teeth for a second before pausing as a thought hit me. Hey, wait a second, aren't you guys at all worried about the fact that you're essentially broadcasting all of your cheating to the world? The wide mouth just smirked confidently. Forewarned might be forearmed, but we're too strong and too wily for any amount of preparation to stop us. Pirate crews can come at us all they want, knowing as much as they can, they'll still lose. I processed that for a bit before surreptitiously covering the transceiver's mic. Foxy told you to say that so that now you're practically guaranteed to get crews flocking to you for backfights who all think they stand a chance while only knowing a fraction of your arsenal, didn't he? Itamitsu's smile somehow managed to widen. Say what you will about the boss, but you have to admit, when it comes to pure, dirty, low-down trickery, he's utterly unmatched. Truly he's a pirate's pirate. Well, at least he's persistent in quantity. I uttered under my breath before uncovering the mic. Anyway, back to the race. Nami, Connies, you need to get a move on. Sorry, needed a second to change my bazooka's dials. Connies apologized. Alright, we are back on. And with that, the barrel tigresses thruster roared to life again and started rocketing our team down the coast, all while the cutie wagon rounded around the tip of the long cape. All too soon the two vessels wound up in a deadlock once again, with the tigress staying firmly in the lead but the cutie wagon steadfastly refusing to lose any ground. And through it all, Hamburg managed to keep pace with the two vessels, bearing Foxy on his back without any trouble. In fact, he even managed to overtake the tigress, keeping well ahead of our cruise team while Foxy raised his arm and oh shit. Slow. It would appear that Captain Splithead is trying something. I bellowed desperately. Foxy promptly collapsed in despair. Split he, arg. Which proved to be an ill-advised move, seeing as he promptly lost his balance and fell beneath Hamburg, which got him tangled up in the larger figure's limbs and wound up with both of them falling into an uncontrolled tumble. Boss. Itamitsu shrieked in panic. Ha ha ha. I laughed in equal parts amusement and relief. Oh, wow, I wish you could have seen that, viewers, because that little spectacle we just witnessed, it is one for the blooper reels. Ha ha ha. Why, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Ito yelled in outrage. Have you no heart? Once again, all's fair in love, war, and Davy backfights. Stop using my own words against me. Why? You said that all's fair in love, war. Gah. Ito yanked his hat down in outrage before nearly giving me mood whiplash by snapping back to cheerful as he pointed back below. Oh, it looks like the two ships have finally stopped their stalemate, and the cutie wagon is pulling ahead. I quickly looked back down, and saw that unfortunately, he was right. The berserk shark was pulling up to the tigress due to Connie's bazooka emitting smoke rather than flame. Looking more closely, I could see the problem. Looks like Porch has somehow managed to clog the flame bazooka's air intake with what look like metal flowers. That's Porch's flower shuriken move. Itamitsu announced proudly. As elegant and deadly as she is beautiful. Truly befitting of the diva of our crew. And now it looks like the cutie wagon is. Connies promptly rammed the bazooka's end against the lip of her vessel. It caused the wood to crack a bit, sure, but it also dislodged the metal flowers from the weapon, allowing her to reignite the vessel's thruster and resume forward momentum. Tied with the barrel tigress. I cut in hastily, leaning forwards in an attempt to get a better look. Both vessels are literally neck and neck. It's a deadlock, folks, and neither party appears to be intent on letting the other change that anytime soon. Ito started to nod before gasping when the barrel tigress suddenly swung right, slamming the majority of its bulk into the cutie wagon. Well, it looks like the straw hats are determined to break it. Your navigator is going in for some CQC with Porch. Such brutality, is she even a woman? Maybe I should ask her to show me proof that she is. He paused and paled. What the hell did I just say? Soundbite roared with laughter. Zap. Squawk. Before yelping in terror when a bolt of lightning came within an inch of zapping us all. Would you bastards care to repeat that? Didn't think that through, did ya? I snarled at Soundbite as I tried to unclench my arms from around Chuchun's neck. Nope. He replied from the safety of his shivering shell. Meanwhile, far below us, Nami and Porch were going at one another with gusto, climb attacked clashing against a no doubt thoroughly reinforced baton in what was, quite frankly, a stunning demonstration of both skill and acrobatics. Well, that aside, it is an impressive catfight that's happening between the Foxy Pirate's diva and the Straw Hat Pirate's second mate. I commentated. A baton strike blocked here, a staff strike parried there, shurikens and lightning. Very, very frightening me. Soundbite chimed in.
I'm back. Sorry for the
Galileo,
delay.
Gar. I shot a glare at Soundbite, who only cackled madly. GRGH. Anyway, back to the fi. I cut myself off with a choked gurgle at a new development, which Itamitsu eagerly capitalized on. Well. A well-aimed strike to Connie's right temple from Porch Spatten has sent the Straw Hats gunner for a loop and disabled their engine, meaning that they are now falling behind while the cutie wagon is proceeding undeterred. But it looks like Connie's is recovering quickly. I cut in, watching as Connie's righted herself with a slightly dizzy shake of her head before resuming her position. And just like that, the bazooka's gunning again, and the cutie wagon is quickly losing her lead. Porch clearly didn't like that, judging from the murderous look in her eyes as Nami spun her climb attacked, clearly ready to go another round of whack a fox. But as they neared each other, Porch's eyes widened, and then she smirked before jerking at the bit in Monda's mouth, steering him away. Nami blinked in confusion, but then snapped her head towards the shore, where Foxy and Hamburg had caught up, the former poised to fire again. This time, with Itamitsu watching me, I didn't say a word, but the fact that I was grinning like a lunatic clearly unnerved him. In case you're wondering about why I'm grinning, I started slowly. I'd just like to remind you. Talking strategy while Soundbite and I are anywhere nearby. Slow beam. Foxy shouted from below, sending wave after wave of the unnatural particles at our crewmates. It's a good way to end your plans before they even start. I finished, Soundbite's grin matching mine in wideness and maliciousness. Then I turned my attention back to Mick. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that Foxy the Silver Fox is attempting to use his devil fruit powers against the barrel tigress, the slow fruit, enabling him to fire a beam that slows down anything it hits. Unfortunately for him, we happen to have its weakness handy. Nami's grin was no less wide than mine as, with the beams approaching, she picked something up from the floor of the barrel and held it in front of her, a mirror. And as the beams reflected, I looked at Foxy to see his reaction, and... okay, it wasn't NU grade, that was impossible to top. Still, Foxy's expression at seeing that we had the counter for his devil fruit powers was still a freaking hilarious close second. With the beams reflected harmlessly away, the two vessels tore down the final stretch of the coast towards the rapidly approaching finish line. The cutie wagon's swerve had served to cut their lead down enough so that the tigress was right on their tail, and even from way on high, I could see that Wanda was
Are
starting
you
to
making
tire.
cheesy
Inch after inch, the
pasta?
wagon
Hell
rushed
yeah,
down, and
bruh.
inch after inch the tigress took it, pulling ahead more and more.
Save me a plate.
When without warning, the tigress suddenly jerked to a halt, almost flinging Connie's and Nami from the ship. The pair exchanged panicked looks as the cutie wagon tore ahead, but even though Connie's regained her balance and doubled the intensity of her flame bazooka, the ship just wasn't moving forward. It was as if the water was fighting against them. Shit, when had that bastard started shooting? Guys, the MMPH. Look, I'll be honest, Itamitsu growled, one hand clenched over my mouth while his arm encircled my neck. I like you, you're a great guy with a great sense of humor and an even better sense of dramatic timing, but for now, I'm going to need you to shut up. Let go of my partner. Soundbite snapped. Not until we WIGHRK. I bashed my elbow into his face, regretting for the umpteenth time that my armor wasn't ready yet as the pain jabbed through my arm. But he kept a firm grip on my jaw, so I kept flinging, and he started hitting back. Brawling in midair on the back of a giant bird. Somehow, I wasn't even remotely surprised. But, thankfully, I finally managed to free my mouth and bellow out, the water. The beams work on the what, MMPH. I was then cut off by Itamitsu shoving his forearm in my mouth, but by that point the damage was thankfully done. Lasso, Kana Cannon. Soundbite barked out in my voice. During my struggle with my co-announcer, I managed to catch sight of an explosion in the fairground, followed by a blur of white headed straight at Foxy. Crack. Only for it to be battered away thanks to Hamburg moving faster than any being his size had the right to, drawing a metal club and striking the projectile in the space of a second. The next few seconds was something of a blur as Ito and I both brawled and did our best to balance on Cha-Chun's back, the damn thing doing its best to sway the fight in its partner's favor however it could manage. Hop fly. Incoming. Before Soundbite let out a panicked yelp and snapped into his shell, prompting the three of us to freeze as we processed what he had said. Then we processed the sight of a baseball coming up right next to us. In the air. Oh. The juggerbird whimpered in terror. I don't say this often. I groaned. But this bites. Hair, title drove. Boom. Normally I wouldn't wake up any time soon after getting hit by a blast like that, but thankfully I had several factors on my side. Namely, a metric ton of wind blasting in my face as I dropped at terminal velocity and a loudmouth snail wailing in my ear. When I did finally come to, however, it was to the side of the ground coming at me really fast. Oh shit fuck. I screamed as I flailed desperately. I was half a second from belly flopping onto the green grass when suddenly my vision was filled with rubber and a red vest. Gum balloon. I struggled uncomfortably for a second before Luffy's distended belly recoiled, bouncing me back up into the air for a scant moment during which I flailed desperately. On the plus side, I didn't belly flop onto the grass. On the minus, that was because I landed on my head. I lay groaning on the ground for a second before slowly cracking an eye open to stare at Zero, who was standing over me and looking at me curiously. Did we win? I asked in a dizzy tone of voice. An uproar of cheers from the fairground answered that question for me. Shit. Oh. A minute later found the two crews assembled on different sides of an unspoken line, an uneasy truce having been set for the moment so that we could take the time to give medical aid to our injured crew members. And damn, did we need it. Well, that wasn't particularly fun. I groused as I craned my neck back and forth, doing my best to massage my throbbing spine. And I wasn't even a part of the freaking race. Yeah, well, I promise you that it wasn't any more fun at Ground Zero, either, Nami hissed as she held an ice pack to a lump that was starting to form on her skull. Agreed. Connors nodded, inasmuch as she could, with Chopper slowly wrapping a bandage around her head. By the way, I was kind of busy flying around the
Homegirl.
island and then falling, so I missed it. But how's Raffaele doing? I asked. Well, let me at him. Let me at him. I glanced back to see the dugong in question attempting to charge towards the foxy,
I
more specifically at the
dropped
giant
my
fishman hybrid Big
candy.
Pan, who was holding an equally struggling
God
Capote
damn
in
it.
his hands. I say attempting because the other 3 students were hanging off of her, doing their best to hold her back. That's the concussion talking, Raffaele, don't listen to it. Mikey pleaded. I don't care. I'm gonna cave that. All of a sudden, she jerked before slumping forward, revealing a syringe sticking out of her neck and a grumpy-looking Chopper behind her. Good thing I restocked on sedative back at G8, he muttered. It looks like I'm going to be needing a lot of it. You think we could borrow some of that? Porch called over to us. We'd do the same for our guy, but as you can see. She glanced warily
Oh
at the struggling
boy.
crewmate. Our docs think he might be starting to build a tolerance. A. Chopper rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Have you considered a manual override? He made air quotations with his hooves. Are you nuts? One of the foxy doctors, who did not look the part, demanded incredulously. That could give him a serious concussion. Rebuttal. Chopper jabbed his hoof up. He's a fish man. The doctor made to respond, but trailed off thoughtfully instead. After a second, he nodded in acceptance. Good point. He then waved up at the hybrid. Hey, Big Pan. 1 monster burger, stat. The large fellow blinked stupidly down at the doctor for a moment before grinning and nodding in understanding. He then proceeded to raise one of his hands off of Capote. Slam. Gar. Before clapping it down on him full force, reducing his fellow fishman to an insensate mess. I cocked my head to the side. How long did it take him to learn that? Porch grimaced and kneaded the bridge of her nose. Longer than any of us are willing to admit. I chuckled slightly at that comment before pausing as I noticed Sanji and Zoro doing the same. The hell are you two laughing at? You're fighting him next round. That got them to sober up pretty fast. That, and a particularly unwelcome voice. Well, I think that's been quite long enough. I and most of our crew scowled darkly as Foxy marched out of the throngs of his own men, leering at us maliciously. You can't delay any longer, he announced smugly. It's time. Indeed. Itamitsu belted out in agreement, popping up next to his captain with his own snail at the ready, looking as though he'd come straight off of the set of a mummy movie. Turns out that even a rapidly redded fireman's trampoline won't do you much good when you hit it at a little under terminal velocity. As we've won the Dawnut race, it is now our right to choose a member of your crew. They are all yours, boss. I grimaced and slowly walked to stand behind Chopper, bracing
Ya
myself
no
for the
hace
inevitable.
streams en el
Foxy's
verde.
smirk doubled in size
¿En
as
el
he
verde?
stepped forward and slowly raised
¿Cuál
his hand to
verde?
point at us. It took some thinking, but I've
Oh,
already
¿el
made my
qué?
decision. The one I choose
No,
is
no
you.
lo he hecho.
I laid a comforting hand on Chopper's hat, causing him to glance upwards with fearful eyes. Sorry, little buddy. Just stay strong and... The ship's tactician, Jeremiah Cross. We'll get you back
Pasta.
soon, what the fuck? I swore to a panicked
Oil.
fellow as I stared at Foxy in confusion. What? Nami and Vivi chorused in horror. Oh, shit. Soundbite yelped. Foxy smirked in a vulpine manner, crossing his arms imperiously. You screwed me over a lot during that race, Cross. I both respect and abhor that. So now, not only are you no longer a thorn in my side, you're going to be one in all of my enemies. Fifth. Phrasing, Captain. Porch interjected, while Hamburg barely managed to cover his snicking. Foxy grimaced before rallying. Now, come on. He gestured for me to come forwards. I've already shown you more courtesy than I do most by not having you dragged over. Gather your pets and come accept your defeat with dignity. And just like that, several pieces clicked into place for me, and I dug my fingers into my palm in an effort to keep my cool. No, I said coldly. That response got Foxy and Zero glaring at me. Cross. Zero started testily. You dare disrespect ZE laws of the Davy back fight? Foxy demanded. On the contrary. I called back, pumping steel into my voice. I then proceeded to remove Soundbite from my shoulder and place him on Chopper's hat and drop my bag and lassos strapped to the ground. The only one who's disobeying them here is you, boss. I grit out the last word as though it were a curse, and quite honestly it might as well have been. Ha. Foxy jerked in confusion. What ZE hell are you talking about? Simple, I gestured at the shell-shocked devil fruit using animals who were staring at me.
I love that.
Soundbite and Lasso are my partners,
That-
not my pets, and as my partner Soundbite has an
The
equal stake in the
fucking
SBS.
voice has
If
like
you want to control the SBS or get your
an
hands on
accent.
Soundbite or Lasso, then you'll have to win again and call their names, but right now,
no digo el nombre de la
don't get any
plataforma
3, 4, 1s
porque
or
creo que
DOs.
afecta a esos que dan
I
a
jabbed my
entender
palm with my
varios
chest.
creadores que se
You called for
refieren a
me,
las
and you got
plataformas
me.
por color.
Take it,
Oh,
or give me
oh,
an honorable
ok.
discharge so that I can
No,
go back.
no he hecho stream ahí un
Foxy
buen
ground his teeth
rato.
as he realized that he'd been played. The dugongs and dog are one thing, but a snail being a genuine crewmate. Bah. He ultimately flung his hand up dismissively, though I could still see his jaw twitching with repressed anger. It is of no matter, we'll just have to win the next game, too. And in the meantime, he pointed at me firmly. I stand by my choice. By the laws of the game, you are now my crewmate. Joy, I drawled. And so, without further ado, I started marching towards the crowd of masked pirates. What the hell are you doing, Cross? Vivi demanded incredulously, drawing me up short. Why yeah, Cross. Mikey concurred. This isn't like you. How come you aren't ranting or raving or ripping into these bastards like you always do? Why aren't you doing anything? Chopper cried, obviously fighting back tears. Why you being taken away from us? Why you being stolen? Don't you see care at all? I rolled my eyes as I folded my arms behind my head. Nope. Not even a bit. What? Connie's gasped in shock. Cross. Nami started. Geez, you guys. I groaned as I dug a finger into my ear. Look, you're all making a big deal out of absolutely nothing. I mean, come on, it's not like I'm leaving forever, you know. What? Over half of the straw hats cried in confusion. What? Foxy bellowed in outrage. Well, yeah. I said as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. I mean, come on. I'm gonna be on their crew for, what, an hour or two, maybe less? Then you guys are gonna stomp whoever the hell they send at you for round 2 into the ground in, like, 10 seconds and then I'll be a straw hat again. Come on, guys. I spread my hands helplessly. It isn't that hard. Shishi, yeah, guys. Luffy scratched his finger beneath his nose, having been one of the only members of the crew who hadn't reacted negatively to my nonchalance. You're all acting kinda stupid, you know. Hypocritical though that would normally be coming from his mouth, he does have a point this time, considering that Luffy's fighting Splithead 1-on-1 and Boss, Mosshead and I are taking on the next game, there's not much chance of us losing again. Sanji shrugged. And besides, Boss said gruffly as he bit down on a cigar and ignited it with a single click of his flint. So we lose once, so what? It'll just make our inevitable victory all the sweeter. And for the record, that's not a man's romance. He blew out a cloud of smoke as he stared down the Foxies. That's a damn fact. A loud, audible gulp seemed to come from every member of the Foxies. Well, anyway, I gotta be going for now. See you. I waved goodbye over my shoulder as I walked over to Foxy and popped off a careless, two-fingered salute and as sarcastically honest of a grin as I could manage. Hi, I'm Jeremiah Cross, your new tactician. Please take good care of me. Foxy glared at me for a second before twitching his mouth into a wry grin. You're not going to make this easy, are you? He asked blandly. Oh, no. I shook my head solemnly. Nothing like that at all. I allowed a glint of defiance to enter my expression. I'm going to be gone long before you can even conceive of labeling me as difficult. The silver fox's grin widened into one of malevolent amusement for a second before snapping his fingers. Porch. Yes.
Todavía lo
boss.
tengo, pero no he hecho
The
nada.
asked. Take Cross back to the sexy Foxy, get him dressed and get him a bunk. And... He stopped her when she started to walk towards the ship, his gaze never leaving me. Make it a good bunk, at that. After all, we want our newest recruit to be nice and comfortable. She stared at Foxy for a moment before grinning and nodding in understanding. You got it, boss. She then gestured at me to follow her, and I did so without question, following her to the titanic beast that this crew called a ship. Just for the record, I spoke up as we walked. I get that the mask thing is a part of the dress code, but you're really going to have to pull out all the stops if you're going to put one on me. Oh. Alright, I'll admit it, I mused as I fingered the mask over my face. I am impressed. This does not look half bad. You honestly think we got this many crewmates without figuring out how to make the uniforms work for everyone? Porch giggled. I shrugged in acceptance as I took in my appearance, temporary though I had absolutely no doubt that it was. I had to admit that if it was necessary, I could damn well get used to it. I honestly never thought that I'd be caught dead wearing a hoodie with fox ears of all things, much less a mask sewn into the hood, but there I was wearing a dark grey one with orange highlights and a pair of track pants to match. Honestly, I think the most impressive bit was how they'd managed to work it so that I could still keep my cap on, even in spite of the mask. Once I was done with my inspection, I gave Porch a satisfied nod. Very nice, I think I'll hang on to it when I go back to the straw hats. Without warning, Porch's good mood evaporated into a childish pout. You don't have to be so eager about returning to your friends, you know. After all, you don't need to worry about being split up. The boss isn't going to stop playing the backfight with your crew until we have you all, so all you need to do is wait and you'll all be back together again. You're only half right, Porch, I said casually. The odds of your crew winning the next game are very slim, but not zero. But the odds of your captain managing to beat mine? Well, I shrugged casually. Compare their reactions to talking to the strongest man in the world, and tell me that you don't believe my captain is the better one. I smirked at her as her pout deepened into something like anger. Let me put it to you this way, the sole reason I exist in this world, the reason I came into this world in the first place, this world of piracy, is so that I could sail under the flag of Monkey D. Luffy, who is Gold Roger's successor. And nothing, short of death, will stop me from getting back to him. Porch's anger faltered, and she stared at me with wide eyes for a few seconds. Nobody else has ever been that bold, she muttered in awe. Then her demeanor switched again to something. I dunno, it just seemed whoa she was close. But, you know, you should try opening your mind to the possibilities. You never know what you could be missing out on, she crooned, rubbing up against me, and that was a hand, hell no. I backed away as far as I could and fumbled for my baton, before realizing that Yusuf still had it, prompting me to switch tactics. Okay, quick question, are you truly dedicated to the pirate life? To the point of putting your life on the line? Porch blinked at me before smiling. Of course I am. Hamburg and I joined the boss of our own free will, we knew and know what this life's risks are. Good, perfect, glad to hear that, I really am, because that means you have no right to complain about the following statement. I grabbed her collar and yanked her close, so that she could not mistake the deadly expression on my face. Try that shit with me again and I will ram that ice pick you call a nose right back into your brain. Porch immediately stiffened, blinking at me in surprise before adopting a neutral and entirely unafraid expression and crossing her arms. Huh. So, you actually are a decent human being? It took me a second to fully process what she was saying, but once I did I let my face fall blank as I released her and took a step back. And you actually have a brain in your head, and this was most likely a test you do on all new recruits. We stared flatly at each other for a moment before I extended my hand. Truce. Truce. She shook my hand in agreement before pointing her thumb over her shoulder. Come on, I'll show you to the bunk section you'll be sleeping in. East Blue, right. I waved my hand side to side as I followed her. Mind if I check out your library if you have one instead? I won't be staying long, so I want to get some reading in before round 2 starts. When does that start, anyway? 2-hour intermission so that everyone can unwind and have some fun, Porch promptly answered with a grin. We love our backfights. And sure, it's this way. She turned down a corridor. Though fair warning, this means that there's a good chance your old crew will take the good bunks once they join. UWI-ish, I sang casually. A minute of navigating the ship's insanely circuitous corridors later, she let me into a highly impressive library. Not sunny standards, no, but definitely impressive nonetheless. Damn. I whistled in awe as I took in the shelves of books. Whatever the hell you're paying your shipwrights, it's nowhere near enough. Yeah. Porch muttered from the doorway before heaving a sigh. Alright, Cross, look, I really don't think I should be doing this considering how deep in denial you are, but there's a policy we foxy pirates have you should be aware of. Huh. I glanced back at her in confusion. You mean besides the masks? She rolled her eyes. Yes, besides the masks. She then held up a finger. All new crewmates get one chance to cheat. Now that brought me up short. Come again. 1 chance. To cheat, Porch slowly repeated. You have the option, in this backfight and this backfight alone, to try and sabotage our crew as we proceed to defeat your old one. If you try and pull anything at any other point, then it will be considered mutiny and you will suffer the consequences, but today. She raised one finger to emphasize it. You get one free pass. I blinked several times as I processed that. Foxy actually allows that. Porch huffed as she turned away. The boss, she said, emphasizing the title, isn't a sadist. This is a mercy he gives new recruits. One last glimmer of hope, one last chance to leave. She waved her hand casually. Of course, it's never actually worked because we are just that good, but it's the thought that counts. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to reload my baton. I'll get you when it's time for round 2.
Why you give me a 50 for a six
we parted,
bottle of olive oil?
The ship and me
You
browsing
fucking
the shelves and taking in
weirdo.
what the foxy pirates had to offer. It looked like he had a few good minds on his crew from what I saw, plenty of medical and history books, blueprints for the ship, even a few good fantasy novels I'd have to see if I could borrow. I had browsed over pretty much every section in the library before one book in particular caught my eye, one with the foxy pirates' Jolly Roger on the front. One glance at the inside of the cover confirmed my suspicions, it was the crew's logbook. I glanced around for a second before shrugging and flipping the book open. After all, what harm could a little bit of background knowledge do? I'd probably just read about their origins for a minute or two and then move on. 30 minutes later, I was thoroughly engrossed in the book, intently absorbing every detail I could manage. I didn't even look up as a finger tapped my shoulder. Hey, Cross, any clue where I can find the reference books? I absent-mindedly raised a finger and pointed to the left. That way, I think. I saw an index that ways if it helps. That works. Thanks, Cross. Anytime, Nami. 10 seconds later, I glanced up from the book with a mutter of the hell.
What do you
But
mean
a quick
the
glance
bottle
around showed me
water's
to be
too
completely
expensive,
alone,
you
so I
piece
shrugged
of
and returned to
crap?
my reading. An hour later, I closed the book and set it down, my eyes wide and my mind a-whirl as I connected the dots I'd found in that book with what I myself knew. The picture that it all depicted, about this crew, about the Davy backfights, this changed everything. Or, well, maybe not everything, but it sure as hell gave me something to think about. Said thoughts were then interrupted by the sound of the library's door opening. Round 2 starting, come on. Porch called. I glanced at the logbook for a second before heading towards her voice. See coming? Oh. I surreptitiously ghosted through the rowdy crowd of pirates as I made my way towards the groggy ring, dodging through the writhing throng of the crowd as I tried to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. As I went, I subtly swiped a number of clothing articles from the more inebriated and distracted members of the foxy pirates. A scarf here, a trench coat there, a pair of oversized boots from somewhere, though the smell really guaranteed that I didn't want to know, and finally a rather elaborate mask that was most likely for show that a vendor was handing out. Once I had what I needed, I made a beeline for the nearest alleyway between stalls I could find. I took a second to glance around and confirm that I was completely alone before donning the clothes I'd collected over my hoodie, in a manner that I really hoped would obscure my identity from anyone who saw me. Thankfully, the size of the crew and the fact that they were a Grand Line crew, at that, maximized the odds that my plan would succeed. With the disguise in
Valid.
place, I emerged
I'll
and
let
walked
it
back
slide
towards the
this
ring,
one because it
looking
was
around
over
until,
$50
then,
of
I
stuff
spotted
you
the Foxy
bought.
Pirates referee. I planned to make good use of that one free cheat I had, and so I approached him. Soundbite, if you're listening, I need you to disguise my voice, I muttered under my breath. And don't worry, I won't get in trouble if I get caught, just do it. Done, came a whisper in my ear. Hello, 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 I muttered in a deep bass voice before nodding firmly. Thanks. See you soon, partner. With any luck. Hey, ref. I growled out, clapping my hand on his shoulder. Don't turn around and listen. Boss told me to pass a message on to you incognitus like, when the order for a groggy burger comes up, use the red card. What? Are you nuts? The masked referee hissed out of the corner of his mouth. Hey, man, I think it's nuts too, I'm just following orders, I grumbled. All he said was that he wants the Straw Hats to think that we're playing fair. Put them in a false sense of security, get that monster of a captain to drop his guard. They came too close to winning the last game, we need to keep everyone guessing if we don't want them to win. Got it? The ref ground his teeth for a second before nodding slowly. Alright, I'll do it. But if this blows up, I'm telling him that it was your idea, got it? Hey, I get it, I shrugged casually. Seeking eat seeking world, we all do what we gotta do to survive. All I'm doing is relaying the boss's orders, right? Yeah, alright. Perfect. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got
No more cheese!
And with that, I slid back into the crowd, dropping my disguise piece by piece as I went. If I had things my way, I'd then be standing by my crew as an added show of defiance. But, as it stood, I had no doubt that Foxy would be watching me like a hawk so that he could stop my one free cheat before it got out of hand. So, with resignation, I elected to stand by the man. I was just glad that I knew what I did now, or I don't think I would have been able to stand it. Ah, good, you're here, Foxy said as I walked up, not taking his eyes off my crew. Enjoy the tour of your new ship. I shrugged indifferently. It was alright. Personally, I'm kinda iffy on the name and I can only imagine that the boob traps are an absolute nightmare to navigate, so honestly. I shot him a cheeky grin. I'm eager to get back to the merry. I will be keeping the clothes though. Foxy snorted and shook his head. Don't get your hopes up, Cross. I tipped the brim of my hat down in response. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Captain. Foxy scowled briefly before looking at Itamitsu and waving his hand. The wide mouth apparently took that as a sign to start, and climbed up to the top of a hastily constructed tower. I blinked before noticing that Cha-Chun was currently wrapped up in bandages, with Chopper conspicuously close by. I couldn't help but snicker at the sight. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. The wait is over, it's time for round 2 of the Davy back fight, the Groggy Ring. Now presenting the lineup for this match's teams.
No more cheese!
Team, First Mate Pirate Hunter Orono Zero. The lady-loving chef of iron, Sanji. And the leader of the ship's guard force, Boss Dugong. Looking at the trio, Sanji and Boss were both posing for the audience, while Zero was rolling his eyes but staying silent. And, on the Foxy Pirates team, the legendary Groggy Monsters. The leader, co-first mate and heavy hitter, Hamburg. The bulky tackle machine, Pickles. And the fishman giant hybrid, Big Pan.
Big
The trio basked in
Bang!
the attention they received as they marched onto the field, posing and grandstanding confidently. Now,
You don't
for the game's
deserve
rules.
light.
Each team must have one player acting as the ball. At that point, I stopped listening, the rules were nothing more than a review for me. Instead, I observed Pickles and Big Pan for a second before looking curiously at Foxy. Where the heck did you get the bigger two, anyway? I won't ask about Hamburg because if there's a pool it means that if you know then you're not talking with them. I waved my hand in their vague direction.
No more pasta.
Just curious is all. Foxy blinked in surprise, but shrugged and began to answer. It's no big secret for those two. Pickles joined after one of my first wins against the full frontal assault pirates. Real nasty bunch, led by a berserker with an elephant Zoan. He was actually lucky, because we got word that they were annihilated by Marines about a month or two later. He was rough around the edges at first and his giant's blood, that's where his size comes from, you see, didn't help matters, but he and Hamburg eventually bonded and he's been a big help in the ring ever since. But as for Big Pan, well, his expression darkened. You've established yourself as rather world savvy, would the name Sabaudi Archipelago say enough for you? I promptly fought to suppress my gag reflex as my eyes shot to the hybrid's hands. Enough to know that those gloves aren't covering his wrists for nothing. MMPH Foxy grunted in agreement. He cost me a pretty penny, but I don't regret it. His gaze slowly drifted over his shoulders so that he was looking back at his men. I never do. Porch leaned around her boss and pointed an accusing finger
Are
at
you
me.
tweaking in my store, homie? Why are you tweaking in my store?
Finally. Foxy leered eagerly. Now then, just be patient. With any luck, you will be much more comfortable once you have your snail back. And I'll even do you the favor of removing that misplaced label for him so that you can both go back if your captain pulls off a miracle and beats me. Though really, that notion is simply preposterous. Fifth. And my respect for him hit rock bottom again. Now then, Itamitsu continued eagerly. We are only moments away from the beginning of the second round. All we are waiting for now is the whistle, and... whoosh. Gah. Itamitsu cut himself off with a panicked yelp when he was suddenly buffeted by an intense wind that came out of absolutely nowhere. And he was far from the only one affected. All at once, a massive windstorm swept over the playing field, throwing everyone off balance. We barely had time to process that before the wind brought with it an unexpected byproduct, an absolutely massive, and for some reason, pink, fog that shrouded the entire playing field. I was barely able to discern my mummified hand in front of my face, and the tumult around me gave the impression that everyone else was having equal difficulty. Then the wind began blowing a guy. Wait, no. It wasn't forceful, this time, it was just flat out loud. Howling and roaring. Wait a second. Sound bite. I whispered beneath my breath. Did you really think we would take this shit lying down? An indignant medley of voices scoffed in my ear. They want to play dirty, that's their problem. But when they take one of ours, we fight bloody. Observe. And with that, as fast as the fog swept over field, it dispersed just as swiftly, unveiling a scene that could only be described as absolute carnage. Hamburg had been beaten akin to his namesake, Pickles looked to have been put through a blender, and Big Pan looked as though, well, frankly, he looked as though the monster trio had ganged up on him, with a few sea kings having enthusiastically joined the fun for good measure.
I don't have any more
Simply
bread,
put, the goblin
homeboy.
monsters were out cold while Zero, Sanji,
I
and
don't
Gus were all
have any
standing
more
tall,
bread.
completely and utterly unscathed and looking as nonchalant as cats lazing in a sunbeam. Or at least, as nonchalant as they could be while they were covered head to toe in blood spatter. Which was actually pretty disturbingly nonchalant, now that I thought about it. For a moment, there was complete silence. Everyone on the Foxy Pirates, myself included, just gaped at the development as we tried to come to grips with what the hell had just happened. About a minute later, Foxy recovered enough to speak, or rather, roar and point at Luffy. Foul. You cheated. Eh? No, we didn't, Luffy stated as he cleaned his ear, his voice bland and bored as though he was saying the sky were blue. Yes, you did. No, we didn't, Luffy replied in the same bored tone. I'm looking at IT right. Excuse me, Mr. Fox. What? Foxy yelled as he snapped his gaze to the person who'd spoken up. Vivi, for her part, was entirely unfazed by the captain's fuming demeanor, smiling pleasantly without a care in the world. I'm sorry for
Quit
interrupting,
tweaking
Mr.
in my
Fox, but you see,
store!
I'm afraid that there's simply no means through which to determine the identity of your team's assailants. After all, the princess waved her hand in the air. That fog obscured everything, and that wind was so frightfully loud, I'm afraid that there just weren't any witnesses whatsoever. The split-headed pirate sputtered indignantly for a second before stamping his foot. But you're the ones who caused the fog in the first place. Vivi blinked and pointed at herself with a look of innocent confusion. Me. Her, damn it. Foxy snapped his finger up to point at Nami, who was whistling innocently as she swung her hips back and forth. She can control the weather, we've all seen it. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that that's just not possible, Vivi lamented in a tone I swear was honestly apologetic. Everybody saw her form a freaking typhoon earlier. Oh, yes, that's true. Vivi raised her hands placatingly. But you see, as adept as Nami is with her climate act, she still has her limits. Currently, all she is capable of are minor cantrips like lightning or that storm earlier. While I suppose our navigator could have hypothetically conjured that wind we felt, I'm afraid that level of fog is simply out of her grasp. And if Nami didn't do it, then... Vivi shook her head with a helpless shrug. Well, I'm afraid I just don't know what to tell you, Mr. Fox. What else do you propose? That someone, magically conjured up a bank of fog from nowhere in the space of mere seconds. Vivi chuckled daintily.
Jesus!
Why, how positively absurd. As Foxy spluttered, his attention entirely on the main mass of our crew, I noticed Chopper digging in his bag behind one of the fair tents. He was working hastily, so hastily that a smoking test tube suddenly fell out of his bag without warning. He promptly made to grab for the vial before it could touch the ground, but flailed his hoof with a pained expression the second he touched it, sending the glass container flying. Thankfully, Keru had noticed the incident and was there waiting when the tube arrived, and managed to grab it with a wing, at which point he promptly started flailing his wings and playing a game of hot potato with himself as he hopped from foot to foot. What the heck? I muttered under my breath. Chopper calls it cherry blossom haze, soundbite softly explained. Personally, I would have gone with hazy shade of winter, but what can I say? He's got a theme and I won't begrudge hi, way ha 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 hoo 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 he he he. I blinked in confusion when soundbite suddenly trailed off into raucous laughter before looking back at Keru. Oddly enough, the vial he was juggling was long gone and he was standing at attention, gaze locked dead ahead and his wings folded at his side. For some reason there was cold sweat starting to collect on his brow, but for the life of me I couldn't tell what was. Was that smoke coming out of his numbers? Whoa. I hastily clamped my hands over my mouth to muffle my snorting laughter. And it was hard when I was staring at a Keru that was bloated up into a balloon, smoky fog oozing out of his clamped beak and tears streaming down his cheeks. It was all I could do to keep from falling on my knees, and the sight of Keru speeding off out of sight once he got enough wherewithal in his head to do so didn't help. But when a massive geyser of smoke pierced the heavens alongside an avian howl of agony, I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Ha 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 ha. I burst out, falling to the ground laughing. What's so funny? Roared a red-faced Foxy, looking away from a suddenly panicked Vivi and failing to notice an equally freaked-looking Chopper. CC Keru just ate one of Chopper's anti-Luffy spice bombs by accident. I lied around my hysterical laughter. Why, you should have seen his face. Ha 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 ha. Chopper's concern melted into thoughtfulness, clearly considering the potential of what I had just said, and Vivi's expression changed into a different sort of concern. Chopper, can you hurry after him and give him the antidote? She asked quickly. The reindeer snapped back to reality, nodded, and sped off in his walk point. Vivi sighed before turning her attention back to Foxy. Now, what were you saying, Mr. Fox? I was saying that even if we don't have any witnesses, it's blatantly clear that your crew did this. Foxy spat. Really? How so? Vivi asked innocently. How so? Oh, where to begin? How about the slash marks? You confiscated Zero's swords before the game began. If anything, that only reinforces the fact that we didn't do it. Back where she was swaying on her feet, Nami's absolutely innocent whistling amped up a few decibels while Foxy's face grew redder. GGH. And the fact that they aren't harmed at all? Says that whatever attacked your crew must have been wise enough not to attack ours. Foxy's face became downright purple. For the love of Jones himself, they are covered in blood. He snapped his finger up when Vivi started to speak. And I don't want to hear IT from you. Then perhaps you'll hear it from me. Boss spoke up from where he was still standing, casually pulling a puff from his cigar. Steam snorted out of Foxy's nose as he glared daggers at the dugong. I would love to hear your explanation for this. It's quite simple, really. Boss took his cigar out of his mouth and casually tapped off the ash. While the fog obscured the field, we decided to eat some steak, and so we did. You could hear the crickets chirping in the resounding silence that followed that statement. I'm sorry, I must have heard you wrong, could you repeat that? Foxy said in a voice of strained calm. We ate steaks, Boss repeated, slowly and clearly. To elaborate, under the cover of the fog, we decided to leave the field, we hunted down an animal, we slaughtered it, and then we ate it. Raw. Like men. Foxy's eyes started twitching viciously as he ground his teeth back and forth. You mean you want to pretend that you hunted an animal in this godforsaken prairie, ate it, and then returned in a little under 5 minutes? Yes, I know that it sounds ludicrous, I realize that Boss waved his hands in a soothing gesture. But I have a valid explanation that I believe all will find to be both concise and logical. And what would that be? Foxy snarled, sheer contempt dripping from his every word. Simplicity itself, my good man, Boss huffed matter-of-factly as he bit back into his cigar. We're Betases. He promptly raised his flippers into the air, which Zero and Sanji proceeded to high-five without even looking. Foxy failed to formulate a reply for that, at which point Vivi tapped him on his shoulder. That caused him to bellow out a furious what? Vivi blinked and slowly dug a finger through her ear before responding. All right, first. Loud, and I live with the loudest snail in the world, so that's really saying something. And second. She spread her hands helplessly. I'm afraid that the fact of the matter is that regardless of the details of how your groggy monsters got assaulted in such a way, it doesn't really change the outcome. Outcome? What outcome? Porch demanded incredulously. Vivi slowly turned her head to smile at the diva, and by smile, I mean a Robin Grade Give Sea King's existential dread smile. Why, the fact that you've unequivocally lost the second round of the Davy back fight, of course. The silence that resulted was as loud and boisterous as any Sea King. Heck, it was so quiet that the core of a crew flying overhead was heard by all. I glanced upwards at the passing bird.
Oh, what the
so
fuck?
that's actually a thing here. What? Foxy hissed, his voice sounding straight up possessed. Well, of course you've lost, Foxy, Vivi said as though it were the most obvious thing in the world as she started digging through her pockets. It's quite clearly stipulated in the, rules, damn it, where did I? Aha. Vivi finally yanked a piece of paper from her pocket, holding it up in triumph. There we go. Now then, let's see here. Vivi took out a pair of reading glasses I knew for a fact that she didn't need and held them before her eyes as she analyzed the paper. As dictated in Chapter 1, Section B, Subsection 24, Paragraph 16 of the 7th edition Official Davy Backfight Rulebook, and I quote, if at any point after the selection of the teams, a member of any given team is rendered unable to participate, said team must continue without that player. Should all members of the team be rendered incapable of participation, then the match is automatically forfeited. Vivi primly removed the glasses and shut them with a click. End quote. The rapid-fire rustling of paper drew attention over to Itamitsu, who was tearing through the pages of a massive tome in a blind panic. After a few seconds of searching, the wide mouth stopped on a specific page and began tracing his finger down the paper, frantically muttering to himself before suddenly jerking back with a gasp of shock. Yes, she's right. I know she's right, you moron, I know that book by heart. Foxy roared. What I want to know is where the hell she got her hands on a copy. I was forced to bite down on my tongue in order to restrain my laughter when Nami's whistling amped up even louder. Those details are irrelevant and immaterial, Mr. Fox, Vivi hummed in a tone of voice that was only borderline civil. All that matters now are the facts of the situation at hand, which are hence, the members of the team you selected are in no state to play. Without any members, you don't have a team. Without a team, you cannot participate in round 2. And because you cannot participate in round 2, you forfeit by default. In summary, Mr. Fox. You lose, the voice of God sounded out with all the intensity of a death knell. And once again, dead silence fell. But it lasted for all of 1 second before Foxy fell to his knees, making a sound like a leaking balloon. I've been beaten, at cheating, how? He mumbled through his depression. Vivi held her pleasant smile as she knelt before the captain, and slowly lifted his chin so that he was looking at her. I just wanted to make sure you understood something, Mr. Fox, she stated in a kind tone of voice. This whole time, whether or not we cheated or played fair was entirely irrelevant. Do you know why? She clapped his shoulder firmly. Either way, you never stood a snowball's chance in the desert against us. And with that, Vivi stood up, leaving Foxy to stare ahead in blank-eyed horror as she turned to address the equally paralyzed ref. Oh, Mr. Referee Tilda. She sing-songed, snapping the man out of his shock. If you would be so kind as to announce the verdict of this match, I would very much appreciate it. The ref shuddered fearfully as he snapped his gaze between her and Foxy. I did on T. Without a hint of warning, Vivi's expression suddenly shifted to a look that screamed nothing short of cold-blooded murder. Now. The ref jumped in terror and flailed for a second as he fumbled with the whistle he'd tossed in his panic before finally managing to grab hold of it with both of his shaking hands.
Is he forgetting to check the prices?
Victory. And at that moment, the straw hats erupted in raucous celebration. I took the opportunity to strut over to it.
Hey Jonathan, what's up?
And, with the Foxy Pirates beaten at their own game of rules loying, the Straw Hat Pirates steal the victory before the notorious groggy monsters can do anything whatsoever. And now, it's time for the Straw Hats to choose which of the Foxy Pirates they want to take for their crew. I didn't spare any thought towards what they'd do. Maybe if Luffy hadn't remembered what he did from Shanks, they would have considered stealing Foxy to win the last match by default. But as it was, Luffy wouldn't be cheated out of the whole reason he accepted this fight, especially with the added rage of me having gone briefly away, regardless of our well-placed confidence that I'd come back. So, there was really only one thing that they could say. But that didn't mean I wasn't going to milk this opportunity that I knew I would never get again for all it was worth. So, who will they choose? The MC Itamitsu has quite a lot of character, and maybe they'd want to take him for his role in causing them to lose the last game. But, by that logic, they might want to choose the fast-swimming Monda, despite their inability to communicate two ways with the shark, or the much more appealing choice of Porch, the deceptively powerful and beautiful first mate. Or, I suppose that I, Jeremiah Cross, could be a good choice. Both crews were looking at me with equal parts exasperation and amusement as I started whistling nonchalantly. But, honestly, if I'm not chosen, I suppose I could stay here for another. Shut up and come back, Cross. Luffy chewed joyously. Somebody cut this ugly ass mask out of my hood right this instant before I ripped it out with my bare hands. I announced as I marched back to my real crew, pushing the hood of my hoodie away from my face. Leave the ears though, I like em. I have to admit, I like them too, Sue remarked. That ain't saying much, Soundbite cackled ecstatically. Damn straight. Leo snickered as he unsheathed one of his swords. Now then, stay very still, Cross. He then moved his arm so fast it blurred, and the mask dropped away before my eyes. I waved my hand before my face before sighing in relief. Ah, now that's much better. Only one thing missing now. I held my hand up to Connie's. If you would do me the inestimable honor of snelling me, lady. Connie's chuckled lightly at the display. It would be my honor, Cross. And with that, she tossed Soundbite over to me, and I caught the grinning snail easily before putting him back on my shoulder. I rolled my shoulder with a contented sigh. Ah, much better. I was really missing this dead weight. And I was missing my favorite mobile armchair. Soundbite snickered with his tongue stuck out. Hair. But you know, if I didn't enjoy anything else while I was there, I have to say that the Foxy Pirates have a very interesting library, I said. On the note of which. Soundbite, Gastroamp. Gladly. The snail chirped. In light of how clearly shocking this victory was, I drawled. I proposed that we initiate a 2-hour break until the preparation for the final round of the Davy back fight. Are there any objections? Nobody replied. Good, 2 hours it is then. I moved my hand across my throat, and Soundbite stopped as I clapped my hands. Now, let's get back to the merry. I frowned solemnly as I eyed the Foxies. We need to do a bit of strategizing with what I found out. An uneventful period of walking later, aside from Zero and Sanji gladly resuming their rivalry and brawls, found us gathered around the merry's table with walls of wood and sound blocking out any eavesdroppers. At that point, I turned to the crew. Alright, first things first, that was genius, you guys. I mean, I already had a cheat lined up, but it wasn't a surefire thing and had a good chance of flopping. You guys pulled off something better than I could before mine even triggered, and for that.
Excuse me.
As I ran my hands through my hair beneath my hat. Man, this means more to me than you can even imagine. Would you believe that it was all Soundbite's idea? Chopper asked. I guess some of your skills had rubbed off on him. I raised my eyebrows and looked at the gastropod, who was grinning proudly. Okay, are you telling the truth, or is some sort of bet going on that I'll actually buy that right away? Both several voices groused, fishing around in their pockets for bills and trading them around to several smug onlookers. I'm smart, Cross is smarter. Even if he doesn't always act like it. Oh, shut up, I said good-naturedly before turning my attention to Vivi. And I have to say, that frigid Stepford Smiler act was pure awesomeness. First out haggling Nami, now out cheating Foxy. I suppose next you're going to out. Cross, Luffy warned. I raised my hands defensively. Oh, fine, fine. Well, I guess we should hurry up and get to the serious stuff. I locked eyes with my captain. Luffy, do you have any ideas in mind for what to do when you win the captain's fight? I mean,
No, my
the way I saw it,
scatties!
you took their Jolly Roger and gave it to Tunjet, but I'm guessing you don't feel quite so inclined this time around. Luffy frowned thoughtfully for a second, but in the end he nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're right. If that bastard had actually hurt Shelly, then I probably would have, but she's all right now, so... That's what I thought. I nodded solemnly. Then in that case, if you'll hear me out. I looked around the room. I'd like to suggest who we choose as our prize, as well as how we go about it. Now. I held my hands up hastily. You're all going to think I'm absolutely nuts, and, believe me, I know that it's a nuthouse grade crazy idea, but I honestly believe that this will benefit us in the long run. You and your long cons and high stakes gambles, Nami said, rolling her eyes. I'm honestly impressed that you've managed to make me say that twice now. Oh, come on, it can't be crazier than what he's done so far, Zoro said. What's your idea, Cross? Before answering, I slid on my headphones and made sure that they were properly secured, because I sure as heck was going to need them. Sadly, I miscalculated somewhat, as 10 seconds after I tendered my suggestion, I was struck by a barrage of pure muscle, as opposed to the barrage of sound I'd been expecting. Oh. 2 hours later, I sank into a sitting position on the figurehead of the Foxy's ship with a groan, leaning my back as I tried to relax. Freaking hell, was that not pleasant? Hello, Cross. Ito sneered at me with a sidelong glance as he tapped his foot patiently, keeping a distracted eye on the interim fight that was going on a few feet away from us. Have a fun reunion with your crew. Shut that damn bear trap, you call a jaw, and hand me that thermos of hot chocolate you're carrying, pencil neck, I growled as I held my hand out to him. Itamitsu cocked his eyebrow in surprise before shrugging and tossing said thermos to me. Ah. Soundbite spoke up hesitantly as he glanced at the thermos. Think I could try some of. Go chug a salt shaker, I deadpanned. Fair enough. I started chugging the nice and scalding cocoa, relishing in how the burn of the liquid coursing down my throat obscured the rest of the aches I was suffering from. And good God, was I suffering from a lot. After I made my, admittedly insane proposal, my dear friends and comrades had promptly put me through 2 whole hours of what could best be described as a gauntlet of anti-brainwashing techniques, imposter trials and forced detoxification. I won't go into the details, for the sake of both my sanity and the sleep of decent folks everywhere, but suffice to say it was almost enough to make me reconsider the whole idea just so that it would come to an end sooner. Thankfully, I managed to pass on the rationalization I had for my decision before the break time was up, though by that time I already felt like a tenderized steak. 1 rigged cannon shot, and 10 minutes later, the majority of both our crews were situated in the stands that the Foxies had constructed in order to watch the show go down. I was waiting on the ship's figurehead with a less than enthused Itamitsu so that we could make the introductions, while the rest of the crew, Sun Yusuf, Lucky, and Sanji were up in the stands, looking forward to the upcoming match. Sanji was occupied with preparing the test I'd had in mind since Alabaster, while Yusuf and Luffy were, of course, preparing for the match.
Went up like a whole $1.50.
The Pirates were in a state of anticipation. They'd only barely managed to win the first round, and the second round ended before it started, so they were equal parts determined and nervous as they awaited the start of the final round, the only one that, according to them, they had never lost before. 920 captains' duels, 920 victories. Well, it looked like that perfect record was about to come to an end. At last, Itamitsu took hold of Chubby Smick, having apparently received a signal, and I stood up and did the same with my transceiver. Oh. Don 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 don. Slap. Yoch. Whip Slap yelped, shaking his hand out with an agonized grimace. Damn it, Makino, will you please? No, you listen to me, Mayor. Makino snapped as she waved the ladle she was holding at him. I might respect you, but this is my bar and Bluey is my snail, so it is my decision, and this broadcast, however controversial it might be, is the most reliable source for information on Luffy's journey in the world. So, no, Whip Slap, I will not hang it up. She crossed her arms. And why are you strident about not listening, anyway? The world government's reaction? Need I remind you that those bastards are the self-same people who killed Ace and Luffy's brother? And they'll do the same to us if we needlessly antagonize them. Whip Slap snarled, slamming his cane on the bar to punctuate the point. Makino's glare wavered for a second before she steeled herself and turned to her transponder snail. That's a chance I'm willing to take. And with that, she turned around and picked up the receiver, already a ways into the broadcast. Apologize for the sudden cut-off, but there were complications beyond our control. You see, after we last left off, we did, in fact, barely lose to the Foxy Pirates on the Donut race. As a result, one of ours was lost to the Foxy Pirates. More specifically, the snail grimaced. I was briefly part of their crew. HMPH. The rubber brat was too cocky, and paid the consequences. Flack. Ow. Whip Slap yelped and raised his hands defensively as the ladle raised again for another strike. All right. But. Thankfully enough, via a total freak accident that no one could have predicted, a distinct grumbling sound came over the connection, not sounding like Cross. The second round, known as the Globby Ring, was over before it began, resulting in my return to my rightful place at my crew's side. And so, we now come to the real event, the main reason that our captain accepted this most dangerous game in the first place, the captain's duel. Whipslap was clearly struggling not to drop another snide remark, if the constipated grimace on his face was anything to go by. Luckily, another one of the bar's patrons did it for him. Or, come on, Luffy. His face can't have been ugly enough to risk a crewmate to bash it in. Makino frowned, but found herself unable to provide a rationalization for that. Now, as for those of you wondering why Luffy elected to take on this challenge, rather than simply bashing his face in right then and there, well, as we've stated before, we don't kill our opponents, or at least, not in body. We beat them at their own game, on their own turf, and leave them alive to watch everything they have crumble around them. In short, Luffy accepted this challenge so that he could bring Foxy's world crashing down around his ears. Fat chance of that. Came the outraged voice of Itamitsu. Our captain has played this game 920 times, and won every single one of them. Oh, yeah. Cross drawled. Well, this will be Luffy's first and hopefully only captain's duel ever, and I guarantee you that he won't lose. How about a toast to our champion? Makino suggested over Itamitsu's incensed growling. Whipslap glowered, but accepted a glass with a sigh. Fine. I might hate his career choice, but I certainly won't mind him beating up another pirate, he reluctantly admitted. Makino started refilling glasses as Ito got his wits back about him. Well, either way, it looks like it's time for the fight to begin. First, entering from the left ear. Don't ask, Cross deadpanned. The man with a million plans. The champion of cheating. The undisputed king of the Davy back fight. The undefeated victor of 920 duels. Weighing in at 24 million, our captain and beloved boss, Foxy the Silver Fox. A chorus of cheers and cries of adulation rang out, all to the tune what sounded like an entire brass band and topped by a confident FDH 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 FDH. Top that Ito scoffed cheekily. Gladly. Now, then. Entering from the right ear. Cross proclaimed as an energetic song started playing. Hailing from the East Blue, one of the most unique men alive. The rubber-brained brawler, the behemoth who always bounces back, the man who never follows the plan, the son of a bitch who just doesn't know how or when to quit. Weighing in at a heaping 100 million, our captain and the future king of the pirates. Muunki D Straw Hat Liu. An even louder chorus of cheers rang out this time, no doubt generated by the crew's snail, but the bar's patrons and its owner were content to knock back their shots to it nonetheless. Wow. Itamitsu yelped in shock. It would appear that for this fight, Straw Hat Luffy has decided to don an afro that's larger than life, and looks like it's got the personality to match. The bar patrons promptly spat out their drinks at that particular statement and the image it conjured, though for a variety of reasons. Whipslap, for example, was furiously waving his cane in the air. Damn it, Luffy, can't you go 10 seconds without embarrassing this humble village? Shame. Shame on your whole family. Someone make a note of this. Makino, meanwhile, didn't discipline the mayor for his words because she was too busy pounding the bar as she roared with laughter, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. Oh. Vivi blinked slowly as she took in the spectacle before her, her expression carefully blank. It's like watching Luffy eat. She quietly breathed. I know that it's horrific on a deep and basic level. She slowly tilted her head to the side, her face never changing. But I just can't bring myself to look away. So. Connie's asked, glancing between her friends as she pointed at her captain and his new head of hair. I take it that this is not normal on the blue seas. It is for us, anyways. Keru quacked as he munched down on wingful after wingful of popcorn. I'm okay with this, Nami simply stated. Zero looked at her in surprise. Seriously? Because these seem like the kind of antics that would set you off. About a month or so ago. The navigator shrugged indifferently. Maybe so. But after all we've been through? No, I'm quite simply numb to it. Especially something as relatively tame as this. Zero looked unconvinced, but the sound of crying drew their attention and he dropped it. Navigator and swordsman glanced over to where Boss had been sitting to find him prostrate on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Be Boss. His students cried, gathering around him in concern. Are you all right, Boss? What's wrong? Are you hurt? Is this another romance? No, my students, that object is no mere romance. The senior dugong breathed as he shook his head, tears glistening in his eyes. What you see before you? Boss suddenly shot to his tail, arms spread wide before the world. What you see is nothing less than a man's miracle. A heaven-sent sign intended to do naught else but to bring to the world the good message of testosterone and absolutely ripped abs. Oh, Boss. The TDWS wept, flippers clasped together. Boss then proceeded to point a finger into the air. As God is my witness, I too shall don the afro, for great manly. Thwack. And that's where I draw the fucking line. Nami raged, her climax still smoking from being cracked over the now insensate dugong's skull. Boss, no. His students wept anew, this time out of misery. Nami huffed and sat back in her seat, fuming silently as Luffy posed and grandstanded before she heaved a sigh of defeat. She was silent for a moment before smiling coyly and glancing to her left. Well, everyone else might have gone mad, but at least you're still sane, right, Sanji? Sanji. Nami turned to the cook in concern when she saw that he was hunched forwards and shivering violently. Sanji, are you alright? So funky. The cook roared with a distinct accent as he shot to his feet without warning, fists raised to the heavens. I can feel his jive lighten a fire in my soul. Oh, come on. Nami roared furiously. Amen, brother Sanji. Cross roared from the sexy Foxy in the exact same accent, where he was clearly pointing at Sanji. Are you kidding me? The navigator roared at their tactician furiously, knowing full well that he could hear her. Feel the funk blaze through you like a great inferno, lifting your spirits ever higher, so that your souls might reach the great heavens. Cross proclaimed as he grinned like an absolute madman. Praise be to the afro. Praise be to the jive. Praise be to the funk, the rhythm and the rhyme. Can a brother get a hallelujah? Hallelujah. Soundbite concurred through his ecstatic cackling, the words accompanied by a blaring brass section. Don't believe me, just watch. The beat continued, most of the audience finding themselves bobbing their heads to the music. Hallelujah. Soundbite belted out again. Hallelujah. The crowd roared, boss voice rising above all others. Yeah, you go, Gatormouth. Sue waved her tail eagerly. Jive with the groove, stick it to the man, show your hep chops. She then blinked in confusion. I have no idea what the hell I just said. Back in the stands, Nami, face inscrutable, slowly eased her hand over to the loudly cheering Sanji, and then slipped it into his pocket. She was just lifting his lighter out when a hand blossomed out of Sanji's side and gently pushed it back in. No, Robin hummed in a kind tone without so much as looking at Nami. But it would feel so good. Nami whined childishly. I know, sweetie, I know. Oh. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Don't turn around, don't you dare turn around, Hina muttered feverishly to herself. She was determinedly focusing her attention on anything but the raucous cheering behind her, dancing along to the beat from the snail. Django and Full Body were expected. The rest of her crew, she supposed she should have expected to crack sooner or later. But she had higher standards. She was more professional than this. She would not look at the party that was going on behind her, despite how tempted she was to do so. She would not allow herself to move to the music, despite how very tempted she was to do so. She would not. Hallelujah. Roared the snail. Hallelujah. She echoed along with the rest of the people on board. She instantly clapped a hand to her mouth in shock. She held it there for a few seconds before her eyes narrowed. Damn you, Cross, Smoker is never going to let me hear the end of this, she ground out. And then, bidding farewell to her sanity, she turned around and let the funk sweep her away. Oh. Around her 11th pizza, 8th burger, and 16th bowl of noodles of the day, Jewelry Bonnie of the Bonnie Pirates was struggling to keep from choking. The amount of food was no problem for her, she could eat twice her weight within an hour with a good supply and not slow down a bit. No, the problem came from the snail that she was currently listening to. How? Because though her appetite refused to be sated, she simply could not hold back her laughter at what was happening with the Straw Hat Pirates. Only they could pull off something as ridiculous as this, only them. Ha ha ha, oh man, I am going to catch such hell for that once this is over and done with. Cross snickered, no doubt wiping a tear out of his eye. Well, that was fun, but I think we've delayed enough. Gentlemen, or whatever the hell is appropriate in this instance, man, I have wanted to say this for a long time. Soundbite, appropriate echoing effects, please. Go for it, Mr. Buffer. Lolays, get ready to rumble. Bonnie had to redouble her efforts not to choke as she moved the massive ham on the table to get it in a better position. She pulled the roast pig closer, too. Oh. Itamitsu stared at me in awe. All right, wow. That was perfect. I need to use that one from now on. Good luck getting the A and L right without soundbite, I snickered. The foxy announcer wilted for a moment before rallying and resuming his commentary. All right. All seconds out of the ring. As Usopp and the other foxy pirates exited and we boarded the revitalized Chuchun, he recapped the rules of the fight while I whispered some last-minute advice to my captain. No way of knowing how much he'd listen, but we'd have to wait and see. Davy back fight. Final round. Foxy the Silver Fox. Versus Straw Hat Luffy. The clash between two captains, the fates of their crews are in their hands. Itamitsu concluded. I exchanged glances, and then grins with him and soundbite. Let the game be guy threaten. The three of us chorused. Oh. The floating restaurant of Tarkoiki 8 was currently experiencing the most intense rush it had had in its short time of being an active business. Hatchin, we need more sake. Called a certain mermaid, scrambling about the remarkably cramped restaurant boat. And 12 more orders of Tarkoiki. Said a certain talking starfish. And 2 hard-boiled eggs. Came a call from one of the patrons in an Italian accent. And 2 hard-boiled eggs. The starfish added. A honk. Came from the direction of the patrons. Make that 3 hard-boiled eggs. Paphug hastily corrected. Niu, I'm going as fast as I can. I only have so many hands. And I can only swim so fast. You have 8 hands and you're the fastest thing under the sea. That's still not enough. The mermaid and fishman chorused. And what drew this unprecedented swarm of customers? Quite simple, really, the presence of a few transponder snails and the deployment of several floating table extensions had transformed Tarkoiki 8 from a mere stand into the Blue Sea's first floating, mobile sports bar. And today's main attraction,
Back, sorry.
none other than the epic duel between a pirate that most present had never heard of before today and a pirate that anyone within 10 miles of a transponder snail would have learned of in the last month. And they are off. Luffy starts off with his trademark gum-gum pistol, and cross voice began. And with impressive agility, the boss dodges and paralyzes Straw Hat's outstretched arm with his slow beam. Itamitsu said eagerly. It looks like the bigger they are, the harder they fall. The more he extended himself, the harder he'll trip when the beam's effects wear off. Come on, Straw Hat. Called one table. Get him, trickster. Called another. And somehow, both of them had followings among the listeners, who were putting away food faster than the kitchen could acquire and cook ingredients. More orders. Paphug exclaimed, slapping the tickets toward the two workers as fast as his short limbs allowed him to. 4 batches of calamari and 3 batches of cuttlefish. And 2 hard-boiled eggs. Came the Italian voice again. And 2 hard-boiled eggs. Paphug repeated. Honk. Make that 3 hard-boiled eggs. When did our menu expand beyond takoyaki anyway, Niu? Hakai demanded, flipping, frying, and flinging so fast that his hair started to flock down over his face. When we got so many customers that I couldn't gather all the ingredients we needed fast enough, so I gathered other things instead. Kiyomi responded, frantically handing off the ingredients before diving down for more. And there it is. Luffy's left lying on the ground, and Foxy's about to fire his beam again. Luffy jumps to avoid it, and the boss pulls off a brilliant bluff, and fires his beam in the air instead. And here comes his signature attack, the nine-tailed rush. The boss pummels his target with blow after blow, and when the 30 seconds are up, every hit goes through at once. Whoa, that power has some serious potential, said one patron. It still can't beat a rubber man, blunt blows can't hurt him. Counted another. Niu, Straw Hat may still be in trouble. Trickery is his weak spot, Hakai mused, not pausing in his work even as Kiyomi resurfaced, the mermaid starting to get a little out of breath. All right, one more order and we've got all the patrons satisfied for now.
I
8
need
crab
coffee.
cakes on the double.
Tea.
Paphug called. And 2 hard-boiled eggs. And 2 hard-boiled eggs. Honk. Make that 3 hard-boiled eggs. Honk. And 1 duck egg. Where am I supposed to get a duck egg out here? Kiyomi raged. Good point. Sir, would a duckfish egg be an acceptable substitute? Ho honk. Make that 1 duckfish egg. Now that's a send request. Thank you.
Okay, so I
Kiyomi
need
nodded before diving
tea,
back into the
coffee.
water. I'm going to need more employees if this is going to become a regular thing, Hakai moaned, hastening to prepare the
Cheese,
dishes and backed
water.
up kitchen. To his credit, he was making decent progress. And Luffy sent flying off the ship, but now comes the benefit of being made of rubber. Besides the immunity to lightning, but that story's already told and hopefully will never come into play again. Now, here he comes, getting back on the deck, and falling right into another one of the boss's traps. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as much as I hate to say that my fellow commentator is right. Hey. I'm afraid he is in this case. Luffy just managed to narrowly dodge a bullet, or rather a new and slow barrage of arrows, as it were. Given how much Foxy is warping this fight in his favor, I'd say that this demonstrates quite clearly the inherent capabilities of devil fruits. There are no weak powers, only weak users. Case in point, Foxy has just used his slow fruit to set up a floating minefield of projectiles. Arrows, bombs, cannonballs, daggers, everything from A to Z, and he's the only one that knows how long they'll stay slow. It's just our good luck that the arena was our ship where all of those weapons are. Good luck, my feathered yellow thump. Came Keru's grumbling voice, inciting snickers from most of the listeners, including the employees. Got the crabs. Kiyomi called out as she resurfaced with a writhing net held over her head. All right, now let's get rid of this rush. And 2 hard-boiled eggs. Called the patron. And 2 hard-boiled eggs. Echoed Paphug. Honk, honk, ho ho honk honk honk, ho ho honk, ho ho honk honk honk, ho ho honk, ho onk. It's either foggy out, or make that 12 more hard-boiled eggs, Paphug remarked. Hakai and Kiyomi groaned as they got back to work. Oh. Ish, and I thought Foxy's narcissism was bad before, but bombs shaped like his own head. That's just... wham. Gah. Luffy cried out in pain. Holy shit. What the hell? Boodle sat up in his seat, staring at the transpanda snail as it coughed in Luffy's voice, accompanied by a gout of blood. But Luffy's a rubber man, and the previous punches didn't hurt him at all. Chow Chow whined in agreement, eyes glued to the snail. What though? Cross sputtered in confusion. Luffy's face looks like a tenderized steak after just 1 punch when he bounced back from the previous punches without worry. What just happened? Fifth. That's easy. Foxy crowed eagerly. I reinforced my gloves. Reinforced. Those things look like fucking morning stars. Hey, this is the grand line and I can barely bench press 75, I need to even the odds somehow. Are you really going to call me out for that? I sure the hell will when it's my captain you're evening them against. So be it. Though to be fair, I'd withhold your hatred for a moment. Huh? Why? Because the 30 seconds on the bombs are up, and they are going to do a lot more than tender ice.
I'ma save,
Hey, blam.
quit the
The sound of
desktop,
explosions
and I'm
almost as
gonna
loud
put
as
the
cross
pool
Foghorn boom
cleaning
across the
one,
connection,
because I
and
did
the
say I
snail
was gonna
gritted
get
teeth
on
with
at
anxiety
9,
for
and it's
duration bidding.
9:21. I'm late
Luffy.
by 20 minutes.
Luffy. Luffy. Yusuf cried out desperately. Don't look at me like that, that was 100% natural. Then came Itamitsu's supremely smug voice again. Well, it looks like Straw Hat may have been blown to smithereens. If that's the case, then he loses as soon as one of his body parts leaves the arena. Another victory for our Cap tie. He's safe. Up on the mast. Soundbite interrupted. What? Itamitsu roared. He's right. Straw Hat Luffy dodged to the top of the sexy Foxy's mast. What incredible speed. Don't count on Luffy being a corpse until you actually see him, wide mouth. Cross cackled. Damn right, you lousy rotten cheaters. Boodle cheered eagerly. Show them what's what, Straw Hat. Rough, rough. Chow Chow barked in agreement, howling his support as loud as he could. Oh. In a country that had gathered much international attention over the last several weeks, both good and bad, within the throne room of the royal palace, a very serious war meeting had come to an abrupt and unexpected hiatus when the SBS began. One exchanged look between the royal family and the representative was all that was needed for them to agree. You know, while I'm not surprised that the Revolutionary Army has interest in Jeremiah Cross and his knowledge and activities, it does surprise me that you'd prioritize it over official business, Shaker remarked. Especially when the current goings-on don't much affect the world itself, Pell added. We're certainly not complaining, but we are curious. The representative chuckled before looking back to the royal family. Well, let's just say that Dragon and I have taken a personal interest in the SBS, and leave it at that. I'm honestly not sure why he hasn't extended the Straw Hats an invitation to join us yet.
Oh, it's Sabo, right?
Ma.
Kind of reminded
I'm going
him
to take a
that
guess
he
and
had
say that he's
amnesia
hesitant
and
to
he has
involve himself in their
two
madness.
brothers.
The man chuckled again. Fifth. Before they all turned their attention back to the snail as the all-too-familiar laugh echoed out of it.
Ah,
Ooh.
no!
Straw Hat may have dodged the first strike, but our boss is waiting in the
I
smoke
lost a piece
screen,
of my
ready to
candy.
strike again. His laughter robbed Straw Hat of the opportunity to rest.
Okay.
Where will he strike? How will he strike? There. There's his shadow. Cross said. And his, are you kidding? How did you like that?
I was
Foxy
missing
slurred.
2 pieces of
You're the one
trash.
who got hurt.
So...
Luffy barked. I did not.
Let's do this
Foxy
one
snapped
again.
indignantly. Stop lying. Lying so blatantly that Luffy can see through it. This isn't just pathetic, this is starting to become downright embarrassing, Cross said in a tone as dry as the Sandora Desert. Pathetic? Embarrassing? Foxy's voice sobbed in a depressed tone. I'm feeling embarrassed from this, muttered King Cobra. Gum gum hook. A cry of pain from Foxy made the revolutionary's grin widen. I'm going to break your hand so you can't use that beam anymore. Oh, really? And Foxy dives back into the smoke. But Luffy spots him and knocks, what the, is that a cutout? Slow beam. Alright, another point to Foxy, he's got so many cutouts in the smoke that there's no way of knowing where his beam will come from. Cross was silent for a second before his grin was transmitted around the world. If only they didn't all have the same split-headed haircut. Split head. There he is. Stop picking on my captain. Itamitsu snapped. Only when he stops punching me. Oh, that's another sucker punch from Luffy. That has got to hurt. You seem to be enjoying the fact that Luffy is winning quite a bit, Mr. Revolutionary Pell observed. Said Revolutionary blinked.
39.60.
I honestly hadn't noticed. Maybe the SBS has grown on me more than I thought. But I thought I told you that there's no need to be so formal. Please, the Revolutionary grinned as he swept his top hat off and held it to his chest. Call me Sabo. Oh. Alright, now I've got you. Stop running and fight me. Luffy demanded. GRGH. Foxy ground out darkly.
Oh no, wait.
Okay, if you want to fight. Then I'll give you one.
This...
Oh, but one quick thing
this...
first. Huh? What? Would you mind looking up 1 second? Come on, not even Rubber Brain is that stupid. Sue's voice called out. Sure thing. What do you want me to look at? Then again, I have been wrong before. Oh, nothing much, Straw Hat. Foxy sneered. Just the last sky you'll see in your life. Clunk. Gah. Looks like the captain managed to successfully trick Luffy into falling into a trapdoor. Itamitsu crowed. Ah, the humble trapdoor, Cross sighed wistfully. A true classic in the book of trap making. Most of the time, there's not a lot of shame in being caught with one. This is not one of those times. Soundbite groaned. Young people these days, slurred a grizzled grey-haired man as he swayed back and forth on his stool. Playing around with all these gimmicks and tomfoolery and tricks and stuff, whatever happened to just clashing fists, swords, or pistols like real men? If it's any consolation, Straw Hat sounds almost as frustrated as you, a nearby bartender pointed out. Ugh, that's some mercy, but even with the motive he has, he still agreed to the game, Rayleigh grumbled, tossing back his empty bottle onto the growing pile and reaching for another. And besides, I know about the groggy ring. The only way he could have ended that early was by playing even dirtier than the foxes. Having acquired a new bottle, the Dark King yanked the cork out with his teeth and promptly knocked back a mouthful. Good grief. Things used to be so simple, too. Even so, is one Cruise Davy backfight trickery really enough to make you want to drink this much? Check the month, Rayleigh replied. Frowning as the SBS reported Luffy getting back on the deck with his powers, Shaki did so. She proceeded to stiffen for a moment before giving Raleigh a sympathetic look. I see. Take care on your trip to Logie Town. And pour one out for me as well. Rayleigh cracked a sad smile around the bottle's muzzle. Aha. Straw Hat takes the captain's bait, and so the fight moves into the ship itself. Now we can't even see what's going on. Maybe not, Ito, but we can still hear it, and that's half of the equation. Right, soundbite. I am ZE greatest in Zawardo. Oh. Alright, so courtesy of Soundbite's abilities, we'll be broadcasting everything that happens in the ship. But to keep things fair, we won't broadcast what Foxy and Luffy say to each other. I mean, our captain doesn't need trickery to win, really. Hee hoo hoo hoo. Burn. Your faith in your captain is admirable, but we'll see how well he actually does. And here's hoping it's a flashy smackdown with that rubber idiot on the receiving end. Buggy barked with a pump of his fist. Go, my brother in flashiness. Pound that rubber brain bastard's head into the ground. Yes, best of luck to HM. Alvida paused in her chuckling as a thought struck her. Wait a second. Buggy, you're always quite specific when you write in the logbook, yes. But of course. The pirate clown raised his nose in a sniff, unwittingly causing a tsunami on the opposite side of the world in the process. I might embellish and make things read as slightly flashier than they really were, but I never lie. Believe me. Buggy's expression became ashen, visible even under his makeup. The first mate of the first ship I worked on made sure of that. Right.
Let's
Alvida
go!
cocked her eyebrow at the reaction before continuing. But anyway, I read your log a while back, and the thought occurs to me, besides stabbing Rorono and doing some damage to Luffy's hat, did you ever actually manage to land a... She stopped as she processed the disembodied hand holding a knife mere millimeters in front of her eye. Your smooth skin is supposed to protect you from any attacks, be they blade or blunted, Buggy stated in a tone of frigid calm. But I'm personally curious as to whether or not it protects your eyes if something is shoved in hard enough, too. So help me, Alvida, if you don't stop provoking me, I'll find out, and you may find yourself looking more like a stereotypical pirate. Am I clear? Alvida did not flinch,
so
but neither did she
it's-
continue to speak. Buggy withdrew the blade with a huff. And for the record, I did draw blood, and more importantly, I got him to be serious. That's at least more than you ever did. Buggy took great satisfaction in the ugly scowl that marred Alvida's face. Anyway, it would appear that Luffy's still looking for Foxy, and is currently searching the ship's rather impressive gun deck. But wait. A closing door has indicated Foxy's position. A door on the gun deck, huh? Ito grinned eagerly. Then that can only mean the nefarious Spike Hell trap. It looks like Luffy's in quite a bind, because if he rushes in blindly, he'll suffer the consequences of that which lies beyond. Huh? There's a trap beyond the door. Luffy asked in surprise. Wow, thanks, wide mouth. Wait, what? You're still broadcasting what we're saying to them? Yes, yes, What the hell happened to him not needing trickery? Well, first off, I only said that we wouldn't broadcast their voices to each other, and second, while Luffy doesn't need trickery to win, I'm sure as hell not above perpetrating it for his sake. I'm sure that's a concept you're familiar with, no. GRRGHH. Boom. Gar. What was THA? Did he just fire a cannon inside our ship? Are you trying to kill me, Straw Hat? Hey, Widemuth said that there was a trap in there, so I just didn't go in. Widemuth? Itaminitsu, when I get out of here I'm going to use you as a punching bag. Me. Oh, where, now I remember. He reminds me of Vika. Geez, that's been bothering me all day. Well, now that you mention it. I am not a muppet. Well, that's a phrase I never thought I'd hear again, Buddy muttered to himself. Alvida shot him a bemused look. What the hell kind of ship did you serve on before going independent? That, my dear, is a secret that I fully intend to take to my grave, Buddy replied, halfway between smug and serious. Huh. Wasn't sure you'd know that, one cross muttered. Anyway, where were we? Oh, right. Luffy was hunting down Foxy so that he could pound his face in. Not for long, he's not, Foxy muttered, along with the sound of a closing door. Foxy face transformation. Oh, hello, dear. The members of Thriller Bark's locally infamous Mysterious Four stared at the transpounder snail in a combination of shock and horror as an ear-achingly falsetto voice scratched at their ears. What brings you here, HM? Foxy asked Foe meekly, his voice quite obviously wavering from fatigue. Are you numb? Is it your skull? That's it, isn't it, you're a numbskull. That is both one of the best and worst medical pun insults that I have heard in all my life, Hogback deadpanned. I'm not sure what's more pathetic, the fact that Foxy thought that would fool anyone, or the fact that it apparently as if he's actually still using it, Absalom muttered, and then frowned deeper as the sound of a door closing and footfalls came across the connection. And there we are, Straw Hat's leaving, more testament to his sheer. Oh, wait. That face. Oh. Is there hope for Straw Hat yet? Moria wondered aloud. Hey. Are you his sister? Apparently not, Hogback sighed. Well, it would seem that Foxy's utterly pathetic ploy has actually managed to work. How any mask, especially one that horrific, could possibly hide that amount of ugliness, utterly boggles the mind. The sound of someone slumping to their knees, along with a heavy metallic clunk, was clearly transmitted. I wish I was a sea slug. A pathetic voice whimpered. Perina, when did you expand your range that much? Absalom asked the bemused ghost princess. I didn't. He's just got the lowest self-esteem I've ever heard of, she said dryly. A sudden flak cracked over the connection, causing the snail to wince. Ow. Watch it, Ito. Will you shut the hell up already? The opposing commentator snarled back. Boss, you're not ugly. You're wonderful. Your whole crew is behind you. Fefe. Foxy piped up smugly. But of course I am. None are greater than Silver Fox Foxy. A heavy sweat drop hung from Perina's head. Make that the most delicate self-esteem I've ever heard of. Wait a second. You're Foxy, aren't you? Luffy suddenly roared. Whoops, Foxy and Ito chorused, before a series of rapid footfalls and doors opening came across the connection. Finally, it stopped. I'm gonna kick your... wait,
The normal
wait.
one? Yeah.
See, can you at least wait long enough for me to take my pain medication? Foxy hastily begged. Luffy's grumble was audible, but he didn't deny him. And a few seconds later, there was the sound of a bottle opening. Sproil. Ah, what though? Slow beam, dingus. Sound bite? I think I recognized that sound. Please tell me that I didn't. Please tell me that Foxy didn't just outsmart Luffy with literally the oldest trick in the book. I wish I could, cross. I really wish I could, soundbite moaned. He fell for the paper snakes in a bottle. Luffy, you complete fucking moron. Fifth. That's the one trick I've kept that's never worked before, it was just too much of a classic to discard. I honestly didn't think I'd ever use it as more than a party favor. Foxy cackled. Now then, in return for all the pain you've dealt me.
Luffy's love for
Nine-tailed
food
rush.
has brought him...
Argh. Luffy slowly cried out in pain as yet another round of impacts rang out. Absalom winced and rubbed his jaw sympathetically. I have an inch of leather protecting me, and even I think that hurts. Kishishishi. Moria snickered grimly as he bared his fangs. It just goes to show, never underestimate the tricksters. Represent, Foxy. Kishishishi. Finally, the barrage halted, and Foxy was left panting and wheezing. Ish, that took it out of me, never had to do so many rushes in succession, credit to you, Straw Hat, you're one of the toughest fights I've had in years. But now, we move to something horrible. The sound of mechanical grinding, followed by the echoey howl of wind. Ah, but of course, it's not alive. After all,
Chungutter.
that would be against the rules. I presume the snail can attest to that, no. Soundbite. It might not be alive, but something's sure the hell down there. What the fuck is that thing? Your captain is about to find out. Time's up, Straw Hat. The sound of fists smacking into rubbery flesh rang out anew, and Luffy cried out in both pain and panic for a second before his voice suddenly took on an echoey tone. Oh. Sounds like Straw Hat's in super trouble now. I wonder what Splithead's gonna do next. Wondered a man in a very revealing outfit.
God damn it.
I'm wondering what he deems so horrible that he purposely led Straw Hat to it. It must be a powerful weapon, said another man wearing half a pair of unique goggles, his perpetual grin faded in favor of a thoughtful expression. Ah, man, that hurt. Luffy groaned miserably before blinking in confusion. Wait, where am I? And where's that dumb fox? Up here, Straw Hat. Foxy's voice suddenly called out. And to answer your first question, you're deep in what I call the belly of the beast. Allow me to introduce you to the pinnacle of over a dozen shipwrights and inventors from all corners of the world collaborating to create the perfect war machine. A mechanical howl of fury rang out throughout the room. The Gorilla Puncher #13. Ha, that's actually kinda cool, Luffy whistled. One question though. What? Is the gorilla head necessary? Necessary? Foxy repeated. Whatever that thing is, it has a gorilla head. Mozu asked in a dull tone. They built 13 of them. Kiwi concurred. Luffy actually knows a word with that many syllables. Nami's voice asked in the same tone. Completely irrelevant. Foxy roared, fury obvious in his voice. You won't be laughing much when I beat you into a pulp. Gorilla Puncher #13, deploy. A whipping sound came from the call, followed by Soundbite's confused voice. Ito, what exactly is that thing? Ah, I didn't think I'd ever get to answer that question. Ito said happily. The Gorilla Puncher #13 is the boss' ultimate weapon. A 36-foot-tall machine with 25 5-foot-tall boxing gloves attached to the front. They deploy at the boss' orders, firing hard, firing fast, and just outright firing, bursting into flames on impact. What's more, the room it's in has a mirror in the back to reflect the boss' slow beams, making it nearly impossible to dodge the gloves. And, as the final touch, it's even capable of moving on caterpillar treads. Yeah, at what sounds like a millimeter a minute. Unfortunately, that's because the only way to power the machine is via pedaling. As glorious as our boss is, he's not really what you'd call a leg man. Frankie suddenly stiffened before taking a piece of paper out and starting to sketch on it, his face a mask of concentration. What's up, big bro? The Square Sisters asked as they looked over his shoulder. Well, you know, all things considered, while I'm super inclined to root for the Straw Hats. Frankie cracked his neck side to side with an eager grin. I can't help but feel inspired by that machine. I think I might even go for an upgrade. Yeah, like that wasn't obvious before, cut in Cross's wry tone. Okay, now you're just starting to piss me off, Cross. Foxy raged. Would you prefer I leave that to Soundbite instead? Ooh. The snail started to sing eagerly. Withdrawn, Foxy grumbled. Now, back to my well-deserved vengeance. Slow, slow bee. Smash. Gar. The mirror. Do you have any idea how much that cost, you bastard? About a tenth of Porch's cosmetic budget. Chopper cut in. Watch it, you little, Actually, that's about right, Porch admitted. I just took Nami's usual wardrobe budget and doubled it. Thwack. Ow. Damn it, I wasn't even amped that time. Stop going through my receipts for scrap paper, mistletoe breath. You mean Holly, and I don't even like it.
Let's
Alright,
go.
that's enough from the peanut gallery. We're trying to have a captain's duel here. Foxy roared furiously. Oh, fine. We'll let Luffy get back to pounding you. Right. Gum gum pistol. The sound of a heavy blow hitting flesh rang out, followed by a cry of pain. Gar. That's it, Straw Hat, you're through. Slow, slow beam.
Close no
Whoa.
beam.
Oh, crap. That fancy footwork won't help you anymore. Gorilla Punch solid gold hits. And then, the connection became filled with a symphony of steel hitting flesh and fire burning, followed by a large explosion. A large amount of coughing later. Wow, what an intense match. Cross whistled in awe. This isn't the hardest fight Luffy's had in his life, but damn if it isn't one of the most cinematic. That's an understatement. This is the closest to up close and personal that I've ever been to a beating from the Gorilla Puncher. Itamitsu cried out eagerly. But I'd know that detonation anywhere, and even if I can't see through all of this smoke, I know that there's only one outcome to this. Two forms are emerging, and... There was a second of bated breath before cheers erupted, from the Foxy Pirates. And the boss is the only man left standing, while Straw Hat Luffy lies burned on the ground. It looks like the match is over. Luffy. Over half of the Straw Hats cried out. Holy crap. Zambai breathed as the Frankie family fell silent. Frankie, meanwhile, was just as quiet, his eyes shadowed as he bowed his head, his arms crossed over his chest. Well, Straw Hat Luffy put up one hell of a fight, the toughest we've ever seen by far, but it looks like this match is over. Only if you're willing to blatantly disregard the rules, wide mouth. Huh? What the heck are you talking about, Cross? What am I talking about? I'm talking about the fact that this fight doesn't end until either captain's left the ring or one of them is no longer able to fight, so you better not even think about touching that bell, because we are sure as hell not done yet. But Luffy is. He's up. Luffy's gotten up. He what? He's what? The Frankie family roared in unison, shaking the Frankie house down to its foundations. That's what I'm talking about. Cross roared in approval. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Itamitsu screamed in both shock and terror. Straw Hat Luffy just took a beating that would kill most any other man alive. And yet he's still standing and ready for a fight. Holy crap. Zambai stammered out incredulously. What the hell is he made of, rubber cement? Kiev questioned. Nah, it's the afro. That's what's giving him the strength he needs, Tamagan said, nodding sagely. So, you got back up, Foxy wheezed, obviously as much on his last legs as Luffy. Guess there must be something in that afro after all. There was suddenly a slightly electronic whoosh, followed by Luffy grunting in confusion. A lot of good it'll do you, though Foxy grinned in a smug manner. I just got you with my slow sword. It lets me channel slow-mo photons into a concentrated beam. Less area of impact, faster deployment. As it is, your arms and legs are frozen. Now, let's finish this. Megaton Nine-Tailed Rush. 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 The previous beatdowns had been brutal, but this was just insane.
I need to bring up
It sounded as though an entire mob of people was wailing on Luffy, roared metal smashing into rubbery flesh over and over and over again. Finally, the barrage ended with the sound of a body crashing to the floor. The connection was filled with the sound of Labort panting before, slowly, a wheezy chuckle started up. Fef, a. Leather scraped against wood, flesh groaned in protest, and then a second panting breath joined Foxy's. SS Straw Hat is up again. Ito shrieked fearfully. Even after taking so many blows, how is this possible? Or is it more than just the afro after all? Tamagan breathed. Damn. Foxy eventually bit out. Damn, snot-nosed rookie. Slow beam. There was a slight grunt of annoyance more than anything. Take a hint and stay down, damn it. Megaton Nine-Tailed Rualoosh. And then the barrage came again, sounding even worse than the first, if that was at all possible. Once again it ended, and once again only one person could be heard panting. You did good, rookie, you fought hard. Foxy wheezed heavily. But this is the end of the line. The Frankie house was silent as Foxy started to shuffle away. Luffy, come on. Get up. Keep fighting. Usopp called out. Get up, Luffy. Yelled Connies. You can do it, Luffy. Cried Chopper. Show us the willpower that beat the lightning bastard. Sue shrieked. Come on, Luffy, get up and pound that fox. Lasso snarled. It's not over yet, this is not over yet. Cross growled beneath his breath. Fight, damn it, Fithrothrit. And yet, nothing happened. Oh my god. Mozu whispered. Did he actually? Kiwi started to say. Slam. Before she was interrupted by two massive fists crashing down on both sides of the transponder snail. Get up, Luffy. Frankie roared at the top of his lungs, glaring nails at the snail. Be big, bro. Zambai stammered in confusion. Damn it all, Straw Hat, get the hell up. The cyborg snarled, glaring bloody murder at the snail. I know that we've never actually met, I know that you can't hear me, and I know that this is super crazy. Frankie grit his jaw as the ghostly whistle of a sea train roared in his ears. But damn it, I know for a fact that people like you don't give up easy. You don't get taken down by a beating, you don't buckle under pressure, and you sure as hell don't give up. So get up, damn it. Get up and keep fighting. Get up and pound this bastard's head in. Big bro. The Frankie family breathed in collective awe.
Oh.
Awe intensified as a very recognizable sound came across the connection, followed by a weak but firm voice. What? Foxy breathed in dull horror before roaring in both fury and panic. What the hell are you? I won't lose a single member of my crew. Even if IT kills me. Unbelievable. Straw Hat Luffy has gotten up again. That's what I'm talking about. Kick his ass,
Oops.
Captain. Go, Straw Hat, go.
I drained it by
Frankie
accident.
roared, taking his signature pose as he did so. Go, Straw Hat. The Square Sisters echoed, mirroring Frankie's movements. Luffy. 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 The Frankie family began to chant. Oh. Elsewhere on the island of Water 7, one of the top 5 Galila shipwrights had moved to an isolated location to listen to the SBS. He decided that it was a prudent move to seclude himself from his co-workers, on account of how the pirates' admittedly admirable determination was starting to have an effect on him. More specifically, Rob Lucci's self-control was very swiftly whittling away, as evidenced by the way he was starting to tremble and the immense effort it took to keep his expression neutral and his size constant. He'd been barraged with flaming steel gauntlets, and gotten up. He'd been barraged with spiked gauntlets twice, and he'd gotten up twice. And now, after briefly swaying the entire opposing crew in his favor, after the deceptively powerful pirate had struck him with what was supposedly his best shot, a punch at the speed of a cannonball and then the cannonball itself, he was getting up for a 4th time. And the words he spoke next. I'm going to win. Fatigued, but spoken with earth-shaking resolve. And at that point, Lucci's control failed him, and his lips moved into a feral and bloodthirsty grin. His blood, his adrenaline, every inch of his body felt like it was on fire, and for all he tried to stay cool and calm, he couldn't deny the primal part of himself that absolutely loved it. You win. Foxy spat ferociously. As if. You're barely staying on your feet. But if you want to fight. There was a rush of shoes on wood. Then I'm happy to oblige. Megaton nine-tailed. There was a second of panting from Straw Hat, but then there was a hiss of breath. Gum gum. The pirate snarled out, a metric ton of steel in his voice. Rualoosh. Gar-8-3. The noise that followed could only be described as absolute brutality. Two flurries of punches meeting one another head-on, fist against fist, skull against skull, the true totality of strength that both fighters could bring to bear. This is unprecedented. Itamitsu called out in awe. Both fighters are going all out, putting every fiber of their beings into one final brawl. This the ultimate slugfest, people. Cross proclaimed in much the same tone, shouting to make himself heard. Fists are flying faster than they have any right to, and both contestants are taking a pounding. Luffy might be on his last legs, but Foxy is still managing to take a licking and keep on kicking. This is the definition of a Royal Rumble, right here, right now. This is crunch time. The punches continued, but slowed slightly, barely discernible. More obvious was that Foxy's punches were the ones slowing down, more and more of his grunts of pain and less of his sharpened punches coming through. How can a dying man fight so hard? Foxy spat, hacking out a glob of blood. Grggh. Enough. Enough. This ends now. Slow B. Without any warning whatsoever, the sound of the brawl died, leaving nothing but absolute silence. What though? Itamitsu breathed numbly. Both fighters are just standing there. Murmurs of confusion started to drift over the connection. Then the sound of something hitting the floor. What? Straw Hat is down. Itamitsu cried joyously. Straw Hat is down and the boss is still standing. But Luffy is the only one moving. Cross cut in, cackling like a cut-rate stage villain. Wait, what? The Foxy's commentator gasped in shock. You Foxy's voice ground out slower than expected. He's right. The boss is frozen. But how? Then came a clinking sound, followed by soundbite roaring with laughter. The mirror. Luffy's afro snagged a piece when he smashed it. Hail to the afro, baby. Cross concurred. This is the end. Luffy ground out. Soundbite, care to do the honors? Yes, Cross, I would. Finish him. A sound of whirling rubber, and Foxy letting out a slow beginning of what was clearly meant to be a scream of terror. Gum. Flail. Wham. The sound of leather connecting with flesh, but nothing more. Luffy's panting became audible, and he started walking away. By Jones himself, Itamitsu breathed numbly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have T-15. Cross-breathed reverentially before grinning like a madman. People of the world, I ask you to join me in the countdown to victory. Say IT with me now, all together. 12. 11. The edges of the table were suddenly pulped by Lucci's claws due to the intensity of his grip, and saliva dribbled from his slavering jaws as he towered over the now utterly terrified snail. If he had any doubts in his mind before about what he would do after this mission was complete, they were well and truly dead now. The second his mission was complete, the second he was free, he would cash in every vacation day he'd been saving up for as long as he'd been alive, every last one of them, all for the express purpose of seeking out Straw Hat Luffy for the fight of his life. 10. The leopard man growled eagerly. Oh. The leather-faced man was giving Enu a run for his money with his expression as he took in the broadcast coming from the snail in Enis Lobby's central office. 2 of the other 3 inhabitants of the room had their jaws dropped as well, but were focused more on the fact that the carnivorous Zoan had instinctively shifted to his hybrid form, unknowingly replicating the reaction of his rival several knots away. 9. The wolfman grinned, while his leader trembled as he remembered the geography of the local waters. 8. Cheered every patron and employee in Tarkoiki 8.
Manga the garbage marked the correct evidence of the
7.
crime scene.
So. Ryuboshi and Manboshi twirled in cinch, causing their big yet younger sister to giggle as a result. Beneath the ocean's surface in a space that most of the world did not know of, a man with a golden hook in place of his left hand smirked in response to the broadcast. He bore no grudge against the rookie that annihilated his plans, but up until now, every broadcast had only reinforced his opinion of him as a complete and utter moron. But here was the proof that losing to him hadn't been a fluke brought about purely by extreme overconfidence. Here was vindication. 6. Crocodile stated, smirking. 5. A trench coat-wearing man stated reluctantly at his partner's prompting. The young painter and the young dragon tamer nearby chuckled at him, while everyone else apart from the stoic first mate was crowing in euphoria, none more than the captain. 4. Cheered a trio of exuberant children who, along with an unusually interested butler, were all clad in afros, much to the butler's mistress' amusement. 3. A past his prime vice admiral roared in drunken exuberance, joined by his equally sloshed students. 2 of the marines who were watching the impromptu party were sporting sweat drops. Weren't those 2 brats drinking grape juice? Yes. Yes, they were. 2. 2 sons and 1 daughter of the sea chorused as they pumped their fists victoriously, the daughter's dreadnought of a ship firing a deafening cannonade to punctuate the words. In a country of pure white, a man who was changing the world stood on the balcony of his command center, staring out at the horizon even as his subordinates, those who weren't wearing noise-cancelling headphones as they continued to work, anyway, celebrated within. Nevertheless, for all that he appeared apathetic, Dragon tilted his head down and grinned a grin that had caused the elder stars many a headache. 1. 0. I bellowed at the top of my lungs.
Let's go, Luffy! Woo!
G. The effect was instantaneous. Foxy's face caved in as he was sent literally flying, the delayed impact launching him so high into the air that he was level with Ito and I. I smiled as wide as I could manage as I watched Foxy fly up, before reversing momentum and falling down. Splash. And impacting the water. I watched Bubbles drift up from where he'd landed for a second before popping to my feet, which earned me an indignant watch it. From Chachun in the process, and pumping my fist in the air. The winner by ring out and an absolute ass load of sheer fucking guts. I cried through my smile before pointing down at my captain, who was posing for the crowd. Monkey. D-Dot.
Luffy!
The rubber man bellowed. I sighed, grinning widely. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the world, what you witnessed today. That is the willpower needed if you're going to pledge your life to the pursuit of Gold Roger's throne and the world's greatest treasure. And once we wrap up the rest of this game, we'll get back to the pursuit of that. It'll only get harder from here, but I'm certain that we will overcome anything that this insane world throws at us. So, with our captain vindicated and his vengeance acquired, I think we are gonna end this here. Until next time, this is Jeremiah Cross. And Soundbite of the SBS, signing off. I replaced the transceiver before letting out a breath, and turning to Itamitsu again, a tired smile on my face. A good match. The Foxy Pirates announcer smiled grudgingly. The best I've ever
I
seen.
need
You and Luffy are all
Aqualung.
right.
I
Same
need
to
3
you,
more
wide mouth.
filters.
I grinned, before gesturing at the island. Now then, I'm starting to get airsick, so what say we get back on solid ground? Oh, yeah, sure fine. Ito trailed off slowly before snapping his eyes wide in horror. Oh no, the boss. Hurry, say the boss. Porch cried desperately. I started to snicker as I watched the Foxies scramble to the front of the stadium. Dive, Chachun, dive. Before snapping my eyes wide in panic. Wait, what? No. Splash. Arg, IT burns. Oh.
Oh, that's
One
right.
long
He has
period of
like
resuscitation, medical treatment, and well-employed shipwriting skills later, the Foxy Pirates were slowly packing up the festival that accompanied the Davy back fight, us Straw Hats watching and wrapping up our own treatments. Damn it, I wasn't even on the stands. I muttered around the bandage strip I was holding in my mouth as I wrapped it around my arm and yanked,
okay.
snapping the bandage from its roll.
Aqualung,
Well, look on the bright
washer,
side.
salt, and
Chop
filter.
prompted as he
Okay.
scrubbed the salt out of his fur. All right, venison breath, I'll bite. Sue huffed as she squeezed her tail dry. What bright side? Chopper nodded his head at a nearby bucket, whose lip Soundbite had parked himself over and was currently retching into. Now we know that Soundbite's aversion to salt is entirely psychosomatic and it only makes him ill instead of outright killing him. Soundbite raised his eye stalks out of the bucket to glare bloody murder at Chopper. Cold, Herc. The snail's eyes went wide with horror as his cheeks bulged, hurriedly shoving his head back in the bucket and retching
Yeah, I
again.
needed help in the aquarium.
cold
Due to
fucking
general
comfort.
cleaning, we had to
You
empty
know,
some
far
tanks
be it
and
from me to
take away
complain
the
about not being
fish.
that easy
Taking
to
advantage
kill
of this
Soundbite,
opportunity, I
but how
thought
does
that
that
you
even
could
make
wash
sense?
our large
I
aquarium.
wondered.
Simon
Natural
said it used
selection
to be
Chopper
done
answered with a
differently.
gleam in his eyes.
It used to be not like
Translander
this
snails
now.
have been in use on ships for
Additionally, the
communication
animals
for
were brought
years.
to us too
Those
quickly.
are two
Some of
weak
them still need
constitutions from
help.
two
Once you're in
mucus-wide
the
bodies
water,
fried
why
and those
don't
who were too
you
nuts
tickle them?
survived.
I'll pay you extra.
Chopper then blinked and paused for a second before continuing. And for the record, that resistance is against seawater, where the salt's diluted. I'd still recommend avoiding the pure stuff like the plague. Noted. I said, slowly scooting away from the doctor. Knock it off. Chopper rolled his eyes dismissively. I know that I was using the madness voice. I've been trying to get it under control recently. I've actually been making some great progress
Oh,
too.
excuse me.
Watch. And there was the spark again. So long as I keep the partition down for only a minute or so at a time, I can keep my mind sane and under control, so that I concentrate on the task at hand rather than going on a tangent about biotechnological improvement, advanced chemical warfare, vivisection, live testing. Thwack. Ow, dang IT. Thanks, boss. Looks like you need more practice, the dugong dryly stated. No, really? I hadn't noticed. Lasso huffed as he coughed out a few tongues of fire. Can we get on with IT? Foxy suddenly howled at us. Right. Straw Hat still has a decision to make. Who among the Foxy pirates will he take for his crew? Itamitsu asked, still on his loudspeaker. Yeah, hold your horses, I said, waving my hand as I jabbed my thumb at a snoring Luffy. We wanted to wait for Luffy to wake up naturally, but if you insist. Chopper. The human reindeer gave me a salute. You got it, Cross. He dug a syringe of slightly moving liquid out of his pack and delicately positioned it over Luffy's chest. Then he swapped to his muscle point and rammed the syringe into Luffy's chest, discharging its contents into him and causing him to jolt before leaping up onto his feet. Impressive bedside manner, Karu snickered. He learned from the best. Soundbite snapped queasily. Get off my back. Luffy's skin might be rubbery, but it's as thick as ox hide. I need to use as much muscle as possible to get through to him. I'm pretty sure that you must know what that's like. Withdrawn Nami, Vivi and I chorused. Woo. Better than smelling salts. Luffy roared as he opened his eyes. Wait, this isn't Makino's room. I opened my mouth and shut it with a click in the same instant. So many questions. And absolutely none are in any way relevant to the issue at hand. I jabbed my thumb at the Foxy's gathered crew. You won, Captain, so now we need to pick one of these mooks to have on our crew. Oh, that's easy, Luffy said. I choose. The Foxy pirates collectively sucked in a breath, waiting for the verdict that would change one of their lives forever. Hold it. When Usopp's voice caused them all to face Volt at once. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Foxy demanded. Just wait a second. Usopp shot back before giving Luffy a hesitant look. Luffy, Cross, I just want you both to know that I trust you two with my life, I really do, but... He spread his arms helplessly. This is just insane, even by our standards. Are you really sure that you guys want to do this? Luffy looked pensive for a moment, but then grinned. Don't worry, Usopp, it'll be fine. If they try anything, we can fight them off. Right. And there's his deadly charisma again, Usopp grumbled. And besides, I added in. Unless you've missed it, I've been on something of a hot streak. A few hiccups, sure, but come on, don't you trust me? The sniper gave me a flat look. You, I have much less confidence in. I gave him a dry look right back. Well, fuck you, too. I sighed wearily before spinning my fingers. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get this over with. Captain, if you wouldn't mind. Right. Luffy nodded before pointing into the crowd. Or rather, pointing at its front. Foxy. For a few seconds, the entirety of the Foxy pirates froze. Then they erupted in indignant and desperate responses. Captain, no. This can't be happening. Cross, you vindictive bastard. Porch shrieked, a scant few newtons from snapping her baton. This isn't funny, this isn't funny, this isn't funny. Hamburg muttered on repeat. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. Itamitsu wept into his microphone. You and Monda lost that court case, Capote. I don't have to say sappy and titty, so back off. Damn. Foxy, for his part, stood silently for a moment before slowly approaching Luffy with a look of resignation that was slowly turning to peace. I suppose that if I'm following a captain who can speak to Whitebeard without so much as a flinch, I can't exactly complain, he said.
It's a little awkward.
Then he bowed to his new captain. Let it never be said that I do not respect the code of the Davy back fight. I hereby swear my loyalty to the Straw Hat Pirates. Perfect. I clasped my hands eagerly. Now, follow us onto the Merry. We have a lot to talk about. As acting captain of the Foxy Pirates. All attention snapped over to the mass of Foxy Pirates, where a voice had shrieked out. Porch's head was bowed as her chest heaved, shivers racking her entire body before she looked up, rage and determination flooding her face as she jabbed a finger at Luffy. I hereby challenge the Straw Hat Pirates to a one-coin Davy back fight. We have more to offer, it's plain to see that you need a shipwright for that boat of yours. It's on its last legs, so if you don't want it to sink, you had better. Porch trailed off as she found 19 murderous glares trained on her. And just like that, her determination faded, and she fell on her knees and began to sob. Who am I kidding? We can't beat them, we'll never get our boss back. Hey now, let's not jump to conclusions here. Attention shifted over to me as I casually waved my hand. I mean, maybe you will and maybe you won't. The situation is complicated, to say the least. Foxy narrowed his eyes. If this is all a ploy for you to steal me only to kick me off the crew, so help me. No, nothing like that, I swiftly assured him before pointing at the Merry.
Jellyfish.
Just come with us to the Merry. Bring Porch and... I trailed off as I eyed the infamous four-legged Dash's girth. On second thought, leave Hamburg. We need someone to keep the peace anyways. Meanwhile I looked back at our crew. We'll be joined by Luffy, Nami, Zero, Vivi. So, essentially, the brains behind the crew plus one. Robin hummed innocently. Nice way of putting it. I glanced back at her. There's some sort of insult in that question, isn't there? Robin just chuckled, and I huffed before turning around and starting to march towards the Merry, snatching soundbite off of his bucket as I went. Anyway, while we're doing business, everyone else will keep the peace here until we get back. Now. I shot a vicious grin at Porch as I passed her. Shall we go? Oh. A few minutes later, the 8 of us were in the Merry's kitchen, some seated and some standing, with Sanja's well-prepared platter cart sitting a short distance away. Okay, first things first, Foxy. Before we get to the serious business, I need your powers to help with something I stated, bringing over the cart. Luffy is somehow capable of devouring this entire thing in the time it takes to blink. Fire your beam at him so we can see how he does it in slow motion. Foxy and Porch both looked at me with expressions that clearly said, are you kidding me? I'm quite serious. Let's just find out how this works, then we can move on to the more important things. All right.
cooking
Foxy shrugged as he aimed his hand at Luffy.
Castle Crashers, ¿quieres decir?
If you say so. Slow beam.
Pues ando jugando
The
aquí,
photons flew out and tagged Luffy.
pero
Luffy reached for the cart. And the next thing I knew, he was licking his lips in satisfaction, said cart no longer in sight. I blinked, and looked around. Zero, Nami, Vivi, and Soundbite were all looking just as confused as I was, while Foxy and Porch were both astonished. You weren't kidding? But, what just? The sound of paper fluttering drew everyone's attention up, and I stiffened as a note came to slap me in the center of my face.
puedo ir como...
The others who knew what it meant stiffened as well, while Foxy and Porch were touching the ground with their jaws. I grabbed the note, scanned over it, and then my eyes narrowed. There are things man was never meant to see. The secret behind Luffy's jaws is one of them. Be glad I managed to clock Chronos and grab that little stretch of time from existence, or else you'd have been TPKD with your brains seeping out of your ears. Do try not to make me go back on what I said about Favus again, because you won't be so lucky next time I read flatly before looking up with a slightly haunted look. Let us never speak of this again, I stated calmly. Agreed, Zero, Nami, Vivi, and Soundbite said together. I clapped my hands and turned back to Porch and Foxy, both of whom were looking distinctly ill at ease. All right, putting that behind us, let's get down to business. Foxy, I'll be blunt, before we showed up here, neither I nor any of my crewmates would have chosen you or anyone else from your crew to add to ours unless there was absolutely no choice, and even then, we probably would have just dismissed you straight away. But I spent most of my brief period as one of your subordinates in your ship's library, reading your logbook. They both suddenly looked much more alert as I started pacing back and forth, a grim smile playing across my face. Quite an interesting story it told, too. Once upon a time, the Foxy Pirates were just a lolly, average pirate crew from the South Blue. They raided merchant ships, attacked small coastal towns, never did any actual grievous harm, mind you. I snapped my finger up when I noticed my crewmates starting to glare bloody murder at the increasingly nervous Foxies. They only ever looted and pillaged. Not an excuse, but at least they were better than most. My crewmates subsided, marginally, anyways. At any rate, that's the way their story went for a good while. I stopped pacing as I gave Foxy a look. Until that day. Foxy looked away uncomfortably, obviously recognizing what I was referencing. That fateful day, when you attacked a cargo ship in spite of the marine battleship escorting them. Obviously, as indicated by their continued existence, the Foxies won, but for some reason, the events of that day cut off shortly after the ship's sighting. The next entry it has is the crew burning water for Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line, as though all 7 warlords were at their heels. And ever since then, well, I spread my arms to indicate the room. We just lived it. It's been all Davy back fights all the time. Sometimes the crew has flights of fancy with people too appealing to pass up, but for the most part, it's the best of the best, and no one and nothing less. The crew has just kept growing since they entered the Grand Line, growing stronger and larger, and yet. I stabbed my finger into the air. Counterintuitively, not seeming to have any interest in making a name for yourself beyond what you already have. Heck, even all of the gold and assets that you do manage to get your hands on just go straight to replenishing your supplies, and that to no more than the bare minimum necessary for survival, or at least, what you consider the bare minimum, with all that carnival food, or materials to expand your ship and weaponry. I folded my arms smugly. Do you know what that says to me? Do you know what conclusion I drew from that information, that made me risk and endure a very grievous ordeal to convince my crew that we should recruit you? Foxy stared at me. Gone was the arrogant, ego-driven blow-lord. All that remained was the kind of cold and calculated mind it would take to master the slow fruit into a weapon of destruction. What do you think happened that day, Jeremiah Cross? He asked slowly. I promptly zipped over to him and slammed my palms on the table, leaning over the top in order to look him in the eye. I think that you found something that day, I hissed. A logbook, maneuvering orders, a shipping manifesto, only you and your original crewmates know for certain, and quite frankly, the specifics are irrelevant. What matters is the conclusion that information led you to. You got your hands on a tiny puzzle piece that day that you used to view the much larger picture. And, what would this larger picture be, Cross? Vivi asked hesitantly. My gaze never left Foxy as I answered. That the Marines are gearing up for war. It was like someone threw ice water on my crewmates. Or at least, most of my crewmates. Luffy was, of course, oblivious. I sighed, smirking, and locked eyes with him. Let me explain it to you this way, Luffy. Basically, Roger's last act didn't just inspire pirates to take to the sea, he inspired everyone to come to the Grand Line. Hoping that I hadn't imagined the spark of understanding I saw in Luffy's eyes, I continued. Every last person with even a little power in all the blues, those who listened, packed up, gathered their strength, and flooded into the Grand Line. There are weaklings like Cryegg, like Bellamy, yes, but that call also draws in people like Crocodile. People like Zero, people like Ace, people like you. People with potential. Roger's last words drew in every wanderer, prodigy and powerhouse in the world to a single place, and it's still drawing them. The Grand Line is a powder keg of pure,
Let's
very
go!
power, and when it blows, it's going to rock the world to its core. Possibly literally. From Luffy's awe-struck expression and the fact that he didn't automatically call it a mystery, he seemed to have gotten the memo, and I smirked as I turned back to Foxy. It's true, Foxy. Ever since the Great Pirate Era began, people have been winding up and up and up, preparing and tensing and waiting for the true storm Roger set in motion before he died to strike. And ever since you found that out, you've been doing the only thing you can, accumulating power and waiting for the day when it's time to batten down the hatches, nice and hard. You've been building a power base so that when the storm hits, you'll be able to survive with the power you've stockpiled. I finished by leaning in close and giving Foxy a conspiratorial grin. And that's something that you and I have in common. Foxy and Porch both promptly stiffened in shock. Wait, what? The ex-captain blurted out. I learned about the storm too, Foxy, I smirked eagerly. And ever since I joined this crew, I've been ramping us up just as much. I prompted Black Bart Bartolomeo to enter the Grand Line, and he worships Luffy, which means that he's a very close ally. I inspired the Dugongs of Alabasta to form the Great Kung Fu Fleet. I have numerous contacts in the Marine Corps, and they are high in the ranks. I am actively ingratiating our crew with the people of the world, earning the favor of the populace while tearing out the world government's foundations. I've even sown a seed with Dragon the Revolutionary. And now, I jabbed a finger in Foxy's chest. Now you, hopefully the crowning achievement of my career as the Straw Hat Pirates PR officer thus far. Foxy stared at me for a second, and then without warning, my collar was grabbed and I was wrenched around so that I was staring at Porch instead, whose expression was carefully controlled. What are you proposing? She asked slowly. I blinked before nodding in understanding. Ah, I see, you're the face of the operation in all aspects. Well, alright, then. If I may sit. I proceeded to sit once she released me. Alright, here's what I propose, dissolve the Foxy Pirates and then reform them under Foxy again, only this time as a subordinate. Cross. I winced as Luffy's voice hit me like a blunt instrument. Ah, okay, alright, let's try that again, reform as a subdivision of the Straw Hat Pirates, kind of like how Whitebeard runs his own crew. I looked at Luffy for approval, and after a minute of hard thinking, I could almost hear the gears grinding. He nodded in acceptance. With the captain's consent, I looked back at Porch, who was frowning thoughtfully. So you want us for our muscle? Incorrect, I promptly denied. I want to incorporate your efforts into our own by making Foxy the commander of the Straw Hat Pirates recruitment division. You'd keep doing what you've been doing for the past few years, albeit with a few restrictions, only now you'll be doing it with a bigger group of allies supporting you, not that anyone besides said group will know that. We'll paint you a slightly different Jolly Roger, you'll know that it signifies your alliance, but the rest of the world will think that it's proof of our victory against you, and we allowed you to sail again only flying a flag that proclaimed your greatest loss. Porch exchanged looks with Foxy before refocusing on me. You mentioned restrictions. Rule the first, I held up a finger. No more targeting innocent bystanders to goad people into accepting your challenge. That shit you tried to pull with Shelley was unacceptable. If you want to taunt and goad, that's all fine and dandy, too bad for the poor bastards, but if they are the kind of people you need to aim at civilians to piss them off, then I want you to extend an open hand, and not a closed one with brass knuckles, got it? Porch shot a glare over her shoulder. Told you that was a stupid plan. Foxy ground his teeth for a second, but reluctantly nodded in agreement. Rule the second, I carried on, holding up a second finger. Incorporate a slaughter rule. If you get over one half of the crew or so many that the other crew can no longer operate, then the rest are allowed to join as well, no questions asked. No more crew raiding and leaving the rest to rot, and if you need to start constructing a full-blown fleet to support them all, so be it. Both Foxy and Porch winced at that. That'll slaughter our budget. Porch muttered to herself. Get a new one or find some alternative income, I bluntly stated. Anyway, rule the third folds in with the second, no more snatching flags without redrawing them if they have them on their sails. I don't care how happy the X-Fang frogs are now or how dickish their leftovers were, their blood is on your hands, and if you get any more, we won't be happy. And as we've no doubt already displayed. Soundbite promptly bared his teeth and Zero clipped an inch of his blade out its sheath. You won't like us when we're anything but happy. Porch grimaced and exchanged glances with her former captain. Then she looked back at us. And what happens if I say no? Then that'll be when we dismiss Foxy from our crew, Vivi stated. Both of the Foxies looked quizzical, and the ex-captain spoke up. So, let me get this straight. If Porch declines, you let me go, and I get to take command of my crew again. If Porch accepts, I take command of my crew again, but I stay under your restrictions from now on. Either way, nothing really changes. Well, there is one difference, Nami said, smiling in a way that instantly put the two on their guard as she moved towards a corner of the room. Yusuf is the best artist on the crew, he's the one who drew our flag and sail. If you accept, we'll have him draw your new Jolly Roger. Otherwise, we'll leave it to Luffy. She grinned like the cat that got the canary as she unfolded a specific black cloth from a chest in the room. Here, we saved Luffy's attempt at drawing our Jolly Roger for future reference. Take a look. Porch took one look at the cloth and promptly made most residents of Thriller Bark look alive by comparison. This is blackmail. Did you forget the pirate game we played not 10 minutes ago? Porch grimaced more, but
Let's
Foxy...
go! Fish!
Foxy started to laugh. Fifth. I've spent
Why the
years upon
fuck
years
do you
honing my
have that
skills,
on
and
you,
not only do
bro?
you beat me at my own game 3 times in a row, but you offer me the ultimate support to advance my goals. He cackled before pointing a finger at Luffy. You, sir, are a soft-hearted moron, and you, he pointed at me, are a smug, smart-ass son of a bitch, but I must acknowledge that I'd have to be a fool to pass up a chance like this and risk having you as my enemies down the line. Porch. Foxy turned his attention to the diva. Yes, Bo, No, that's the right title. As of this moment, you're conceding command of the Foxy Pirates to me and we're sailing under the flag of the Straw Hats. Incognito, but still. He cocked his head slightly. Do you have a problem with that? She snapped into a salute without hesitation, a goofy grin on her lips. Not a one, boss. Welcome to the crew. I said, clapping her on the back with a cheeky grin. Now, how about you take Luffy out and break the news to the rest of the crew? I imagine there'll be some unrest and you'll need all the muscle you can get. Porch grinned and began to saunter over to Luffy. Well, then, Captain, she began in a sultry voice. Oh, and by the way? Brain of a 5-year-old and libido to match. Damn, I just can't catch a break today, Porch grumbled as she snapped away from Luffy and marched out the door, leaving Luffy blinking in confusion. Did I do something wrong? So many answers, so little time, Soundbite sighed wistfully. Just go and guarantee that the Foxies don't revolt. I rolled my eyes before pausing and giving him a worried look. To confirm, you're all right with this? Luffy blinked at me in honest confusion. Well, sure, why not? This is all pretty much your thing, and it's not doing anything other than getting us more crewmates, which isn't bad, so I don't see a problem. What about you guys? All I see is a captain who's making way too much sense. Zero sighed heavily. As long as they keep to the conditions we've set, the benefits should outweigh the costs, Vivi shrugged. Well, as a subdivision, surely you'll be willing to give some monetary support to, Nami began with a grin at Foxy. That Foxy interrupted firmly. Is Porch's department. As captain, I have the authority to change it, but she is the treasurer. In any case, don't expect too much. You have less than 24 mouths to feed, only half of which need clothing, while I have more than 500 crewmates to feed and clothe, and counting. Oh, trust me, I'll take that into consideration, Nami said, though the firmness with which she said it seemed to mollify Foxy. That firmness then faded into a downright lewd grin. But, a small portion of a large fortune is a large portion for us. Excuse me, I have negotiating. Hold it, Nami. What? She snapped. Before we get to that, we should let the rest of our allies know about Foxy, I said, removing Soundbite from my shoulder and the transceiver from my bag. Nami's frustration faded and she nodded, prompting me to pick up the mic as Luffy followed after Porch. Soundbite needed no prompting to dial, and 2 rings later. Pisces came the distorted but recognizable voice that I'd been expecting. Cancer came another voice, less expected but equally recognizable. Of Yachus, I stated calmly. I'm calling in regards to the proposal that Capricorn provided with another proposed pirate crew to serve as ideal allies. Don't tell me, let me guess, Cancer drawled. You somehow managed to convince that Fox to join you. He had to convince the rest of us to go along with it first, Nami said. And it took a couple of hours for us to convince ourselves that he was actually cross before we'd listen. Almost not worth it, I grumbled before shaking my head and smirking. Anyway, yes. As far as the rest of the world will know, Luffy chose his Jolly Roger as his prize for winning the captain's duel, and we gave him a slightly different new one as a symbol of our victory, so he has every reason to hate us. The truth? Luffy picked Foxy as his crewmate, and after some bargaining, he's agreed to become the head of our recruitment division, with the rest of his old crew joining wholesale. As such, he'll keep on going with the Davy back fights, and he'll be gathering many allies that would ordinarily never consider joining us. He's here now, actually, so why don't you two introduce yourselves? I suppose we shouldn't even bother arguing, otherwise you'd just pull I've never been wrong yet card, wouldn't you? Hey, believe me, I wouldn't have planned this before I learned all of the details, even I didn't know everything I promptly defended. But what I've seen in the past few hours is enough to tell me that he's got a lot more potential than I thought. He's part of our crew now, he'll keep our secrets. Cancer was silent for a moment before sighing. Fine. Soundbite, drop it. Foxy the Silver Fox. Yes. Foxy asked cautiously. I am Commodore White Hunter Smoker, codename Cancer, co-founder of the Marine Corps Splinter Cell Me-4. And I'm Ensign Tashigi, codename Pisces, Commodore Smoker's second and another co-founder of Me-4. I am Ophiuchus, informant of Me-4, an organization composed purely of Marines who have decided to act on the injustice that the Corps provides. I explained to Thunderstruck Foxy. The other two leaders are going under the names Capricorn and Scorpio. Our goal is to destroy the world government from the ground up to ensure that the injustice dies. Capricorn recently came to the conclusion that we could benefit from employing unconventional allies, and I informed Cross of it. So, it looks like you're our first one, Foxy the Silver Fox. Welcome aboard, Tashigi said. Please note that if you divulge the identities of those involved and in any way compromise this endeavor, we will hunt you down and we will do things to you that will make all of Impel Down look like San Faldo in comparison, K-Pitch. I stated. Foxy was left gaping for a solid minute. Finally, he shook his head. You inspired a group of Marines to form their own version of the Revolutionary Army. Well, if it wasn't official before, it sure as hell is now. I made the right choice allying with a crew like yours, if only because I'd rather be at your back or your side than under your feet. He then gave me a searching look. So, does this change what I'm expected to do at all? Passive duties, not active, don't worry. Your job will also be to gauge any Marines you come across, and pass the recommendations on to either us or Tashigi, whether for recruitment or court-martialing, I replied. I then snapped my fingers as a thought struck me. Also, if you cross paths with the Kung Fu Fleet or the Barto Club, tell them the truth about what happened, you can trust them. Foxy nodded solemnly. Fair enough. So. He grinned childishly. Do I get a code name as well? HMPH, it's a good idea, but I think we should limit the Western Zodiac code names to Marines, apart from Cross. And he barely even counts, Smoker said. Wait to say that until after my plan to sway an entire island for Me-4 fails, I snapped. I'm not holding my breath, Cross Smoker deadpanned. And I think he actually meant how Ophiuchus is considered an unofficial member of the Zodiac, Tashigi offered hesitantly. That too. I withdraw my comment, I coughed in embarrassment, accepting the doper slap Vivi offered me with dignity. May I suggest using the Eastern Zodiac instead? The snake would be fitting, yes. Foxy offered. Nah, I think goat suits you better, I grinned. What? Well, to be fair, you're not a reptile, Vivi pointed out. But. Oh, and tell Capricorn to offer Rooster to Barto when she gets the chance, I suggested. He's certainly loud enough. Soundbite chortled. Why not? You're an expert at underhand tricks, not a master. Train more, and we'll talk, Zero grinned. But. Foxy? Friendly recommendation from someone who has had way too much first-hand experience with the Straw Hats. Quit while you're ahead and try to salvage what little sanity you have left, Tashigi said. Foxy looked at the snail, teeth grit, and then sighed in defeat. So be it. Goat would have been my second choice, I suppose. Alright, that aside, anything else you want to talk to us about, handbag? Silence. Dead silence as all of us stared at the snail as it started to shift about uncomfortably. I just wanted to try to pay Cross back for mocking my code name, and snakeskin makes good design for. Go to your room, Tashigi. You know what you did wrong, Soundbite said, halfway between disgusted and grinning like a loon. What? But. You heard the snail, Ensign Smoker growled, and I swear that he was smirking as he said it. But I. Why yes, Commodore Tashigi sighed, followed by the sound of footfalls, and a door opening and then closing. Is it always like this? Foxy asked no one in particular. Welcome to the Straw Hats. I grinned as I slung my arm over his shoulder. And yes, it is too late to get out. Good luck. The resulting whimper was very satisfying. Oh. To no great surprise, the remainder of the Foxy pirates had accepted the deal with relative ease. So, after exchanging numbers, all that was left was for us to give them a different Jolly Roger to sail under. The new skull resembled Sue's head, and our captain's signature straw hat was attached to the scalp by a chain. At Foxy's pleading, however, we wrote out his name on the sail again. As satisfied as they could be, the Foxy pirates released the Merry and departed, their well-repaired ship sailing away beyond the horizon. Zero, Nami, and Robin were more on their guard as they watched the ship sail away, and I along with them. Maybe we could find some way to dodge Aokiji. Unlikely, but the plains here were wide enough without going back to. Hey, kids, congratulations. How about I treat you to some victory cheese? Tunjit's house.
Victory cheese!
Damn it. Ooh, sure thing, old man. Come on, you guys, let's. Oh, come on, Luffy, that cheese is 10 years old. I hastily objected, somehow managing to keep the existential dread I felt out of my voice. Who cares? Victory cheese. Luffy cheered. I hid my dawning horror with a genuine face down. Guys. Any chance for a veto here? I requested with the barest hint of desperation. Considering how the log hasn't reset yet. Nami asked flatly as she held her arm up. None. Besides, while it might not look all that interesting, I still want to take a look at the local geography. My heart slowly sank further and further as the rest of the crew sounded out their
What's this
agreements,
chair
and I
doing
ultimately
here?
sighed in defeat as we began walking towards Tunjet's house. Lasu trotted up next to me and glanced up with a flat look. We're heading straight towards a bad situation, aren't we? My clenched jaw was answer enough. Great, and the reason why you aren't telling them? I shook my head with a sigh. Because this isn't a coincidence, we've been targeted, and not. I snapped my finger up to forestall anything he might say. Because of the SBS, so this isn't on me. I ran my hand down my face with a groan. Either way, even if we didn't meet him at Tunjet's house, he'd still come after us, and when he did, we'd be fighting him on the merry and possibly put her in danger. Lasu finished with a growl. Let me guess, this isn't a fight that we are going to walk out of easy. If he wasn't such an easygoing bastard, we wouldn't be walking away at all, I growled back. And as it is, Chopper's probably going to have his hooves full. Be ready with the plaster palm combo. The dog gun inclined his head with a low snarl, and we continued on in relative silence. Cross.
Bro, I thought I
Up
got
until the
rid of
last
the
person I
chair.
felt comfortable talking to right now gathered my attention. Yes, Robin? I asked quietly. She silently walked beside me for a moment before subtly glancing at me. I've asked you this before, but this time I'd like a more precise answer. What do you know about O'Hara? I mulled over the question, trying to determine how to answer it effectively without giving too much away. About its history and everyday life? Not much. But I saw everything that happened on the day the island was destroyed. I debated with myself for a moment before continuing hesitantly. And some of the events leading up to it, too. She stopped walking, and I stopped beside her. She stared at me for a few seconds, and then... How did I not see it before? She breathed. I should have realized it in Skypiea when you told me that the majority of your knowledge is centered around this crew and their lives. You know so much about O'Hara because you know my past. Her eyes seemed to sharpen. You knew even back in Whiskey Peak. The war, the punic life, Crocodile's betrayal, Luffy saving my life when I wanted to die, you saw it all coming. You knew that I would become a straw hat pirate. Yeah, I confirmed with a sigh as I started walking forward again, Robin keeping pace with me. But the question is, Robin, have you become one? We've been waiting all of this time for you to finally accept us as your crew, as your friends, and... I smiled happily as I remembered the past few days. You're a lot more accepting at this point than I ever thought you'd be. I gave her a hopeful look. I'll admit, I'm more than ready to tell you the secret behind my knowledge. I put my hand on her shoulder. If you're ready to finally trust us. I nodded my head at the rest of the crew ahead. All of us. Her expression was clearly conflicted. She looked around at all of the crew, human and otherwise, and though she flinched as her eyes met Vivi's form, for the most part, she seemed to be convincing herself. She looked back at me, then back at the rest of the crew, and opened her mouth. But all that came out was a horrified gasp as she froze up in shock and fell to the ground. I stared at her paralyzed form in horror for a mere second before snapping my gaze ahead and confirming that it was in response to a very real threat. Almost unconsciously, I stepped in front of her and Lasu moved beside me, growling threateningly at the tall, black-haired, white and blue-clad man standing in front of Tunjet's house, who removed his sleeping mask and looked around at us. Everyone else was immediately on guard at seeing Robin shaken up as she was, and Vivi and Keru's own panicked expressions did little to help matters. At this moment, all I could do was do my best to protect my friend from one of, if not the single strongest individual we would personally meet in paradise. My. So, you must be the infamous Jeremiah Cross and Soundbite. You've certainly managed to make some most troubling friends, Neko Robin Admiral Aokiji casually stated. Cross Brainan, we blame the slow curse for the fact that this chapter is a week late. Once again, it wasn't trolling this time, it was genuine difficulties. Here's hoping that we don't have such a problem again anytime soon. Horneton, I was working, Somniac was moving, and the patient one, well, he was busy, too, I just can't summarize in one word. Patienton, I'd rather not talk about it, though in retrospect, call me crazy, but I think that our slowness might be due to us trying to cram an entire arc into one chapter. Maybe, just maybe. Somniac, well, I for my part am moved in and will hopefully have more free time. For now, we hope you enjoyed the longest chapter of this fights to date. Oh, and Duncan Idaho 2014, you want me to take pride in my own work. Alright, here's some pride, top this. Chapter 35, Admiral Aokiji. A flame of hope is frozen. Cross Brainan, updated as of the 17th of April, 2024, to comply with revelations concerning Cusin and to trim the chapter as a whole. Older authors' notes preserved for the record. Somniacan, just a note to our readers so as to correct a misconception that some of you seem to have. Apparently some readers have taken to believe from our apologies about our late chapters that other readers are giving us a hard time about our posting schedule. This could not be farther from the truth.
Schedule.
All of our readers on all of this fights Posting sites have been nothing but accommodating for when we post. The only individuals who give us a hard time about when we post are we ourselves. We of the Crossbrain pride ourselves on our weekly update schedule, and we consider missing our Sunday update to be a mark against us. Crossbrain yes. And, to our rival, Duncan Idaho 2014, author of New Game Plus, currently the third most popular One Piece fic in the fandom, we have a few words to say. Horneton, Duncan, you jackass. Xomniakan, damn it you rat bastard, we were minutes away from finishing. Mere fucking minutes. What the hell are you, psychic? Patienton, you put out a work that thoroughly upstages at least one aspect of our own ideas, and then that blasted cliffhanger. Well, let's see how you feel with the cliffhanger waiting for you at the end of this chapter. Asterisk grins menacingly. Asterisk. I clenched my fists, trying to stay calm and think straight. On the surface, Aokiji could be considered a decent marine, barely, but his attitude of lazy justice was too fickle for me to let my guard down. I'd managed to fast-talk Smoker because his morals were strong and firm, but if I tried the same thing on either of the two admirals who weren't psychopathic bastards? If they got bored or disagreed with me, I'd end up as either a humanoid dry ice popsicle or a freaking burnt sieve. The only mercy was that, most likely, he wouldn't be hostile right away, but considering how much I had done on the SBS, if he was in any kind of order-following mood, then I was screwed. So, yeah, no pressure. Robin, what's wrong? Do you know this guy? Luffy demanded. We met once before, Aokiji lazily stated. To terrify Robin like this. Nami breathed, eyes darting between the two. Cross, who is he? I swallowed a lump in my throat, clenching and unclenching my hands to keep my blood from freezing solid in my veins. Which was way not metaphorical enough, I swore it was several degrees cooler out than it had been just a few minutes ago. One of the three individuals who comprise the Marines' ultimate military force I managed to get out. And back their position as one of the big three superpowers in the world today, Admiral Aokiji. The reaction from our crew was immediate, sonorous, and, above all else, panicked. Admiral? What the hell is someone like that doing here? Shouldn't he be chasing down some pirate with a billionberry bounty or something? Yusuf cried incredulously. Then he stiffened and slowly looked toward me, and I stiffened as well. Shit, had I really done so much damage that they'd send an admiral after me? I mean, I could only imagine why Akainu wasn't literally burning down the Grand Line to get at me, but... Don't worry, he doesn't have a bounty yet, Aokiji interjected, casually waving one hand. Not for lack of desire, mind you. The world government is still trying to properly define his crimes, is all. Nobody's ever really done what he's done before. Well, that and we don't have a picture yet. I relaxed as he said that, though I had trouble reading his tone. I supposed I was hoping that I could find some hint of approval or disapproval from his voice. I took a chance and spoke up. So, you're not here on anyone's orders? The Admiral shrugged nonchalantly. Nah, I'm just out for a walk. No need to panic. Oh, well, that's good, then. Care to join us for some cheese? I asked in a hopefully casual tone. Fortunately, much of the crew face faltered in response to my question, and the resulting amusement did wonders calming me down. Why you can all relax, I think Vivi stuttered. In my experience, Aokiji does seem to be the tamest of the admirals. Your Highness. Aokiji nodded at her, his eyes travelling to her chest. Nice boobs. Are you free tonight? Sanji and Vivi made sounds like geese being strangled underwater, and it clearly took an effort for the cook to restrain himself from attacking. Gross, you must be like 3 times her age. Sue shuddered in disgust. I myself felt a sweat drop weighing down on my temple. I'd forgotten about this little scene. Vivi, is this guy seriously an admiral? Yusuf hissed incredulously. Yes, she, Heru, and I said together, and Vivi grimaced before continuing. Though Sue has a point, I don't recall him being so perverse last time I met him. You didn't have a body then, and I got older, Aokiji shrugged. Anyway, no need for you all to panic. Like I said, I'm just out for a walk. You guys are. He scratched the side of his head for a second before shrugging indifferently. Forget it. You're not making any sense. I uphold the motto lazy justice, he said. We can see that. Anyway, don't mind me, I'm getting tired of standing, he said, shifting his position so that he was lying down. Is this guy really one of the strongest humanity has to offer? Leo wondered. Let me put it this way. I jabbed my thumb over my shoulder. If he wanted us dead, we'd be corpses a quarter mile that way. Most of the crew gave me shocked looks, while Aokiji waved his hand dismissively. Now, Mr. Cross, hold on a second. That estimation is entirely inaccurate. I blinked in surprise. Really? I thought that would be well within your range. He means you're underestimating him, Cross, Robin whispered, terror dripping from every word. If he'd wanted, he could have easily sunk us while we were still several miles offshore. I felt my gut drop out from me as the memories of the manga came flooding back. Oh. Yeah, that sounds about right. I replied, just barely keeping a wobble out of my voice. I think I might have blocked that out. This guy is that strong. Connie's whimpered fearfully. I cocked my head to the side. We might be underselling him a bit. Yeah, well, don't worry about it, Aokiji sighed lazily, how else? as he scratched his side. I just decided to wander around a bit to gather information on two subjects, whether Nico Robin had decided to leave Alabaster or burrow into the long haul, and to gauge what kind of a person one rabble-rouser named Jeremiah Cross is like. I allowed myself a grim smile at that. Wow, way to make a guy feel special, Admiral. Aokiji ignored me, looking at the archaeologist on the ground behind me. Nico Robin, I'm honestly kind of surprised. I expected to find Jeremiah here, obviously, but you? You've always made it a point to be as incognito as possible. And despite that, you're staying with a pirate crew that's become the most well-known in the world. Robin stared back, unmoving. After a few seconds, Aokiji shrugged. Well, I'm not questioning your choice. But that does mean I'll have to let HQ know so the crew's bounty can be, what's the word? Right, recalculated. 100 million plus 60 million plus 55 million plus 79 million is a number too big for you to calculate because you just can't be bothered to work up the energy I cut in, earning several incredulous looks, especially from Robin. Aokiji looked at me before shrugging again. You're right, they can calculate it themselves, he said. Seriously? Zero muttered in disbelief. What do you want with Robin and Cross? Luffy asked, anger clear in his voice. Hey, Luffy, there's no need to get worked up. He just said he's here on a walk. Usopp hastily said. He's right, Luffy, don't pick a fight with an admiral. You can't win a fight against someone like him. Vivi added, somehow sounding even more desperate than Usopp. Like I said, I'm not planning on doing anything while I'm here, Aokiji said blandly, with just a hint of reproach. And we are going to trust the words of the admiral whose sense of justice is only a little less wishy-washy than Kizaru's because... I trailed off dryly. Aokiji stared silently at me before sighing and waving his hand. I'd argue, but it doesn't seem worth the effort. You're not even going to defend yourself. Usopp demanded incredulously. How did someone like this traumatize Robin? Donnie muttered in confusion.
Go!
Anyway, I heard something while I was napping.
Bing!
You, he said, pointing at Tunjet, who glanced around in confusion before pointing at himself. I wasn't in a deep sleep, so I heard what you said. You want to get back to your village, right? Pack your things. Hey, don't listen to him. Luffy said hastily. The good guy, you moron, I deadpanned. The good guy, you moron, you shouldn't, wait, what? Luffy said, looking back at me. Then his eyes lit up, and he pounded his fist in his hand. Oh, right. We're the bad guys, so the Marines are the good guys. Sometimes I forget. Shishishi. So much for him being smarter,
I
Usopp
adore
muttered to
you,
Vivi,
Luffy.
who was massaging her temples with an exasperated groan. Boss, meanwhile, was eyeing the Admiral suspiciously. And how exactly do you propose to do that, huh? He gestured his fin toward the coastline. I've been in those waters, swam out a bit. The currents are completely unreadable, and the paths between the island peaks are too deep to track from the surface. I just don't see. Thuk. Hey, what though? Boss glared up at me as I rapped my knuckles on his shell. Ladies and gentlemen, for today's grand prize, name the two-word phrase that explains any strange, unexplainable phenomena we might encounter, I announced. Oh. Soundbite waved his eye stalk eagerly. What is devil fruit? Correct, Amundu. I crowed as I pointed at Soundbite. Congratulations, little snail, you've just won an all-expenses-paid trip to the wonderful festival island of San Faldo. Woohoo. I'm sorry, but... Connie spoke up. I know that devil fruits can be very powerful, yes, but the gap between the island's high points must be extremely long. Is there really a power capable of spanning them like that? Yes. I winced as Robin's weary voice spoke up behind me, shooting a guilty look over my shoulder. To think that I'd forgotten about the near panic attack she was suffering while I tried to keep myself calm. His powers, Robin continued, distant. They are more than capable of accomplishing the task. From there, the good part of our meeting with the Admiral went as I had expected. An ordeal of packing for Tunjet, an uninjured Sherry promising to get him there fast, and an uneventful walk to the coast, well away from the merry. Well, almost uneventful. So, aren't you going to? Nami began, only for me to cut her off with emotion across my throat. Thankfully, she only needed to take one look at my dead serious expression to slow her pace a little and fall back behind as though nothing had happened. Once that was handled, I watched Aokiji for a second before moving to the edge of the group, where Robin was only just managing to keep pace. She barely even spared me a glance before renewing her vigil on the Admiral's back. That was foolish, Cross, she whispered. I have no doubt you know how strong this man is. The entire crew working together would have no chance of defeating him. And yet, if he provoked you enough, you'd ignore all of that and try to snap him in half, despite knowing that it would do nothing, I whispered back before raising my hands when she snapped a look at me. But I get where you're coming from, and you're right. I'm sorry, I was acting like an idiot back there, but with me I either put up a strong front or I act like any other person, and on the Grand Line, breaking down just isn't an option. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. Just stay calm, alright? He'll no doubt try and push your buttons, get you to give him an excuse to strike, but it won't work, got it? Robin bit her lip as she looked at Aokiji again. I can't guarantee that, Cross. He knows me, he knows what to say. And I know something even better than that, I interrupted, grabbing her shoulder. I know the truth. He can twist it and paint it however he wants. I know what really happened. And honestly, that should be enough. After all, I leaned forward slightly and gave her an honest smile. If anyone here knows just how powerful the truth can be in the face of adversity, it's the heiress of O'Hara, right? Robin flinched so hard that she stopped walking as I said that, but she recovered the next second, nodding as she resumed walking. And I was gratified to see some confidence back in her step. When this is over, I want to know more about O'Hara's soundbite murmured. I grumbled slightly as I kept walking. With any luck, you'll learn it soon enough from her own mouth, I breathed back, too quietly for anyone
Let's
else to hear.
go!
And from there, the walk was uneventful. The only thing that really surprised me,
Let's
though I suppose it
go!
shouldn't have, was that by the time we actually reached the coast, Luffy seemed to have warmed up to Aokiji. I vaguely remembered something about that in the story, but was he actually this friendly? Well, either way, it wasn't quite to the point where he was calling him by name, yet. So, what are you going to do? You can't swim if you have a devil fruit, so are you going to fly them across? That'd be so cool. Aokiji smirked, somewhat bitterly. Sorry, Straw Hat, but the only fruit I know that could carry this much through the air is the float fruit, and the pirate who ate that hasn't been active since Roger's execution. Just watch. And move back for a minute, please. Everyone complied, watching quietly as Aokiji dipped his hand into the water. I shook my head at Soundbite, who seemed confused for a moment before his eyes widened, and he grit his teeth to keep from crying out. I turned back towards the ocean in time to catch the massive yellow sea king as it reached the surface and, rather stupidly, bull rushed Aokiji. Oh no, it's the master of the local seas. Tunjit cried fearfully. It's going to eat him. Connie's cried as she grabbed for her burn bazooka. Shit. Leo cursed in agreement, one sword unsheathed and the other halfway out, the rest of the squad mirroring him. Wait. /hold it. Connie's looked incredulously at the fox clinging tightly to her shoulder, fur fluffed out to the max, while the 4 dugongs obediently, though nervously, ceased preparing their weapons at their teacher's command and raised flipper. Don't bother. Boss grimly huffed out a cloud of smoke. You're already too late. Where? Sue nodded nervously, her ears and tail twitching with frantic energy. Can't you tell? It's obvious. So obvious. That thing. Aokiji glanced up at the aquatic titan with cold disdain. It's already dead. Ice Age. And just like that, the world stopped. There was no other word for it. Everything around us just flat out stopped moving. Not just the ocean, frozen into solid ice, and not just the Sea King, now the world's largest ice sculpture. I mean the whole world froze. The wind, the grass, my freaking heartbeat. The awe-inspiring display of power before us stole the breath from my lungs. As in, I felt it whoosh out from the sheer impact of the scene. Of course, from the burning chill in my lungs, the sheer wave of cold hitting me might have had something to do with it. For a few brief seconds, the world was at peace. Until the crack of the frosted-over admiral standing up broke the silence. Holy crap. Lasu whimpered. Sue, how did you? Connie stammered out. You know that animal instinct thing where animals know when a storm's about to hit or something like that. Sue shivered fearfully as she cringed as far away from Aokiji as possible. Kind of firing on full cylinders at the moment. I think this is the last time I underestimate someone who acts weird, Donnie squeaked. Good, you'll live longer, Boss grimly stated, his knuckles white around the rope dart at his side. Nami gave me a horrified look. And there are 2 others like him? She whispered. Oh, no. I shook my head. There aren't 2 like him. There are 2 worse than him. At least he has some respect for human life. Nami paled, a stark contrast to most of the crew, who were all smiles as they followed down after Tunjit to see him off. The only other one who stayed in earshot was Zero. So, any advice for when he attacks? Just one thing, protect Robin, I muttered back before following the rest of the crew. Because as dire as the situation was about to be, the current state? Walking on the frozen ocean and staring at a sculpture that had been a living, frothing Sea King not moments ago was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Even if the Sea King in question must have been brain-dead stupid if it didn't recognize that it was attacking an apex of apex predators.
Rub the turtle booty, booty.
The whole scene was just as awe-inspiring as it was absolutely terrifying. Alas, the farewell to Tunjit couldn't take longer than it took for him to go out of sight, and consequently, for Luffy to finally notice the cold. At that point, I walked closer to Sanji, and as I was casually passing him by, I muttered, "Help Zero. Protect Robin." Sanji didn't pause or break stride, merely altering his gait slightly so that he was shadowing but not shadowing Robin. All too soon, we were back on dry land, and all too soon, Aokiji sank into a sitting position with a world-weary sigh. Luffy tilted his head in confusion while Zero and Sanji exchanged looks of understanding. What's wrong? Luffy asked curiously. How do I put this? You're the spitting image of your grandfather, Monkey dear Luffy, Aokiji said tiredly, prompting the rubber man to stiffen. You're both wild souls,
Let's go!
neither of you willing to let anyone tell you what to do. Why, you know my grandpa. Luffy whimpered fearfully, looking about 10 seconds away from bolting. How could he not know him, Luffy? I asked dryly. Heck, he probably trained him. In response to that assertion, Aokiji shrugged. Training might be overstating things a bit, but the old man did show me a thing or two, I guess. The way he was absent-mindedly shaking out his knuckles put the lie to his supposed nonchalance and sent a chill down my spine. And Luffy's, too, from the shiver that racked his body. Seriously, the man was terrifying enough on his own merits, but now this? What the hell, ODA? But to continue my earlier thought, as bad as Straw Hat is, you're making him even worse. The frost-coated admiral slowly turned his gaze to me. Mr. Jeremiah Cross. That was unexpected, but it got worse. Maybe I should just kill you all right here and now. The world government sees you as the greatest threat, Mr. Cross, but analysis of official reports and your SBS has shown that your whole crew is a determined, dangerous lot. Half your number may be animals, but your size is nothing to scoff at. One day, you'll surely become an acute threat. From the time that Straw Hat received his first bounty up until now, your growth has been extraordinary. And over the most part, you've only preyed on pirates or tyrants unless the situation demanded otherwise. You've made no secret of the fact that you despise the world government. Why are you saying all of this? You said you were just out for a walk. Yusuf stammered. Believe me, when it comes to him and Kizaru, that only means they don't feel like killing you at that moment. I shifted on my feet uncomfortably. 10 seconds later? Whole different story. And if Cross's impossibly comprehensive knowledge isn't enough, your crew is now especially dangerous because of you, Nico Robin Aokiji continued, completely ignoring the byplay. So you're saying you want to take Robin away from us? Luffy snarled, adopting a fighting stance while Zoro and Sanji flanked Robin, whose face was a mask of impassiveness. Now, let me explain. Aokiji waved his hand placatingly. It's not quite so simple. See, the size of a person's bounty does not merely reflect their combat capabilities. It also reflects how much of a threat that person is to the world government. He pointed at Robin. That's why she had such a large bounty placed on her head at the age of 8. Since then, Nico Robin has always been something of a survivor.
Infreak, thanks so much for the follow, I appreciate it!
Escape to a new group. And now, rather than hiding in a war zone, she has picked this crew as a new set of scapegoats, and one as globally active as this. He sighed, shaking his head. I am concerned by these circumstances, to say the least. Despite my forewarning, Robin's mask cracked clean through and exposed the terror she was feeling. The Admiral's words had shaken her, and I had to actively remind myself that as much as I really wanted to, trying to tear this bastard down would most likely be fatal. You. Sanji started to snarl, only for Vivi to hastily grab his sleeve and hold him back. What did Robin do to you in the past, Aokiji? Vivi asked, her tone as civil as it could be when her voice shook like a leaf and sweat poured down her brow. Oh, she never did anything to me personally, the Admiral shrugged. I only know her because she escaped from me a long time ago. But since then, he slowly cracked his neck back and forth. Well, suffice to say that the rest of you will learn one day the extent to which this woman is a curse given life. I'm not quite sure what hurt more at that instant, the sight of Robin, from the corner of my eye, shuddering and drawing in on herself, or the way my fingers were starting to bite through the bandages covering the palm of my hand. And the proof of that. Aokiji continued, every bit of him as cool as liquid nitrogen. Why, you've seen it for yourselves, every organization that Robin has been a part of has ended up completely annihilated, always leaving her as the sole survivor. It was all I could do to stay silent as this falsehood, this distortion of the truth sowed its discordant oats amongst the crew. Though there was a lot of uncomfortable shuffling and glancing around, no blame had been thrown. And watching Robin, though she looked utterly haunted, she didn't look close to breaking either. I started to think that we might be able to pull through this. Until he said it. Until he fucking went there and said it. That's always how it's been for her, ever since the time when she was 8. At first, I blinked in confusion, wondering why he'd been so specific about that. Then the truth hit me like a ton of bricks. 20 years ago. The archaeologists. O'Hara. That bastard was pinning fucking O'Hara on her. I didn't even need to look back at Robin to know how she was feeling, because I was damn well feeling it too. To hell with the consequences and to hell with this asshole. If he wanted to go that far in the name of making Robin attack first, if he wanted to warp the truth into a weapon like that, that was his problem. And it meant that he didn't have the right to complain when I decided to fight back. And I started my counterattack the only possible way I could. Hey he. With a dry and grim chuckle that caused everyone to freeze and stare at me. What's so funny, Jeremiah Cross? Aokiji wondered, his only reaction a raised eyebrow. Hey, hoo. I wound down my laughter by exaggeratedly wiping a tear from my eye. Oh, nothing, I swear. I'm just amused, is all. Just, you know, the way you said it. It's just funny, is all. Care to elaborate? The tall man inquired,
Let's
a hint of
go!
warning entering his tone. I slowly allowed a savage grin to spread across my lips. You sure you want that, Admiral? Really sure? After all, once I start talking. I slowly cracked my neck back and forth. I don't stop until something breaks.
Thanks for reminding
And I
me.
don't think you're strong enough not to crack. Aokiji tensed, but folded his arms in a show of relaxation. Please, continue. He narrowed his eyes menacingly. I insist. Cross, please, came a whisper directly into my ear. I glanced back at Robin, and smiled grimly. Sorry, Robin. I know I said I'd be careful, and I really wanted to avoid this. I shook my head, removing a horrified soundbite from my shoulder and handing him to the nearest crewmate, Connie's. But when someone goes that far, hurts one of my friends that bad, talking me down is as hopeless as talking logic to Luffy. Soundbite whimpered as I turned away, and locked eyes with Aokiji. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Like a black hole, I quietly answered. Then I redonned my grin and spoke more audibly. So, what did I find amusing? Well, it was just how you told the story. See, I gestured in his direction. The way you tell things, it sounds like what happened to those groups was all Robin's fault. But, see, that's correct, but it's not really right, is it, Admiral? I waved my hand at Robin. Never actually did anything, did she? I paused and reconsidered that. Well, alright, she might have helped us with Baroque works, and I don't know the details of whoever else she worked with. But the point is, the reason that those organizations all collapsed, it wasn't her doing. I slowly pointed my finger up at him, my face now pointedly devoid of emotion. It was all you. You and the rest of the world government's dogs. Aokiji frowned, and I felt the temperature drop a degree or two, but I ignored that and pressed on. You're the ones who started the fights against those groups, who destroyed them and made Robin run. You're the ones who put a bounty on her head, and made it so that she couldn't trust anyone in the world. You're the ones who hunted her, day and night, without cease or pause, like bloodhounds after a scent. Now, Mr. Cross, I'd be careful with what you say, Aokiji retorted coldly. After all, you're talking about things you know nothing about. Neko Robin is a legitimate threat to the world government. We were justified in our pursuit. I let out a bark of humorless laughter. A threat? Why, because she destroyed some battleships. Give me a freaking break. I swung my arm back at Robin. Her powers make limbs in her line of sight. She's trained those powers for the last 20 years and couldn't sink a ship. How could she do it when she was 8? I shook my head. No. She's not a threat because of what she can do. She's a threat because of what's in her head. I took a challenging step forward, glaring bloody murder at the Admiral. Do you even know why you're hunting her? 20 years after the fact, after climbing so far up the ranks, do you even have an inkling of the real reason the Elder Stars sentenced her to death? As to why they ordered what happened 20 years ago to take place. It's not my place to ask. Wrong answer, icehole. Of course you don't. After all, it's your whole motto of lazy justice, I spat. Akainu doesn't need to ask. Kizaru doesn't care either way. But you don't think it's worth the effort to care, you just do what they say because it's easier. Well, let me make it nice and easy for you. I jabbed a finger back at Robin. The facts of the matter are thus, the world government put a bounty on her head when she was 8 years old. When her only crime was to learn something that the world government didn't want her to know. They didn't consider any alternatives, didn't even contemplate mercy, they just cut her straight out of society. If you had any shred of decent, that would be enough for you to realize that the organization you've dedicated your life to is completely corrupt. And don't give me any of that single incident crap, Kuzan, we both know that's not true. I shouted over him. Aokiji actually reeled back at that, clearly not having expected me to know even more. Seizing the opportunity, I pointed at Vivi. They accused a princess of a member nation, who sacrificed everything to save her country from one of their own boxed crooks, of treason because of a one-sided blood feud, forcing her to become a pirate. Forcing her father to give up the protection you'd probably claim the government offers. And that's just the start. I know 5 islands off the top of my head that the world government has driven to hell, not even counting the 2 currently represented on our crew. I had him, I could see it. Mentioning Alabaster, specifically, had rattled him something fierce. He didn't speak, so I continued. And speaking of that protection, I spat, packing every ounce of venom into that word. I'll concede that some Marines do act for the protection of all civilian. And I applaud their work. But they are a minority, Kuzan, and that's only going to get worse. When Sengoku steps down, you'll be his prime candidate to replace him, I'm sure, but who do you think the 5 Elder Stars will want in his place? Someone cool-headed and restrained like you? Hell no. They'll want someone who will keep their definition of peace by any means necessary, even if it means murdering hundreds of innocent men, women, and children to remove any risk of their definition of criminal slipping through their clutches. His fists clenched as he heard my words, no doubt realizing exactly what I was referring to. But still, despite me rattling him, he was way too calm. Time for the real guns. You could challenge him to a duel to the death, and Sakazuki would still become Fleet Admiral. You know what the future holds, Kuzan. So, right now, you need to ask yourself. Is this what you call justice? Can you take pride in something like this? Aokiji stiffened, and Robin gasped quietly at Jaguar D. Saul's last words. Then I gave him a slight smile, nothing but bitterness within, and spoke the words that I knew would break him. I know exactly what happened that day, Kuzan. I know what you did and why you did it. I know how you felt then, and admittedly, I've only got a good guess as to how you feel now. But there is one thing I know above all else, I might not have known him personally, but I know that if he were here right now, seeing what you are and what you're doing, what you've done, he'd be disgusted with you. I had only a split second to notice Aokiji's expression turn from cold to downright apoplectic. Before he was suddenly in front of me, arm drawn back. My pupils dilated. Ah, she. Wham. I tumbled into the grass,
Damn,
wheezing,
Cross.
desperately trying to get back the air the backhand to my chest had smashed out of my lungs. That meant the first thing I managed to process through the pain was that I wasn't breathing. The second was that he had strapped me with bands of fucking ice shit too tight. Sengoku was right, Jeremiah Cross Aokiji breathed frigidly. I really shouldn't have let you open your damn mouth. GRGGHH. I wheezed as I rammed my fist against the restraints, trying desperately to draw a breath but failing. Base, tard. Actually, in retrospect, I think that Akainu might have been right for once, too. My struggles abruptly ceased at the sight of the icicle-laden foot hanging over my head. Sometimes Aokiji droned darkly. You just need to stamp out the bugs. I clenched my eyes shut. Get away from him. Fwim. Only to shoot them open at the very sudden burst of heat I felt a few inches above my head. I took in Aokiji a few steps back, glaring daggers in Kona's direction, having barely dodged the burn bazooka blast. She didn't hesitate, aiming and firing another blast even as she ran to me, knelt down, and pressed soundbite to my chest. What do we say to death? Not today. Crack. Gasp. I gasped like a drowning man coming up for air as the ice shattered and my lungs were freed, putting soundbite back on my shoulder. Motherfucker, that stings. Good, means that you're still conscious. As I caught my breath, I took in the rest of the crew. To a man they were ready to follow Kona's example, their expressions ranging from Nami's firm resignation to Boss's cold determination to Luffy's outright fury. But above all of them was the best and worst thing that I could have heard at that moment. Leave my friends alone, Aokiji. Robin yelled, crossing her arms and glaring bloody murder at the Admiral. My eyes widened in panic as I snapped an arm up at her. Robin, don't. You have no right to protest anymore, Cross, she outright snarled. You've had your say, now here's mine. Tree into fleur. Before I could do or say anything further, 30 arms bloomed all over Aokiji's body, poised to snap his body in half. He turned his attention to her, his powers beginning to freeze the duplicate arms. But despite her slight wince and the steam starting to waft up from her real arms, she stood strong. My. It looks like I underestimated this crew.
The salt I had her
to
use
me
it.
to try to protect them. Aokiji said, perfectly calm despite the hold poised to break him. You killed the first friend I ever made right in front of me the last time we met. Robin spat venomously. Now, for the first time in 20 years, I've actually found friends who still believe in me, even after you did everything you could to turn them against me. And now that I've found them. She snapped her hands shut. I am done running. Clutch. And just like that, Aokiji's form shattered into diamond dust, and Robin, though panting, had a distinct look of triumph on her face. I, however, felt distinctly less enthused. Very nice, very Vedas, I grit out as I watched the ice particles shifting. Oh, and by the way, everyone. His fruit, the ice fruit. It's a fucking logia, which means that little display, impressive though it was, accomplished absolutely jack and shit beyond pissing him off. In summary, burn him before he pulls himself together, got it, Lasso growled, padding forward in his hybrid form. Aokiji chose that moment to reform his upper body, the air and ground crackling from near-instant snap freeze.
Owner of Nafal Aqua Park. I'll do the Aqua Park. The fucking...
The Admiral, already half reformed by that point, spared the black gelatinous ball a glance before blowing out a misty white cloud, leaving a jagged black hunk of ice to drop to the ground a few feet away from impact. That was tedious. He didn't even glance at it as he stood up. Lasso's eyes widened and his tail dropped between his legs as he started inching backward. Ah. Actually, I continued in a faux calm tone of voice. What I was about to say was this. I promptly turned around and belted down the coastline, grabbing Robin's jacket and dragging her along with me. Fucking run. We covered this earlier, Cross, Aokiji said dryly. Feet or miles. I noticed him crouching down and pressing his palm to the ground as I looked back. There's nowhere that you can run. Observe. Ice Age. Whoosh. I had all of 2 seconds to note the wave of cold that swept past my feet. Woes shit. Crack. Before my feet slid out from beneath me due to my
kind
feet
of annoying
traction on the frozen soil, sending me crashing to the ground.
Can't.
Duly noted, I mumbled into the ice. I wonder if he'll be able
You
to
can't
pull
buy the
himself back
stuff
together after this.
while you're at work.
I managed to flip myself over in time to see Chopper swipe his arm out and send a number of vials spinning through the air, all of them surrounding Aokiji. Eat this. Chopper snarled viciously, a number of scalpels splayed in his hoof. Cherry blossom blast flurry. With that, the currently psycho doctor snapped his hoof out and flung his blades at the vials, striking each one dead on, breaching the glass. Ka boom. And causing the contents within to react violently with the air. I winced and shielded myself from the wave of light and heated air that resulted. It only got worse when Connie's fired her burn bazooka with all the firepower the dial could muster, followed by Nami practically bringing the wrath of Zeus down on his head. Even Usopp contributed what he could, his hands blurring with how fast he was firing. Everybody watched the resulting smog, and when it cleared, Aokiji stood there, completely unscathed and with his normal, bored expression back in place. Well, I'll give you this much, he drawled as he flicked a clod of dirt from his jacket. If I weren't a Logia, that probably would have stung a bit. What the hell does it take to keep this guy down? Usopp screamed. Does anyone have any Sea Prism Stone, New World grade pirates, or convincing enough acting skills to make him think you're Sengoku? I asked sarcastically. Or we could just try building a sauna. This is not the time, Cross. Robin grit out. What part of the word's coping mechanism are you people failing to grasp? I shot back at her. Sounds like the core concept to me. Robin and I froze, slowly turning our gazes up to stare in terror at Aokiji looming over us. I am really starting to hate that technique. I whimpered. Get away from them. / get away from Robin Klein. / get away from my crew. Zero, Sanji, Boss, and a lobster red Luffy lunged at Aokiji from behind. He turned his head halfway, briefly regarding them, before moving, fending off Boss with a kick and grabbing one of Zero's arms before simply tossing him away. Luffy and Sanji, he didn't even touch. His powers crippled them with frost as soon as they touched his body. By the time he was done, the monster trio +1 were left rolling on the ground, agonizing over their frost-bitten limbs. He turned back to us, and moved for Robin. Gritting my teeth and steeling my nerves, I interposed myself between them, arms flung out to shield her. Aokiji raised an eyebrow at me before shrugging indifferently. He then clamped one hand down on my shoulder opposite where Soundbite was and reached past me with the other. And then... ice time. Crack. Argh. It was almost indescribable. Intellectually, I knew at the time that the ice, dry ice, at that, was far below zero and thus extremely cold, but physically, that ice burned. It burned worse than almost any other burn I'd felt before, almost as bad as the hell Enu had put me through, and it was spreading, going down my arm, down my side, across my chest. GRGH, motherfucker. I snarled out in agony. Right on the fucking scars, you raging bastard. It took every bit of willpower Zero had forced into me to not just slip into oblivion, and I came damn close to giving up the ghost, too, but there was one sound that made me hang in there. The sound of Robin whimpering in the exact same agony behind me. It took a second for me to muster the mental wherewithal to do anything, but once I did, I reached up with my unfrozen hand and grabbed the arm Aokiji was using to freeze my hand. I winced as the ice burned at my already mutilated fingers, but I held fast, prompting him to glance down at me. Let her go, I snarled in the Admiral's face. Aokiji stared at me, his expression unreadable, for several seconds with no notable change in the ice's progression. Then, all at once, the freezing stopped advancing, and Aokiji pulled back. I didn't even have time to contemplate the fact that I wasn't being frozen anymore when a grunt of pain behind me captured my attention, prompting me to spin around and grab Robin just before she toppled over. I'll be honest, it wasn't good. Whereas I'd managed to get away with only one of my arms and the upper part of one of my legs frozen, the entire right half of Robin's body was completely encased in ice, her remaining half visibly struggling to support the dead weight.
Let me out!
How she was still conscious, staring in visible fear at Aokiji, was beyond me. Neko Robin, Aokiji stated quietly. As Cross somehow knows, Jaguar D. Saul was my friend, too. It was because of his final wishes that I allowed you to escape from Ohara that day. I still feel responsible for your life, but after 20 years of wandering, I felt that it was time for you to die. But it seems that you've found your place after all. Robin's breathing hitched, her eyes widening. The rest of the crew seemed stunned as well, myself included. Was he really serious? Had he just approved of Robin staying with us? He sighed and turned away, waving his hand carelessly as he padded toward the ocean. Well, I suppose we owe you all something from the Alabaster incident, so I'll let you go today. I was so relieved I thought I might pass out. Vivi, however, still spun her lion cutters, no, wait, lion cutter, singular. Her other hand was, clutching her necklace again. Just today. She snarled. Aokiji paused and glanced back at Vivi before rolling his eyes. All right, let me rephrase that, I won't come after your crew again unless I'm outright ordered to. Better. Vivi held her glare for a few seconds before allowing her cutter to stop spinning. Good. And with that, he started walking again, and we allowed ourselves to relax. You've found people who will protect you, Neko Robin. They are willing to take on the world for you, clearly. But, of course, it couldn't be that simple. But can they win? I seriously doubt that. I couldn't have felt more pain in that moment if he tore all of my bandages off. For moments before Robin gave up the fight to stay awake, I saw the spark that had been growing there over the past few weeks flicker and die. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn you. I hissed. Damn every last one of you monsters straight to hell. Aokiji paused again before chuckling deeply. A monster, huh? That's rich, coming from a demon like you. I grit my teeth as I glared at Aokiji's back. Well, at least I'm honest. That shut him up. And so, without a single word further, Admiral Aokiji Kuzen of Marine HQ walked out onto the winter wasteland he'd constructed, slowly striding off into the distance, leaving us all to process our complete and utter defeat. Oh. Geez, you work fast, Chopper, I complimented, flexing the new bandages on my arm. Thanks for the quick unfreeze, I didn't expect it to be this fast. It's nothing, Cross the reindeer replied. I snapped my head over to him, and he sighed. No, Cross, it still doesn't make me happy, but right now, I don't feel like I've done that much good, considering how my best shot did absolutely nothing against Aokiji. You're so let down that you're not even going to flip out like you usually do. I mean, in the story, you were more focused on defrosting. In the story, I wasn't as good at fighting as I am now, Chopper absent-mindedly interrupted as he ruffled through his bag. In this reality, your advice helped me get stronger and more confident. Back on Skypiea, it was different. I knew that Luffy would have to beat NU, and he did. But this time, he rammed his hoof into his bag, and I damn near shit myself at the clink of glass on glass it produced. None of us could do anything. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even help. I grimaced in acknowledgement but shook my head. Try not to let it bother you too much, Chopper. And why the hell not, Cross? Chopper snarled, whirling around with an expression equal parts vicious and desperate. I pointed my finger at the cabin wall. Because currently, our 4 strongest frontline fighters are warming their frostbitten asses in the ocean after getting said asses absolutely handed to them. In victory, it's not very fair to use them as milestones, but in defeat, they are perfect justifications. So what you're saying? Soundbite started slowly. Is that there's no shame in losing if they lost too? Something like that, I said, waving my hand. Aokiji is very much in the big leagues in this world. Today, we had no chance of winning, but he let us live because he has some decency. I have no doubt that someday, our crew will have to fight someone of his caliber and win, or die trying. But as long as we keep training, we won't be hit with more than we can take. We'll be pushed to our limits just about every time, yes. But we'll survive. Chopper groaned and kneaded his temples. Damn it, Cross, how can you be so sure of that with everything that's gone wrong? I smiled fondly and patted the top of his hat. I'm not saying this based on my knowledge, Chopper. I'm saying it based on something I believed before I came here and now know with ironclad certainty. Our captain, Monkey D. Luffy, will become the Pirate King, and by extension we will be the crew that puts him on top. It's that simple. Chopper stared at me, eyes shimmering with hope, for a few seconds before a smile bloomed on his face. Yeah, you're right. He won't die before he reaches his dream, and neither will the rest of us. He tilted his smile upward as he patted a hoof on the deck. None of us will. That sobered me up a little, but I did my best not to show it. Fortunately, I got a good excuse not to dwell on my promise to Mary in the form of Connie's coming into our impromptu medical room in the kitchen. Everyone else asked me to check on how Robin's doing. Is she going to be all right? She asked. I couldn't suppress my grimace at that. Physically, I jabbed my thumb at the tub of lukewarm salt water she was soaking in. Already, the ice had retreated significantly, releasing her face and torso and leaving only the lower parts of her extremities fragile. She'll be fine. It was touch and go for a bit since Aokiji literally turns people into ice, but she's thawing well, so
Jesus
she's down
Christ, what a
danger.
pain in the ass
I
to
groaned
clean
and kneaded the
this.
bridge of my nose. No, the real damage was all in Aokiji's parting shot, and fixing that's not gonna be so easy. I shook my head. She had called us her friends. She had been ready to accept us. She had been one freaking minute away from exchanging secrets, from her accepting us wholeheartedly. And now, we'd be lucky if she'd still call us by our names. I gave Connie a solemn look. As soon as Boss and the monster trio are healed, bring everyone in here, and Chopper, be ready to wake her up. The two nodded and got to work, leaving me to watch over Robin in solemn silence. If I was honest with myself, my relationship with Robin was different from the rest of the crew. Back before I came to the Blue Seas, I was always the older brother in my family. Whether with my natural brother or my step-siblings, I'd always been the eldest, the one, sort of in charge, given how they never respected me worth shit, but I digress. Anyway, the point is that growing up, I didn't really have a peer that I could relate to, someone with similar interests. And don't get me wrong, I loved the rest of the Straw Hats to death and back, and most of the time, I could match their energy. But with Robin, I could find peace and quiet. With her, I could enjoy a quiet moment of debate over some story or other, or a nice, sharp back and forth snackfest. To put it simply, while
Get
the rest
out
of
of the
crew
way,
were siblings and cousins
Mingo!
of similar or slightly lesser ages, Robin had become like the big sister I'd never had. And the idea that all of that could have just been undone by some paltry words. I groaned and kneaded my temples. I had to get this right on the first try, I had to, because if I didn't, I wasn't sure that I'd get another chance before everything went straight to hell. It was the longest half hour of my life until the others were ready, by which time Robin had completely defrosted. Everyone was gathered in the kitchen while Chopper prepared the smelling salts. Or at least, the horrific concoction he called smelling salts. Alright, fair warning. Chopper bit his tongue as he waved the vial under Robin's nose. After a trauma like this, the reactions of patients waking up have a tendency of being somewhat. Robin's eyes snapped open and crap hard grip on my throat couldn't breathe. Visceral. Chopper gagged out around the arm that was coiled around his neck. No shit. I wheezed out as I yanked at the fingers that were throttling me. Let him go or get ready to lose a thumb again. Soundbite roared. Robin started slightly, blinking rapidly as she came back from her adrenaline high. After a moment she gasped in shock and snapped her arms down, dissolving the leaves that had incapacitated the crew. I am so sorry, it was reflexive, I didn't mean. No harm done, Robin, I rasped, wincing as I rubbed a particularly sore part of my throat. Well, no lasting harm. Anyway, you don't have anything to worry about. You're back with your friends now. I hoped, so hard, that the trauma of being frozen, or at least the sheer hurt of the ordeal, would have chased away Aokiji's little parting shot. But by how hollow the smile she gave me was, that hadn't happened. Yes. Yes, you're right. Robin relaxed back into the tub, turning a grin on Chopper that made him shiver uncomfortably. Thank you for the assistance, Mr. Doctor, I appreciate. Come on, Robin. I cut in, causing her to jump and cracking the mask she was trying to bolt back into place. The sheer anguish that briefly showed nearly stopped me. Nearly. Are you really going to let the words of that cold-hearted bastard undo everything you've been looking for over the last 20 years? You called us your friends, hell, we are your friends, full stop. She made a weak attempt to smile. Mr. Jeremiah. Don't you Mr. Jeremiah me. I snapped, slamming my fist into the wall. I noted Sanji holding himself back in my peripheral vision as I stomped over to her. Damn it, Robin, I thought you were past this. It doesn't matter what the hell that bastard said or what scare tactics you tried to use. We still want to be your friends, and I thought that after all this time, you were willing to trust us. The words of someone like him shouldn't make a difference. Her composure slipped again, briefly showing the anguish I'd seen before, but she still tried to hide behind a painfully neutral expression rather than show vulnerability. I gritted my teeth. If I had to take drastic measures at this point, so be fucking it. Robin, I broke that mask before through kindness, but I can and will go the other way and get you spitting nails if I have to. If I can do it to Aokiji, I can do it to you, I warned her. I exhaled, letting my agitation flow out, and gave her a pleading look. Listen, Robin. Do you really want us to go back to seeing Crocodile's right-hand woman, instead of seeing you? Do you really want to go back to being Miss All Sunday? As I'd spoken, Vivi had remained silent, her body slightly angled away from Robin, but the glances she occasionally shot her spoke volumes. Come on, Robin. Nami jumped in, pleading. You're one of the only people on the crew with a lick of sense. Without you, we'd go crazy in hours. You can keep up with me when I'm talking about science, even when I go off the deep end. Chopper added, tears shimmering in his eyes. I'm fine with everyone else just smiling and nodding, but you actually read my notes and understand them. You even helped me develop half of the combat formulas I'm using. You're almost as much of a mentor to me as Dr. Ryan. I'll be honest, that was the only thing that made me reconsider this whole venture. Briefly. You're a stone-cold bitch with cheap as all hell powers and enough practice keeping your emotions to yourself that I probably wouldn't trust you if Cross and Luffy didn't was Zero's contribution. Before anyone, Sanji, could tear his head off, he sighed and scratched at his head, looking away. And you're one of the strongest women I've ever met. Sanji probably would have gone next had Boss not noticed Luffy silently regarding Robin. Instead, he clamped his flipper over the cook's mouth long enough for our captain to speak. You're a member of this crew, Robin, no matter what. He stated it as though it was an immutable fact. And knowing Luffy, it was. I capped it all off by clamping my hand down on her shoulder and leaning forward, looking her dead in the eyes. You belong here, Robin. You know it, we know it. So, after
I am
everything you've gone through with us, all
hungry.
the times and the bad that we've shared, do you really want us to treat you like everybody else you've met for the last 20 years, and vice versa? She tried to keep up her cool, uncaring mask, she really did. But she couldn't look me in the eye, and after a moment she gave up trying. In that moment, I swear I saw something sparkling from her face drip into the tub below her. No, she breathed at last, hugging herself. But what else would you have me do? This crew, this is the first place I've actually felt secure since. She bit down on her lip before she could say anything further. So close. Seriously, Robin? Even after all this, all we've gone through, you can't bring yourself to tell them? I demanded, unable to keep the hurt out of my voice. Slowly, she looked up, tears actually shimmering in her eyes. No, I can't. Because I can't deny what Aokiji said. You're all strong, incredibly so, but not strong enough to fight the world. She looked away. Nobody is. At the risk of Sanji kicking me, that's a steaming load of bull, Mikey hotly announced. The cook took a deep draw from his cigarette before snorting it out. I never thought I'd agree with anyone insulting a woman in any form, but I agree with the dugong, he stated. You're the only one here who believes that, Robin dear. How can you say that, Sanji? She said, voice rising. What just happened with Aokiji is only going to help us. Zero cut in sharply. We lost, and none of us are happy about that, but we survived. We've seen what we're up against. Now we just need to get to the point that when we meet him again, we won't lose. And unless shit somehow goes sideways in a manner most spectacular, we won't have to face anyone we can't beat again, Robin, I said carefully, looking at Luffy the whole time. Unfortunately, his head was still bowed, preventing anyone from reading his expressions. You can't, Robin began. Do you really think that I'm lying? I interrupted. No, but you don't know, she stammered. Do you really think that our captain, Monkey D. Luffy, will ever let any of us down? I pressed, quietly but intensely. There was a minor spark of recognition in Robin's eyes, a bit of light coming back into her face. She looked at me, and then at Luffy. He looked up slightly, revealing one of his eyes, and Ace couldn't have had more of a fire burning in his than Luffy's had at that moment. Robin looked at him for what felt like an eternity before slowly looking away, ashamed. I want to say that I believe. She whispered, clutching tightly at her arms. But after all these years... Cross. Robin's mouth clamped shut, and we both looked back at Luffy. He looked like he had a bad taste in his mouth, but his eyes still burned. I'm changing my orders, he grit out. From now on, you have my permission to say anything you know, he shuddered. But only if it can help us get stronger, that's it. I gaped, and most of the rest of the crew seemed equally stunned, but Luffy just looked at Robin, a wry grin slowly growing on his face. After all, if we are going to take on the whole world, then we'll need to be a lot stronger, right? I glanced at Robin, finding nothing but gape-mouthed astonishment, before looking back at Luffy. Yeah, that'd be for the best. I mean, we'll get through what's coming up next as long as we fight like hell. I paused, racking my memories for the next couple of arcs. But yeah, I'd be a lot more comfortable if we took what little time we have here on Long Ring Long to hone our skills. Training whenever you can does hurt. Soundbite piped up. Hurts them, anyway. Well, I'm all for it. If I know what to shoot for, I should be able to reach it faster, Zero grinned. My students and I train regularly anyways, so we'll just have to train twice as hard, right, boys? Boss said confidently, pounding his fist into his palm. Boss, yes, boss. The dugongs barked as they snapped to attention. I don't plan on letting another lady get injured in my sight. I'll be glad to train, Sanji said firmly. Count me in, too. Chopper nodded in agreement. I could definitely use a chance to get used to wielding my arsenal now that I have a chance, Connie's mused to herself. Everyone else responded in the same vein, some speaking, others only nodding, but none opposed. I turned back to Robin and felt a pang of sympathy at the sheer
Let's
shock on her face.
go!
For anyone to be so taken aback at the
In the
idea that anyone
sports
would be willing to
swimming
risk their
pool?
lives for them, it was moments like this that I was really grateful for the transceiver hanging at my side. Still, what Robin did next washed away my sorrow and rage. She smiled. An honest, true smile. It was weak and frail, but that wasn't important to me. No, what was truly important was that the spark of life that I'd seen extinguished earlier was back in her eyes. Not as strong as before, unfortunately, but there. Ready to be fanned back up. Buoyed by her reaction, I nodded and clapped my hands. Right. Everyone who isn't still recovering from hypothermia, meet me on the deck in 10 minutes. I'm going to need that long to make sure I don't forget anything. Oh, and... I hastily stuck my finger up, everyone pausing mid-step as I shot apologetic looks at Robin, Connie's, and the dugongs. For the record, I do apologize for my cryptic, nice savant-like bullshitter-y. But I promise that once everything is said and done on the next island we arrive on, I will let you all in on the secrets I hold. Agreed. Connie's and Sue exchanged looks. Something passed between them before the angel nod. You saved my home with whatever knowledge you have, Cross. I'm perfectly willing to wait as long as I need to learn it. Speak for yourself. Sue sniffed. You'd better talk soon and fast, bub, or else I'll snatch Slimeball and make him tell me. Just try it, Puffball. Soundbite shot back. Boss waddled between them, flippers held up in a placating gesture. Hey, easy, you two. Way I see it, the when doesn't matter. But then, I'm a soldier, and you are my superior. He jabbed his cigar at me. Until you do something suicidally stupid, my boys and I will listen to you no matter what. The TDWS nodded in agreement, though Mikey was noticeably reluctant. So, we don't get a vote in asking for spoilers early, then?
The
Smack.
fuck was that?
I was just asking, geez. Well, if we've got 10 minutes, I'll go ahead and double-check the upgrades I've finished, Yusuf muttered, seeming somewhat subdued. I frowned as he left, suddenly remembering that while Mary had been one catalyst that drove him to leave the crew, there had been two, and his rock-bottom self-esteem from meeting Aokiji was the other. I needed to nip that in the bud when I had the chance, or else we might be looking at a shitton of trouble anyway. Vivi and Keru left the room next, and most of the crew followed soon after, Chopper lingering the longest to ensure the water was still the right temperature for Robin. Soon, only Luffy and I were left. Robin, I said, glancing at Luffy for a moment before giving her a compassionate look. I'm ready to back you up on that whenever you are. She shuddered and clenched her eyes shut. After a moment, she opened them and gave me a light smile. I'm still not certain, but I... She nodded hesitantly, the action slowly picking up strength. For the first time in I don't know how, Robin shook her head with a dry chuckle. Lying again, and you no doubt know it. For the first time in 20 years, I have hope again. She graced me with a much wider, more heartfelt smile. And it's all thanks to you. You have my thanks, miss. Robin flinched and her smile turned apologetic. Cross. I smiled back and clenched her shoulder reassuringly. We'll get through this, Robin, don't worry. Now, here. I picked up a vial Chop had left behind and handed it to her. Take your medicine and get some rest. We'll wake you up around dinner time, all right. Robin chuckled as she took the vial and downed it. Knowing Sanji, you didn't even. She trailed off into a yawn. Even need to. She blinked blearily at the vial. It would appear that Chopper improved his formula recently. I caught the vial as she nodded off and sank a few inches into the water. I watched her sleep for a moment before groaning and hanging my head. Damn it, Robin. I ground out. What's wrong? Luffy asked. Robin's happy again, isn't that a good thing? I shook my head. That's what she said, Luffy, and I want to believe her so badly it hurts. I sighed, defeated. But Robin is a world-class actor, and I honestly can't tell whether or not she was faking those emotions, because I know damn well that she could. You had better not be saying she doesn't think we're her friends, Cross, Luffy growled. No, Luffy, not at all, I said, shaking my head. In fact, that's the only thing I'm completely certain of at the moment. Then we should trust her. It's what friends do. Luffy nodded as though that were that. Captain, that's the exact reason why we can't trust her. I gestured between him and myself. We're her friends, Luffy, her friends who she cares about more than life itself. I pointed at him. You should know better than anyone that people, even people as smart as her, tend to do stupid things, so long as it ends with saving their friends, or their family, as the case may be. Luffy's expression darkened like a thundercloud, but he didn't have an answer to that. Oh. Several minutes of me racking my brains for everything that I could instruct the crew on at this point later, which involved no small amount of grumbling, violent cursing, at Ace for the instructions on haki he gave, found me stepping out onto the deck. Everyone's attention turned to me immediately. Alright, guys, let's get started. I clapped my hands together and rubbed them eagerly. To start things off, let me give you all a fair warning. While I've seen and heard of a lot of techniques, which I will be sharing with you, I don't know how to do most of them. But if you guys could figure it out on your own, then I know that you can figure it out via description, even if it'll no doubt take longer without the first-hand experience. I looked at Usopp first, noticing him standing beside something covered with a tablecloth. Usopp, full status report on upgrades. The sniper nodded. I've almost finished Nami's perfect climb attack, but I'm still having trouble making the Eisen dial work down here. You're sure that there's a way to make it happen? Positive. But if you're still having trouble, Nami, you're the expert on clouds. Think you can figure out what he has to do? Nami nodded, and Usopp continued. Well, alright, then. In other news, I've almost finished upgrading my slingshot and arsenal. Boss, he looked at the dugongs. I've finished the thermal dart, but I haven't worked out a way for you to have a safe place to grab it yet. I'm either going to need some design time to fix that, duration to be determined, or I'll need to make heat-retardant gauntlets for you. Boss snorted and waved his flipper dismissively. Please. A little bit of heat doesn't scare me. I can take it on the chin like a man. Boss. Connie's hesitantly raised a finger. I'm sorry to tell you this, but heat dials can reach temperatures of up to and over 700 degrees Celsius. You could seriously injure your flippers if you used that weapon unprotected. Boss cocked an eyebrow at Connie's before plucking his cigar from his mouth and grinding it down in his free flipper, not reacting in the slightest. I have spent over 3/4 of my life smashing my flippers into the bedrock of the Sandora River and the skulls of every living creature in it. It is a miracle if I ever feel anything with them. He grinned confidently. Trust me, if anyone can take the heat, it's me. Fair enough, I guess. Just make sure that you keep it deactivated whenever you're not using it, or you're going to wind up with a lot more scar tissue, Usopp concluded before nodding at me. And cross. He took hold of the tablecloth. Your upgrades are complete. With a triumphant grin, he yanked back the cloth. I grinned as I took in the sight. He had completely revamped my armor. The color was the same, but ridges covered the backs of them from elbow to finger and knee to toe, and the elbows and knees were thicker than the rest, guarding the joints perfectly. The armor was also thicker in general, each piece easily twice the size of my limb. I could see sleeves of what looked like fabric on the insides of the armor, with the metal part expanded outward. And in the palms of the gauntlets were 2 distinctly round shapes, the palms displaying 7-piece honeycomb grills. Specially designed from the Usopp workshop, your new armor comes complete with heat and cold insulation, along with an extra layer of protection and durability composed of sea king leather and the special fibers I use in my robes, Usopp rattled off, sounding like an infomercial salesman. The left one is the flash gauntlet, which I've hooked up with that strobe mechanism you said you liked, and the right one is the impact gauntlet, which channels all impacts to the dial no matter where you catch them, even if they are not on the palm itself. And don't worry, I've worked out all of the bugs this time with Luffy and the dugongs acting as test dummies. Just make sure to discharge it outside of the feedback mechanism after every 20 or so blasts, or there's a good chance the build-up of energy will blow your bones out. Also, he pointed at Connie's. I'm working on a way to build a similar device for the reject dial. For now, though, the only one who can use it without breaking their arm, and probably a whole bunch of other important stuff, is Luffy. And he hits about as hard as that thing anyway, so really, it's a moot point, I chuckled before pointing at Zero. Alright, moving on. You, Mr. First Mate, I have absolutely no idea how you pulled it off, but you worked out a technique you called 9 Swords style, Asura. Basically. No, I got it, Zero interrupted with a casual wave of his hand. I know what you're talking about. I've been meditating on it in my spare time, but now that I know that it's actually possible. He trailed off into a feral grin that caused my blood to freeze over. Soundbite shuddered in terror, withdrawing into his shell. Unclean. Unclean. I swallowed audibly before continuing. Anyway, while you're working on that, another technique to think on is one of a set known as the 6 powers. I turned slightly so that I was addressing the whole crew. The 6 powers is a highly advanced martial arts style, used almost exclusively by the Marines' top brass, the purpose of which is to turn the human body into a weapon. Thankfully, however, I think that the techniques are simple enough that you can figure them out yourselves. The one I'm thinking of at the moment is known as Iron Body. The basics of it, as I understand them, is to clench your body's muscles hard, and I mean really hard, so that your very flesh, I wrapped my knuckles on my abdomen, becomes as solid as iron itself, so that not even blades or bullets can hurt you. Well, I nodded my head to the side. Unless it's a bullshit strong attack, but you get my point. I looked back at Zero. I figured that you have the most experience out of all of us at blocking near-lethal attacks with your torso, so I figure that you'd have the most luck puzzling it out. Makes sense. Zero nodded in agreement. Hey, I've taken twice as many blows as the Marimo. Sanji protested. I gave the cook a flat look. Sanji, you've taken a lot of bad hits, I'll admit, but you sure as hell didn't take Mihawk's ship cutting slash or Mr. 1's shredding drill head on. Grumbling, Sanji silently conceded the point by looking away. And besides, you'll be focusing on the second, third, and fourth of the 6 powers, and I'll honestly be surprised if you don't figure one of them out by the end of the day, and Zero will never let you hear the end of it, since he's already mastered one of them as far as his fighting style is concerned. Both Zero and Sanji looked at me, the former with wicked eagerness and the latter looking about ready to burst into flames of pure determination. I smiled innocently, somehow managing to move all of my cold sweat to the back of my head. I would not show weakness. I would not show weakness. Talk fast, Sanji growled. I most certainly did not swallow heavily. Well, see, Zero's able to produce flying slashes with his Phoenix attacks, and the technique known as the Tempest Kick lets you produce them with your legs. All you have to do is kick with enough force and somehow concentrate all the resultant gust from the attack into an amalgamation of pure wind strong and sharp enough to match any blade. Sanji's determination faded into a contemplative frown. HRM? That actually sounds familiar. I think the old geezer did that with his peg leg back when that huge shield-wearing psycho tried to ignite the Abarrotes. I blinked. Huh, I forgot about that. Figures that old coot would have figured the technique out. God only knows how far into the line he got before turning back. But yeah, it's like that, just concentrate all of that wind into a singular blade of air, and you should acquire a nice ranged attack in your arsenal. Sanji smirked at Zero, but when I snapped my fingers for attention he grudgingly looked back at me. Alright, as much as I'd love to start on that one right away, you said there were 2 more. Yeah. The third technique, you've actually done already, back when Ohm scarred Connie's. With the moonwalk technique, you kick so hard that you can jump on the air itself. Besides using devil fruit powers, it's the closest thing you can ever get to actual flight. I don't expect you to get the hang of that one anytime soon, but if you can do it while you're berserk. I shrugged. If you have to, try channeling that anger so you can figure out how to do it. Now, the fourth one, shave, I said, looking around at the whole crew again. Seems to be the easiest of all the 6 powers with how common it is. A certain faux butler even developed a half-bastardized, half-improved version of it. This is the only one that I know the instructions for. By kicking the ground 10 times in a second, you can generate enough force to move fast enough that you seem to practically teleport. How the hell you manage it, I don't know, but like I said, it seems to be the easiest of them. Heck, I chuckled, looking over our sniper and navigator. With how good you are at running, I wouldn't be surprised if you could manage it, Usopp. Or you, Nami. The 2 of them looked thoughtful, and I turned my attention back to Luffy. The 5th technique is called finger pistol. Essentially, with enough strength and by applying iron body to one's finger, just doing this, I stuck my arm out, index finger pointing outwards. Ought to be enough to put a hole in a person as well as any gunshot. A bit more visceral than what you're used to, I know, but I just thought it might be a good idea for your pipe. Good way of piercing through solid defenses and all. Luffy hummed thoughtfully as he tilted his head to the side. Now, the last one is another one that you've pulled off, Luffy, during your fight against Enyu. Though. I waved my hand side to side. The official technique is way more effective than that airhead thing you pulled off.
Let's
Letting your body go and letting your reflexes do
go!
all the work dodging is the basis of the paper art technique, but the real deal lets you keep your head in the game so you can attack or move appropriately. Oh, now that sounds like fun. Luffy grinned eagerly. Alright, now, let's see. I slowly started ticking down on my fingers as I went over their other techniques. Zero needs Haki, Nami and Usopp are fine on their own. Sanji, I glanced at the cook, who was shadowboxing but with kicks. Hey, Sanji, does the phrase if God made food, then the devil made spice mean anything to you? Sanji froze mid-swing, shooting a shocked look at me. That move actually works. I came up with it back up on the Barati while I was drunk off my ass. I shrugged helplessly. Yeah, well, it actually does work. And to great effect, I might add. Something about your heart burning even hotter than the kick or something. Sanji's eyes widened slightly, and he turned away, muttering rapid fire. I shrugged and left him to it. Alright, then. Next up, Chopper. I pointed at the doctor. Seeing as we are currently in the middle of a verdant wasteland, is there any chance that you'd be willing to try training to gain control of that? The reindeer was briefly confused before paling, visible even beneath his fur. I don't think that might be such a good idea, Cross. What? Why not? I asked, genuinely curious. I mean, I suppose the whole hyper-exhaustion thing is a danger, but we've got enough muscle here to match you, and all we have to do to break the form is knock you into the ocean. Wheel. Chopper sheepishly clicked his hooves together. With the same look on his face as when he was explaining how he developed his little hide issue or fuck me. This is gonna suck, isn't it? I blandly stated. Well, see, the thing is, Cross he said, rubbing the back of his skull. That was a berserker when I stumbled onto it because it was primarily controlled by my unconscious mind. Back then, my unconscious was totally empty, so it was essentially my baser animal instincts given form, albeit more savage than I'd expected. But now. He tapped his hoof against his temple. That part of my brain isn't quite so unconscious anymore, remember. I froze as the implications sunk in. and said implications were that if things proceeded anywhere close to canon, there was an alarmingly good chance of the Tower of Justice becoming a butcher's shop, or some other unimaginable abomination of science. On the other hand, maybe Spandam deserved that. No, it wasn't worth it. It so very, very nearly was, but I had collateral to think of, so much collateral. Let's put a pin in that for now, all right. I squeaked. Chopper nodded eagerly. Probably for the best, yes. Moving right along. I hastily swung around to my next target, then paused as an idea came to me, prompting me to swing back to Chopper. Actually, there's still something that you can do. You know about Luffy's gears, right? Chopper blinked in surprise. You mean the technique that he used to turn huge and punch out the sea wall, right? And the one he used to save Connie's from NAU? What about them? The latter is Gear 1.5 and the prior is 2.5, prototype versions of Gears 2nd and 3rd, I explained. Both extremely powerful tools, but, well, I scratched the back
It's all
of my
yellowy and this one's all
You
red.
remember how the recoil
That's
from
nasty.
2.5 snapped Luffy into a midget? Chopper grimaced. I'm guessing that 1.5 has some kind of side effect as well. He rubbed his chin, humming thoughtfully. Well, I don't know if I can help with anything like the shrinkage, but see. My sheepishness redoubled. That's the thing. Gear 2nd's side effects are a lot more, shall we say, visceral than Gear 3rd. How to best put this, Luffy? I pointed at our captain. How do you start 1.5, and how do you usually feel after using it? Luffy grinned eagerly as he held his leg up and pointed to it. Oh, it's easy. I just pump my legs to get my blood flowing faster, and then that makes me go faster, too. He then looked up, hand on his chin, totally missing the horrified look spreading over Chopper's face. The bad news is that so far, I've only been able to keep it going for a few seconds. And after it runs out, I usually feel kind of tired, and my muscles ache all over. And then his eager grin was right back in place. But I've been getting better at using it in my spare time. Some more practice and I'll be able to keep it running for as long as I want. Here. He placed his fist on the deck. Check it, OU. Thwack. GRK. Luffy choked, slapping a hand to the side of his neck. The syringe that had just stabbed him finished emptying its contents into his bloodstream before he could do anything else, causing him to keel over and start snoring.
81.
We stared at Luffy's prone form before turning our gazes to Chopper, whose hoof was still extended in a throwing follow-through and whose face was a rictus of pure rage. Unbelievable, inconsiderate, suicidal. The human reindeer's words trailed off into unintelligible grumbling as he marched up to Luffy and grabbed the back of his collar. He then shot a glare around the deck. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to retire to the kitchen for a bit to guarantee that this ignoramus, he emphasized the word with a thoroughly ineffective smack to Luffy's temple, doesn't keel over at age 50 due to having the heart of a 90-year-old. Nobody dared hold the doctor as he marched up the stairs, flung Luffy into the kitchen, and slammed the door shut behind him. Soundbite blinked once more before giving me a hesitant glance. Should we save him? No, best we leave them be, I sighed. Luffy might suffer right now, but Chopper is essentially working to save him from, well, himself. I clapped my hands as I decided that it'd be better for my sanity to not dwell on whatever unholy procedures Chopper was performing. Right then, next up is... I frowned as I realized who I had turned to. Vivi. I meant to ask you after we were through with NAU, but things got kinda hectic. So before I forget again, that necklace you're wearing, what? Oh, my, look at the time. Vivi yelped before I could get another word out, sweat cascading down her face as she plastered on a rictus grin and vaulted onto Keru's back, his reins clutched in a white-knuckled grip.
I'm
In all the
hungry.
excitement, I almost forgot that I'd been meaning to run some laps with Keru, for practice. Well, no time like the present. Come on Keru, let's go, once around the island, chop chop. Hey, now, wait a. Whoosh. Minute. I trailed off slowly as the dust cloud that was Keru approached the horizon. Wow. That duck can move. Soundbite whistled. Tell me about it, I grumbled before giving Soundbite a searching look. By the way, is there any chance that she... Sorry, nada. Soundbite shook his head. Most I've gotten is the word Sirocco dot. Although... What? A. He nodded his head side to side. I think that I heard a voice coming from IT. Don't think IT was alive though. I mulled that over before shaking my head. Well, if she doesn't want to share, I suppose that's her prerogative. I'll drop it for now. I moved on to Connie's. Alright, now for you, our resident angel of firepower. Given how you've been toting that burn bazooka around all day without breaking a sweat, I'm guessing that you don't find its weight to be daunting. Yes, that sounds about right, Connie's answered. Thanks to all the strength from the extra oxygen, it barely feels like I'm carrying anything. Then I say it's high time we change that, I said, smacking my fist into my palm. Seeing as you can carry the behemoth around no problem, you can easily carry around a bunch of its cousins, too. Your goal is to find out just how firepower you can comfortably strap to yourself at once. Trust me, if you think talking softly and carrying a big gun equals being a beta, that's easily trumped by being a walking arsenal. Can do. The angel saluted eagerly. Sue, make sure she doesn't somehow overload and become ineffective. I will try, but I make no promises. Sue swiped her tail up to her forehead in a salute. Hey. Remember the macaroni incident? You swore to never mention that again. Though I suppose I see your point. So much cheese. I shuddered slightly as I watched the usually serene woman devolve into a fit of horrified twitching. Moving on. And boss. I confidently pointed at the martial artist, holding that pose for a moment before slowly lowering my finger. I'm afraid that I have nothing for you or your students. A boss shrugged indifferently. You've given us more than enough to work on already. He pumped his flipper, grinning.
I'm
We'll
gonna
just have to do
go
the
get
rest
something to
ourselves.
eat. Be right back.
Right, boys. Aye, boss. His students concurred. Well, then, in that case. I clapped my hands and nodded. That's it. Everyone go right ahead and get to it. Hang on a second, Cross Nami interjected. Aren't you forgetting someone? I blinked at her in confusion. No, I was just leaving that up to you. I don't have anything to suggest until Yusuf's got the climate act ready, so. Nami rapped her knuckles on my forehead with a flat look. I meant you, dum-dum. You've told everyone else what they should do to get stronger, but what will you do in the meantime? I felt a cold sweat begin to drip down my forehead as I suddenly realized I hadn't thought of something for me to do, and that meant someone was going to volunteer me to work with them. And that was likely to end with me in a motherload of pain. I stammered, trying to buy time. Mikey, Donnie boss thankfully interrupted. Go help Cross out. Sobek knows he needs it. Boss, yes, boss. Both dugongs barked, saluting. I swallowed nervously at their enthusiasm and promptly shot a pleading look at Yusuf. Please tell me that you managed to finish whatever upgrades you planned to make to my baton. Yusuf hesitated for a moment before nodding nervously. Maybe yes. Fair warning, I'm not entirely confident about its build, so. I'm about to fight two kung fu dugongs, see how much I care. I snarled. Yusuf glanced at the two amphibians, who were tapping their weapons in their flippers, and shuddered in terror. Point taken. The sniper tinker drew a metal cylinder out of his bag and tossed it to me. Just be careful, it's still kind of. I caught the cylinder in midair. Zap. And promptly found myself flat on my back, coughing up a hefty cloud of smoke. Ow. Not fun. Soundbite whined. Sensitive Yusuf said as he stood over me, scratching the back of his head. Sorry, those thunder dials are really tricky. Guess there are still a few bugs to work out, huh? The appropriate phrase here I wheezed out as I shakily raised my arm, my baton delicately between my fingertips. Would be no doy. Yusuf took the collapsed weapon back with a pair of insulated pliers he'd pulled from his bag. I'll just, try and work them out then, huh? Yeah, I wheezed as I coughed up another lungful of smoke. You do that. Nice dance, Crossu snickered. Real fancy footwork. Go get your tail charred off, puffball, I snarled as I slowly crawled to my feet, shaking my head to dislodge the stars swirling in it. So, how are we doing this exactly? Donnie jabbed a flipper over his shoulder, pointing toward the shore. This way. I gave him a shaky thumbs up. You got it. Just gimme a bit to get my armor on. I'm going to need all the protection I can get. Yeah, sure thing, we'll be waiting, Donnie said, he and Mikey leaping over the edge with a careless wave of their flippers. I waited for a moment before shooting a glare at Nami. You realize that they are going to absolutely tenderize me, right? Nami hummed to herself, tapping a finger on her lips. I suppose I could tell you that this is for your own good. That I care about you, and that I want to see you get stronger so that I don't have to worry about you so much. I could also tell you that I think you can teach those dugongs as much as they teach you, or even that this is a matter of solidarity, with all of us getting steadily stronger, and that I don't want you left behind. I could see this punchline coming a mile away. And in reality. She patted my shoulder, a winning smile on her face. Try and grow a spine and some thicker skin, you weak-ass piece of putty. All right, I'll accept most of that, but thicker skin? Don't you think I'd jump on it if there was a way to do that? I asked dryly, holding an arm up at eye level. The blood drained from Nami's face at the sight of my limb. Okay, I suppose I could have worded that. She trailed off, her expression falling flat again. Considering how you always tell Lasso that dog insults were fine before he joined the crew, I'm going to take a shot in the dark and say you're screwing with me. Utter girl, I chuckled, slapping her back as I walked past her to where my armor was laid out. I thought about how different it felt as I pulled on the pieces. The sleeves fit, well, like a glove, and the metal on the outside moved just as the sleeves did. It was a bit more comfortable than the last set, but I could feel that it was a lot tougher this time, too. The sheer extra weight of the things attested to that. In addition, the Kevlar-grade material on the inside, coupled with Yusuf's whatever the hell metal on the outside, made sure that I wouldn't have to worry about any pain getting through the bandages. To cap it all off, the armor was sealed on just as tightly as my previous iteration, with the elbow and knee guards doing an expert job of hiding the unlatching mechanisms. I rolled my arms and took a few practice steps to reacclimate myself to the weight of the armor. But it quickly became clear that that wasn't happening anytime soon. The massive jump in size and weight made it clear that this was no upgrade, but a completely new set of armor that I'd have to grow used to all over again. And it wouldn't be as easy as I'd hoped, either. I threw out a few practice punches and swung my leg up to lash out a Spartan kick. I grinned in satisfaction. Perfect, I announced before glancing over at Yusuf, one of my gauntlets held up so that the palm was facing him. So, how do I? Hey, don't point it at me, that's the flash one. the sniper said, hastily covering his eyes. But just flexing your palm should be enough. Whole hand, to prevent misfires. I eyed my left hand, my flash gauntlet, for a moment before flipping it palm down and firmly flexing the bottoms of my knuckles. I was delighted to see light strobing on the ground. Ooh, yeah, this is gonna be useful. I glanced down as Lasso padded over, sniffing at the spot. Well, I'm almost completely loaded down anyway. What do you say, Lasso, wanna help me give them our best? The doggun yawned jaw-crackingly wide before giving me an apologetic borf. Sorry, Cross, no can do. He jerked his head over at Connie's. I've got an appointment with our resident angel here for an upgrade. He leered eagerly, tongues of flame licking out from between his fangs. I want me a piece of that firepower she was tossing around earlier. In spite of the fact that I was going to be left without my heaviest artillery at my back, I couldn't help but chuckle. All right, go on, then. Tail wagging excitedly, he bounded over to Connie's, and I exchanged a wry look with an eager-looking soundbite before jogging over to the railing and jumping down to the shore. I was very pleased when the action didn't hurt in the least. A few feet before me, Donnie and Mikey stood on opposite ends of the impromptu practice field, bound by the Mary's hull, the former twirling his staff with quiet but ill-disguised eagerness and the latter practically bursting with belligerent excitement. All right, then I said as I walked up, stretching my arms back and forth as I went. So, are there any rules here? Any limitations, any holds barred, is there a starting signal? I cut myself off mid-sentence, leaping forwards and swinging my leg at Mikey. Said leg was caught by the chains of the nunchuck the dugong snapped taut, held at bay without even a hint of strain. Mikey stared blandly at the sole of my greave before cocking an eyebrow at me. Did you honestly expect that to work? I shrugged. Not really, but I had to try. Well, I guess the first lesson is situational awareness, the dugong replied. I frowned. Situational awareness? What? Behind. Soundbite suddenly yelped. I didn't need to look to know that I needed to duck. But seeing as I wasn't one for conventional solutions, I instead chose to leap forward, using the chain of Mikey's weapon as a platform to vault over him. I'd have gone for a boot to the head in the process, but he cashed in the momentum I gave him and rolled under me before I got the chance, leaving me to land in a roll and pivot on my way up to face my opponents. Not bad, Donnie hummed, twirling his bow staff as he landed, Mikey popping up beside him. You and Soundbite really do form a good team. Okay, we'll do this the normal way. Both dugongs snapped their weapons into ready stances, a palpable aura of menace rising around them. Defend yourself. Gastro flash. I immediately shouted, pointing the flash gauntlet in front of me, Soundbite chiming in with an ear-piercing shriek.
Oh, there were
Mikey
still some
stumbled and fell to the
burritos
ground with
in
a
the
cry of pain while Donnie kept
fridge.
going. It seemed he had the foresight to plug his shell with wax. I threw up an arm to block the bow staff as it descended, then hastily
That
moved my
has
other
me
arm up when the
happy.
dugong seamlessly moved into another strike. And then another strike came and was blocked. And another. I backpedaled furiously, barely blocking the strikes from the bow staff, but I was actually blocking them. And every other block built up a little more energy. I caught another overhead strike on my forearm, and instead of blocking the follow-up, I tried to meet it with my palm. The impact dial rang out,
Sports
rattling the
booster.
air in front of me, and Donnie only barely managed to pull back his staff before it shattered. We each paused, me panting slightly and Donnie not winded at all. And just to make matters even more fun, Mikey jumped to Donnie's side, eyes narrowed and bloodshot but still full of raw energy. The standoff continued for a few moments. Then the dugongs moved. Mikey shot toward me while Donnie veered off to the left. He was going to go behind me again, I just knew it, but with Mikey up in my face, I couldn't do much about it. Where Donnie was almost like a dancer, flowing from attack to attack with almost water-like fluidity, Mikey was straightforward, brutal smashing. Or, to put it another way, Donnie actually had grace and skill, while Mikey had adapted hack and slash to his nunchucks. Once again, I found myself on the defensive, and I kept a count in my head as the blows rained on my right arm. Not to let off the impact dial again. I doubted they'd let me do that. No, it was for something else. Behind. I was ducking even before Soundbite barked out a warning. Unfortunately, Donnie had gone low with his attack this time. Fortunately, as I was squatting down, I was only lightly knocked onto my side rather than sent tumbling. I grinned as an idea came to me, and I planted my right palm on the ground. Impact. With a loud bang, the impact dial discharged, spraying dirt and grass everywhere. Act. Including my face. Not my brightest idea, but it did get the dugongs to back off and snap their guards up, and that was precisely what I'd been going for. I quickly sprang to my feet and charged at the first dugong I saw, who turned out to be Mikey. After all, I couldn't stay on the defensive forever, and the best way to flip the script would be to take out their primary enforcer first. I did not count on Mikey wrapping up my punch in the chains of his nunchucks and flipping me off my feet. I don't know if it was design or by accident, probably a bit of both, but as I sailed through the air, I positioned my foot just right so that it clocked Mikey upside the head. He had that big turtle shell protecting him, but a nice and heavy armored boot connecting with his skull still dazed him a bit. Of course, I also got the wind knocked out of me upon hitting the ground, so I think we came off even in that exchange. As I caught my breath, I felt Soundbite desperately chomp on my shoulder. I glanced up and hastily threw up my armored palm to catch Donnie's staff, something I felt even through the layers of protection. My foot came up to try and meet his soft underbelly, but he put his muscular tail in the way, and in doing so, forgot about my second trick of the fight. Gastro flash. Wax or not, non-sight combat sensors or not, getting a spotlight to the face hurts. More than that, the instinct to cover your eyes is both universal and very difficult to overcome, as demonstrated by Dragon Ball Z with the pressure on my arms gone. I raised my other foot and managed to nail Donnie clean in his face, throwing him off of me and leaving him reeling. I breathed a sigh of relief and began to stand up. Incoming. This time, the warning wasn't in time. Mikey's nunchucks hit me right between the shoulder blades. I let the blow knock me forward onto my hands, and shot my foot back in a mule kick. It didn't hit anything, but it did force him to dodge back a bit before leaping at me again, giving me long enough to spin around. Impact. And slam my right gauntlet into his gut as I activated its mechanism. Gah. He cried out, flailing slightly as he tumbled on the ground. I immediately took the opportunity, diving onto the downed dugong. It wasn't any kind of formal move, closer to just kneeling on him, but I was over double his weight and size, so it worked. I punched the ground, to get as much charge as I could into the impact dial, and moved the gauntlet into position. And promptly froze when I felt a weight land on my back and would knock against the back of my skull. All four of us stayed frozen for a few seconds until I slowly raised my flash gauntlet up where Donnie could see it, pointedly keeping the palm facing away from him. Truce. Donnie was silent for a moment before removing his start from my neck and hopping off. I can live with that. Ooh, ow, Mikey whined as he wiggled on the ground, clutching his belly. Damn it, dude, that hoo hurt. Oh, you have no right to talk, Chuck boy. I snapped as I twisted my torso back and forth, causing the spot where he'd managed to slam me to flare up painfully. Freaking hell, those things hurt like heck. You kicked me in the head and hit me with the pure force of Donnie's staff. The dugong retorted. That does not compare to one nunchuck blow. Guys, Donnie cut in, coming between us with his flippers raised. You're both babies, can we move on now?
No wonder,
Hey,
like, what the fuck
I'm a
that
baby,
noise was.
too. We all spared Soundbite a flat look, which he responded to with a wide grin.
Alligator, crocodile, whatever.
Fine, moving on, I ultimately conceded. So, any advice you two can give me?
Are
Well,
we in
for starters,
Florida?
you're an instinctive fighter, Cross Donnie explained. Basically, that means you can lash out like a freaking maniac without thinking and not automatically get your ass handed to you, Mikey provided. Donnie glared at his fellow student and opened his mouth, then cocked his head to the side. Alright, so he's not entirely wrong. Zero described your style as brawling with some sense to it to Boss, which Boss passed on, and that's a pretty good description of what you're trying to do. Since you've got a foundation, your best training options are, well... He shrugged helplessly. Unless you want to actually learn something formal, there's only one. The best way to train what you do is to just let you go ahead and fight. Trial and error, let you work out the flaws in your form the hard way. I nodded thoughtfully. Works for me. I hummed thoughtfully, looking at the snail on my shoulder. By the way, Soundbite. You need to be a bit. Say faster. I dare you. No, your speed was fine. I assured him. I was going to say specific. Just saying behind doesn't help much when an attack can come from high or low as well. Soundbite frowned but nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Well, if we're done here, I'm going to get back to trying out more of our new arsenal, Mikey said, heading back toward the Merry. And if Nami's done with Yusuf, I should probably see how her bojutsu has progressed, Donnie added, following his fellow student. I was about to go find Lasso when I remembered that I had something to deal with on the ship as well. Sighing, I began trudging back toward it. What's wrong? We didn't do that badly, Soundbite asked. It's not that, Soundbite. It's about something far more serious, I said grimly as I climbed back aboard the Merry. Do me a favor, will you? Any snide remarks you feel like sharing during the coming conversation? Try and keep them to yourself unless they are constructive. This is going to be delicate. Soundbite seemed to shrink in on himself in apprehension. He'd probably seen me this kind of serious enough now that he was worried about what was coming next. Just like I was. I climbed to the top of the Merry where Yusuf had established his makeshift factory. I saw him tinkering with the eyes and dials control apparatus alongside a blue rod that was splayed open and starting to take on a very familiar form. He glanced up as he heard my approach and rolled his eyes. Look, Cross, I'm sorry about the baton, but with your armor finished, Nami won't be happy if I don't make her upgrade priority 1, so... This isn't about that, Yusuf, I interrupted. I could give a damn about getting shocked. I'm here about the stability of the crew. Yusuf coughed in shock and turned to fully face me. I glanced at Soundbite and spun my finger in the air, waiting for the telltale buzz before continuing. Yusuf, this is very serious. How are you feeling after that meeting with Aokiji? The sniper's expression instantly darkened, and it took a few seconds for him to work up his nerve to reply. I remember what you said after Drum Island, Cross, he muttered. That I'd always be the weakest on the crew. At first, I was all right with that because of how you said that I was the weakest out of the world's strongest crew. And it really worked too. He clenched his jaw, teeth audibly grinding. Until now, anyway. It's just, if the monster trio and boss were beaten in one shot like that, what good am I going to do against opponents like? Yusuf, I interrupted, a little desperately. All of us on the crew are meant to do what we can. Nothing more, and nothing less. I'm the crew's tactician, so my training in brawling is so that I can handle nooks, not full-blown officers or captains. You're a sniper, not a front-line fighter. If anything, you're supposed to be as far from the fight as possible, so you have a better chance of attacking opponents nobody else can. Yusuf's expression didn't shift, and he sighed. Cross, I know I'm stronger than I would have been at this point without you. And obviously, all the extra upgrades and weapon designs I've been doing have made it clear that I play a key role in helping the crew's weaker members. But still. He scratched the back of his head. If we are going to be up against monsters like Aokiji, I just want to make sure I live up to the crew, you know. I sighed in undisguised relief. I could work with this. So, what you're saying is that you're just disappointed because you don't feel like you're living up to the name of the crew. Yusuf started to nod his head before pausing and slowly shooting a suspicious glance my way. Yeah. But why do you ask? Fuck. I froze, realizing I'd overplayed my hand. It's nothing, Yusuf, just getting some ducks in. What is it, Cross? He pressed, serious as the grave. I grimaced, thinking furiously. Yusuf, do you trust me? I finally said. That finally broke his melancholy in favor of confusion. Huh? What are you? I answered the question I repeated. Yes, I trust you, geez. What's this got to do with? Yusuf, I interrupted again. I realize that I might have played this card to death and back when I joined the crew, but I am playing it now anyway, you are better off not knowing. What? Yusuf squawked indignantly. Cross, this obviously concerns me. I have a right. You have the right to know, but that does not mean it is in your best interests, I retorted. If you trust me at all, then you will listen to my words and heed them. That possible path in life is dead and buried in the ground, where, if I have any say in the matter, it will remain until the end of time, forever unseen and unheard. You are better off not knowing it. I softened my expression, putting as much pleading desperation into it as I could manage. So, please, don't ask again. Yusuf hesitated for a second before sighing and turning back to his work. All right, Cross. If you say so. I let out a sigh of relief, and clapped Yusuf on the shoulder. Great, thanks. Well, seeing as that's everything. I trailed off, slowly turning back to Yusuf. Actually, one more thing. You want some advice to help with your confidence? Yusuf thought it over before nodding. Yeah, why not? Could it hurt, I guess. Great. First things first. Do you think you're a good liar? What? I know that I'm a good liar. Then how about this, if all else fails, why not try lying to yourself? Now. I held a hand up when Yusuf opened his mouth to protest. Hear me out. Look, when you get scared or feel like running, why not just try, I dunno, convincing yourself that you actually have the willpower you need to fight and win. Practice that enough, and eventually, you will believe it so much that it's actually true.
Of the alligator
Genius.
right on
No.
the side.
Yusuf blinked several times, cupping his chin in thought. You know, that's crazy enough that it just might. Look out. Soundbite suddenly hollered. Moments later, we heard the sound of the door slamming open, followed shortly by Chopper, still clearly in the throes of the madness place. All right, I'm done with this idiot. Do what you want with him. We quickly rushed to the edge of the Mary's top, just in time to see Luffy arc off the Mary, wafting gracefully through the air before slamming to the ground in a shower of dirt and grass. Amazingly, he stayed asleep through the whole ordeal. Well, at least, until a small syringe dart shot off the ship and hit Luffy in the seat of his pants. 2 seconds of stillness. Just 2. And then... woohoo. Luffy shot up and started rocketing around the plane like a rubbery bat out of impel down, the syringe falling out immediately. And what followed was proof that giving Luffy too much caffeine or sugar was only to be done if we needed to use him as a weapon. I think he may have mastered shaving. Soundbite groaned dizzily, his eye stalks spinning uncontrollably. Frankly, I was having no better luck following the dust trails crisscrossing the plane and the air above it. And that damn chipmunk voice wasn't helping. It also almost made me ask Chopper to make more of whatever the hell that had been for combat use. Almost. After a few seconds, I turned my head to look at Yusuf. You want some practice hitting a moving target? I deadpanned. I will admit that I am good at my field, Cross. Yusuf deadpanned right back. But I am nowhere near that good. Fair enough. Shouts arose from the island as Luffy tore through everyone's training sessions in his stimulant-induced rampage, none more angry than Zoro and Sanji. The second I heard those two irate voices, I hid behind the scant protection of the Mary's railing. Cross, what are you? Yusuf began. Luffy. Nice place you got here, Yusuf commented as he huddled beside me. Make yourself right at home, I replied. After a few seconds of no explosion, we both poked our heads out from behind the railing. We almost immediately regretted it. I could see faces and arms flickering in and out on Zoro's sides, and Sanji's right foot was dragging along the ground, wafting up smoke. Luffy had stopped bounding around like a chipmunk on crack, and seemed to be almost appraising the threat. And then they moved. The clash threw up a massive cloud of dust, streaked with fire and practically spitting razor-sharp winds. The din echoing out was devoid of grunts of pain. Then, after a solid minute, we saw Luffy soar above it, biting down on his hand and his body already bulging. Gum gum. Luffy shouted, audible even over the roar of the clash below. I gaped in awe, completely forgetting to take cover. This is what I had signed up for. Giant pistol. Luffy's fist impacted the shore under the dust cloud with an almighty crash, and the hard-packed soil and the rock below simply disintegrated.
Oh!
And rather than add to the existing
Oh!
dust cloud, it blew it away entirely. I
No,
caught
no,
a glimpse
no.
of red on Sanja's foot and 9 swords rather than 3 before the last of the dust cleared, and then a good look at the impact crater, distracting me from all else. It was as if a giant had stomped on the spot, which was basically what
God
happened.
damn it.
A fist-shaped chunk of coast was simply gone, as if it had never been there. And right next to it, shrunken to a foot tall, was Luffy. The contrast was so ridiculous that it triggered something within me. PFF. Will you just hurry up and laugh already? Nami screamed at me. Well, who was I to deny a lady her wishes? Ha 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 ha. I fucking love this crew so much. Ha 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 ha. Ah, it was good to be back. Oh. A few hours later, we decided that we'd gotten as much as possible out of staying moored to Long Ring Long. We packed up what little of our supplies we'd unpacked, got everyone aboard, and weighed anchor, following the course the log set for us to reach the next stop on our journey. As we set off, Nami, Zero, and I stood side by side on the railing, staring at the sunset. So Zero started. We've suffered our first complete defeat as a crew, and it pushed us far enough that Luffy decided to revoke any limits on spoilers as long as it could make us stronger. And you said this is just the start of the hardest leg we are going through. Aokiji was a hopeless fight, and we won't be finding another one of those anytime soon, I confirmed before allowing myself a slight grimace. But the fights that we'll find are going to push us further than Alabasta. This extra training will help, I'm sure, but... I hung my head with a sigh. Well, buckle up. Nami glanced between us before groaning in frustration and turning around to stride back towards the cabin, but as she walked, I didn't miss the last words she muttered beneath her breath. I need a vacation. Cross-Brainan, here's something unheard of for this bites. A preview of the next chapter. Wow, it is a map of an island. Weird name though, anyone recognize it? Not me. Nope.
Oh, it's this
Never heard of
episode.
it. What about the letter that came with it?
Ooh.
Here, let me, I'll read it.
Gonna
Alright,
hoit
let's see.
me.
Here's what it says. If you are a pirate among pirates. A resort with a twisted secret. I don't know how to put it, but... I dunno, something just sounds off. Good or bad, I don't, this place is weird. Among pirates. A vile demon hidden in plain sight. A smiling flower, at that. Swear to God, Grand Line gets weirder every day. Among pirates. A pitiful man with a terrible past. Every single one of those arrows symbolizes a day of loneliness I endured after that storm. They are the number of the regrets I have suffered at suddenly losing every one of my beloved crewmates. Have you had a glimpse of what I've endured? Then gather your steadfast crew of companions. Doubt turns to conflict, conflict turns to hate, hate turns to madness. Hey. Get back here, bitch.
What's this
That's
one?
my audience. Give me back my audience. And set sail
Oh, this
for our
one
island,
actually makes me
and all the world
cry.
made to bear witness. The name of the island is... The island that nobody leaves. How could this happen? What happened to my friends? Omatsuri Island. Wow, this place sounds like fun. Yeah, it does. Any opinions on it, Cross? I'll be honest, I think I might have. But I can't quite, no, wait a second. Yeah, now I remember. I saw a poster for an event. Yeah, an event about the place. Never actually saw it, so I've got no clue what to expect, but the poster itself looked pretty cheery. Flowers everywhere, bright and colorful, probably nothing on the island itself to worry about. In my opinion. Tell me this is just a nightmare. Someone wake me up. I'd say that this could turn out to be the most relaxing vacation of our lives. Cross-Brainan, all of a sudden, that ending turned into a devastating cliffhanger. And for those of you who don't get how, well, clearly, you've never seen the darkest tale ever to bear the name of One Piece, Baron Omatsuri and the Secret Island. Patientin, it's high time that we got to include a bit of horror in this story, and so we shall, at the stroke of midnight next Sunday. Don't hold it against us. You don't know what we've been through. Horneton, are you ready? Somniacan, sleep tight, readers. Don't let the flowers bite. Omatsuri Island. Cross-Brainan, ladies and gentlemen, the following is our take on one of the most iconic tales ever created in the main One Piece media. Those of you with weak constitutions may want to skip this chapter. Still here? Marvelous. We hope you enjoy the SBS horror show, and yes, it is exactly as bad as it sounds. Good luck getting to sleep tonight, you'll need it. Huh? What though? Hey, guys. What is it, Luffy? Check it out, I found a bottle in the water, and there's something inside it. Really? Cool. What is it? Here, let me see. Huh, looks like a map, a letter, and an eternal pose. Wonder how they managed that. Hey, Leo, mind cutting it open? Shink. Thanks. Wow, it is a map of an island. Weird name though, anyone recognize it? Not me. Nope. Never heard of it. What about the letter that came with it? Here, let me, I'll read it. Alright, let's see. Here's what it says. If you are a pirate among pirates. Among pirates. Among pirates. Then gather your steadfast crew of companions. And set sail for our island. The name of the island is Omatsuri Island. Wow, this place sounds like fun. Yeah, it does. Any opinions on it, Cross? I'll be honest, I think I might have. But I can't quite, no, wait a second. Yeah, now I remember. I saw a poster for an event. Yeah, an event about the place. Never actually saw it, so I've got no clue what to expect, but the poster itself looked pretty cheery. Flowers everywhere, bright and colourful, probably nothing on the island itself to worry about. In my opinion, I'd say that this could turn out to be the most relaxing vacation of our lives. Well, in all fairness, Omatsuri does mean festival. It all sounds too good. It's a trap, I know it. Well, now, hold on, let's withhold judgment for a bit, HM. Does that letter say anything else? Yeah, it does, let me read the rest. Omatsuri Island is the Grand Line's only pleasure island resort. As its name implies, every day is a festival. You will also enjoy our many spas and beauty salons. Oh, it has been a while since I've had a nice, anything in that line of treatment. Your nightlife will be filled with beauties from around the world and a selection of fine beverages. Beauties? It must be a wonderful island. Dinner will be a full course of exquisite cuisines. HMPH. I suppose my interest is a little piqued. Our wildlife preserve features all the amazing sights that nature can provide. Oh, now that sounds inviting, don't you think, Sue? After a marine base and a godforsaken prairie, either I get a nice and wild locale or I get pissy. Our dojo is home to many retired masters of weapons that are always up for a new challenge. HMPH. An excellent opportunity. Is not clashing with those who have already learned all that the weapons have to teach them, the better to improve one's own craft, a man's romance. Go, boss, go. This sounds perfect.
Boss, go.
It's a trap, I tell you. Oh, who cares if it's a trap? Worst comes to worst, we kick their teeth in, loot their treasure rooms and come away even richer. For however much that's worth, anyway, considering all the gold we are hauling. We'll make room, but no need to assume the worst. And why not? When have things ever not gone horribly wrong? Yeah, no, here's a pretty good point, phew. Captain, what do you think? Luffy? Hey, Luffy, are you listening? Read the first part again. Huh? Oh, okay, if you are a pirate among pirates among pirates among pirates, then gather your steadfast crew of companions and set sail for our island. All right. I've decided. We head for Omatsuri Island. The reason, of course, is that we are pirates. TSK should have seen that coming. Do you really have no commentary, Miss Cross? HM? Oh, nah, I've only heard the name of the place in passing, I don't know anything about it. We must have just gotten lucky. Personally, I'm with the captain. I mean, sure, this thing screams honeypot and pirate fly trap out the Wailing Way Zoo, but who the heck cares? We're the Straw Hat Pirates. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Oh. It was as peaceful a day as there ever was in the hidden city of Zoo, built on the back of the perpetually wandering titanic elephant Zunisha. The inhabitants, the Mink tribe, were fearsome warriors, yet kind and gentle to any who they knew as friends. Yet aside from bonds forged long ago, it was rare for them to have more acquaintance with any outside of their wandering island than the occasional mink that left, to end up either joining another's crew, or face the hellish reality of slavery. 700,000 berry for a mink. Perhaps that's one reason why they engaged in such isolation, and the race as a whole had little to no contact with the outside world. Or at least, that was the case, until... Don. Hold everything. It's time for the SBS. Bark Duke in Urushi. All of the minks followed his example, moving towards the well-secured canopy where their seldom-used transpanda snail dwelled, safe from the salt water of Zunisha's daily baths. An agile rabbit-like mink moved into the chamber where the snail dwelled, and after removing the receiver, all present quieted to listen. Indeed, the first day that Zoo had heard their transpanda snail making such a sound, it drew the attention of nearly everyone on the island, whether day-dwelling or night-dwelling. The only ones who had the number of their snail would only call in the event of something bad. Bad in this case meaning something along the lines of being in the middle of a losing war. It brought no small amount of relief and confusion when the minks instead heard the voice of a pirate that they had never heard of, but the tale spun on that very first broadcast drew feelings of empathy from everyone who heard it, and since then they had never missed a broadcast. The messages it broadcast, whether thrilling, horrifying, comedic, or just flat out strange, were the first thing in years that could make the two dukes of the island stay awake and tolerate each other simultaneously. And 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, alright, that'll do it. Hello, everyone. Jeremiah Cross here, and welcome back to the SBS. Silence fell immediately on both ends. Hey, soundbite, not that I'm complaining, but shouldn't you have interrupted me? Yeah, I should've, but this island threw me for a loop. What do you mean? I don't know how to put it, but... I dunno, something just sounds off. Good or bad, I don't, this place is weird. This is troubling. Duke Nekomamushi murmured as Cross gave the vocal equivalent of a shrug. Well, I guess that's not too unexpected. You see, gentle viewers, and combative ones, we were sailing on our merry way to the next island, when a strange invitation came to us, inviting us to a resort, the name of which we will not reveal presently for the sake of our own safety. Now, of course, we do suspect that it's a trap, but we are confident that we can fight it off if it is. And if not, well, then consider this broadcast an advertisement for the glory of this island. What's a resort? Carrot asked. I'll, tell you when you're older, Carrot. Wanda hedged uncomfortably. Wanda. Yes, Carrot. You don't know what it is either, do you? Wanda sighed and slumped forwards. No. Her depression was promptly forgotten in favor of trying to chase down the adolescent mink the second she started laughing her fluffy cotton-tailed ass off. Oh. And here I thought he couldn't get any more annoying, but now he turns himself into a salesman, drawled a man in a feathery pink jacket, staring at the snail. Bihihihi. Still, Doffy, if he's right, it could be good for business. A man clad in a cloak pointed out. Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned. Good point, Treble. But, right now we're sort of wondering if it was just a prank. I mean, the advertisement had a lot of flowers on the map, and I'm not seeing a single one of those, let alone any sign of civilization. Which is weird, considering how jungles usually have flowers in them. Believe me, I've had enough experience to know. Still, it sounds like drumbeats are coming from deeper in the island, so here we are wandering through untamed foliage. Not the most exciting thing in the world, even for us. You don't say, Diamante said dryly. I do say, I just did. All four in the room jumped. And here's hoping that someone in the world actually said you don't say in response to that. Piker face palmed, Diamante growled, and Treble and Doflamingo both chuckled. Okay, that was funny, Doflamingo admitted. Wait a minute, is that? Wow. Beauty salons and spas tilde. Crooned the navigator's voice. Exotic beauties tilde. Came the chef's voice. Exquisite cuisines tilde. Cried the doctor's voice. Amazing sights tilde. Chorused the gunner and her pet. Challenging fights. Called the quintet of guards. Wow, they've got everything, Piker squeaked. This is everything we'd hoped for. Several voices said in unison. Fuff yuff 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 you, this should be interesting, Doflamingo smirked. Oh. Drumbeats echoed out of the speakers of the snail, and then came Sanja's voice again. Ah, the ladies tilde. He sang. Come into my arms, my finely selected beauties, what the hell? Transvestites. And they have leaves growing out of their heads. Shururururo. Better luck next time, lover boy. Cackled a horned scientist with a robe that looked to be made of gas. But leaves sprouting from their heads. That's interesting. Kerblooey. His musings came to an abrupt end as he snapped his attention back to his experiment, which had boiled over, burst the vessel it was in, and was now eroding the desk. Caesar initially seemed furious before looking thoughtful. So, doing that gives it more corrosive properties, interesting. Oh. Alright, so it looks like they weren't falsely advertising, this is definitely a high-end resort. Yet to be seen if we'll actually get to go inside, this must be the master of the island. You don't see people riding on elephants very often. Yeah, why is that? That'd be cool. Garp remarked. I told you to stop listening to, oh, whatever, just pass me the damn crackers. Sengoku sighed, shaking his head. Trying to stop you just isn't worth the damn headache. And it seems like plant decor is the thing here, everyone else has leaves on their head, and this guy has a flower on his shoulder. A smiling flower, at that. Swear to God, Grand Line gets weirder every day. The only flower we've seen thus far. The garbled voice of the Straw Hat's mystery crewmate mused. Huh? Oh, well, now that you mention it, I can't see any in the town either. A local custom to denote rank, maybe. Vivi proposed. HM? Pirates. Garp's head snapped up, an uncharacteristically serious frown on his face as he listened to the new voice that had bellowed out. What though? Courageous pirates who traverse the Grand Line. Oh, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Came Luffy's excited voice. Sengoku braced for yet another outburst from Garp for his grandson's antics, and was thus deeply surprised when Garp offered no reaction apart from a steely frown. I congratulate you on making it to XXX Island. My name is Baron Omatsuri. Baron Omatsuri. The Straw Hats chorused. Why do I get the feeling he's not an actual Baron? Sengoku started to roll his eyes before blinking in confusion when Garp got up and headed towards the door. Huh? Where are you going? The archives. The hero of the Marines grumbled out. Get Kobe and Helmeppo down there as well. I need to check something. Oh. Yes. I am your host, the master of this island. It's coming, it's coming. Several of the Straw Hats sang. This sounds like quite the interesting island, Remi so tilde. If the next reverie goes well, we will have to remember it lasso tilde. Sang Prince Ryushi. And maybe even if things don't go well, Mambo tilde. Prince Mamboshi twirled in agreement. You have had a long and perilous journey. Please enjoy your well-deserved rest. It's coming, it's coming. The Straw Hats sang again. Is this normal? Connie's asked in confusion. For us? Yes. For the rest of the Blue Seas. Cross trailed off in a snicker. You may enjoy yourself to your heart's content. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. But before you do, Omatsuri continued, his tone making it clear he was no longer smiling. You must undertake the ordeal of hell. There was a moment of stunned silence before the sound of cross chuckling came over the line. Now this, though, this is just plain typical, both for us and the world in general. I'm sorry I asked. Of course it was a trap after all, Prince Fukabashi grumbled. Now, Sun King Neptune rumbled. I think it's natural that a resort that invites pirates would require some form of effort, Jamin. Earn your relaxation by passing a test, Jamin. I suppose you may have a point, Father Fukabashi eventually conceded. Besides, la ti do tilde. Ryubashi spun contentedly. They're the Straw Hats. It's not like there's any test in the world that could hamper them if they do tilde. Fukabashi chuckled and nodded slowly in agreement. That too is true, yes. He then glanced down and away once the attention was off of him, a degree of nervousness entering his expression. And yet, he mused silently. Knowing this, why do I still feel uneasy? Oh. I have a question. Came the navigator's voice. What is it? Omatsuri asked. The note said something about spas and beauty salons. Spas? Omatsuri repeated, confusion obvious in his voice. It would appear that I'm not the only ripped-off artist in paradise after all. Shaki chuckled in amusement. HM? Ah, yes, that's nice, dear. Beauties from all over the world with a selection of fine beverages. Sanji said tentatively. Beverages? Omatsuri parried, with the same tone of confusion. He hasn't heard of beverages. Shaki deadpanned. I suppose so, dear. What about the exquisite cuisine? Chopper posed. There'd better be something to eat. Lasso growled. Exquisite cuisine, exquisite. Okay, I'm starting to think that this guy is less a rip-off and more senile, Shaki flatly stated. If you say so, dear. That was too much for the bartender, and she snapped her attention over to her grievously distracted husband, who was seated at a table in the dining area proper, well away from her and the transponder snail. All right, I'll bite. What's got you so enraptured? Usually I can't pry you away from an SBS show with anything less than haki and a crowbar. HM? Raleigh blinked in confusion, glancing up from whatever it was he was looking at for the first time since the broadcast began. Well. Deciding that enough was enough, Shaki rose from her bar stool, strode over to his side to look over his shoulder, and promptly blinked in confusion. Your bounty scrapbook? She questioned, fingering the numerous pages of laminated posters. Raleigh frowned before nodding in agreement, returning his attention to the numerous faces and identities archived before him. Yes, something about this Baron. I need to confirm, but, call it a feeling. Shaki glanced between him and the book for a moment before freezing as she noticed a detail she'd overlooked before. Wait, these pages. Now you see why I'm so concerned, the Dark King nodded solemnly. Oh. I suppose you haven't heard of retired Master Combatants or amazing wildlife either, cross-smoked. Master Combatants? Look no further than my comrades, young man. And we do have a few examples of interesting wildlife, which you may observe should you pass the ordeal of hell. I'm not the only one who's underwhelmed, right? Raffae eventually
Let's
asked.
go!
No, three other voices chorused in agreement. So much for an actual challenge. Boss groused. Well, at least there's something for me. Sorry, everyone. There's plenty of earth to play on, so personally, I'm not. Sue laughed. Well, if only for dear Connies and Sue, I suppose we can stay. Sanji trailed off. Hey, old man. What's the ordeal of hell? Luffy piped up. The ordeal of hell is a test of strength. Countless many have failed to endure the task and fled barefoot from the island. Omatsuri responded. If you do not have absolute trust in your crewmates, you would be well advised to leave this island. Sounds like Nami's in no danger, then Hakai mused as he pushed around several pieces of octopus on his grill. You really think so, Hakai? Kami asked as she floated alongside Takoyaki 8. If it's a trial of trust,
Hakai is Hachi.
then of course. No crew is more tightly knit than the Straw Hats. The octopus fishman hid a wince as his collection of faded scars burned beneath his shirt. I learned that the hard way. That sounds great. Don't be stupid, we accept your challenge. Luffy. Nami scolded. We don't need to do this, there are all sorts of other places we can go for interesting wildlife for Connies. And there's nothing for the rest of us. We have no good reason to participate. I know we don't have to, but I want to. Besides, whatever it is, you guys can handle it, I trust all of you. Luffy said cheerfully. Heh. Just like the Davy back fight. Our captain is such a sweet talker when he wants to be. Hakai, Kami, and Paphug couldn't help but smile as one by
Hakai.
one, the Straw
Oh,
Hats
no.
consented to undergo the
Butchered
challenge
his name.
together. So, you will all participate, then. Very well. Prepare the ordeal of hell. Omatsuri commanded. Oh. WHO. Okay, listeners, I'm wondering just how much of a ripoff this is, because the entire freaking landscape is shifting around into an arena. I can't imagine how much work it was to make the whole island transform on command, but I'll be damned if this loony guy spared any expense. Now, I will tell you what the ordeal entails. The ordeal is... Omatsuri paused for dramatic effect, which was followed up by the sound of something large and mechanical rising, as well as the unmistakable sound of fireworks, applause, and cheers. That big sign there. Kinjio Sukui. Cross-read. That means goldfish catching soundbite deadpanned. Excuse me for not being able to read romanized kanji. What the mysterious four chorused. What a rip-off, not even children would consider that hell. Hilden complained as he shuffled around and refilled everyone's wine glasses, or mugs, as Absalom preferred. Speak for yourself. Absalom growled as he flexed his fingers, drawing an affronted sputter from Dr. Hawk back. For the love of... For the last time, Absalom, if you want fine motor skills then I need to remove some layers of flesh from your hands. Otherwise there's just no room for the appropriate nerve endings. And give up my biological sisters. Dream on, you damn butcher. Yeah, no, normally I'd consider this TAH be a total shoe-in, but after the Davy back fight, you expect fangs in every gift horse we get. Cross deadpanned. Up. Guys. And there's the other shoe. Yes, soundbite. I think I know the hell he's referring to. The rules for goldfish catching are simple. The team that catches the largest goldfish in 3 minutes wins. By the way, he added, clearly smirking. This paper dissolves easily in water. HMPH, so there's a trick after all. Still, I don't see how goldfish catching can be hellish if that's the only trick, Perrin remarked. And now, allow me to introduce you to my valued confidant who shall be your opponent. Go forth, Mushigro. The audience erupted in cheers as the sound of someone apparently doing their best impression of Usopp heading into a fight approached. Yo. I'm Mushigro. Came a voice that once again made the listeners think of Usopp. Kishishishimoria chuckled. Another challenge being hosted by a trickster. I almost feel nostalgic. Always nice to sample the works of a fellow artiste. What did he say? Zero muttered. Mud Skipper, I think Usopp replied. He looks more like an eel to me, Nami remarked. Maybe he's a loach. Flounder, I'm guessing. No, I bet he's just an idiot. That's also a possibility. No. My name is Mushigro. Baron O Matsuri's first mate, Mushigro. Ha. I guess that this battle's going to be really fishy. Your sense of humor remains as transparent as you are, Absalom. Force. Oh. Hold on, did he just call himself first mate? A pretty, violet-haired young woman asked sharply. He did, didn't he? So, they are some sort of crew. It doesn't necessarily mean pirates, but it's worth considering, responded her husband, a blonde-haired man with blue eyeshadow. Now that you mention it. Papa. I didn't consider it before, but in the context of piracy, that name, Omatsuri, yes, I do believe that it rings a bell. Bring me my black book, let me see if I have their flag, remarked an obese man, lying on a most unconventional couch. Yes, Papa, the two replied immediately. Now, which one of you will compete? Oh. Here. Me. Luffy insisted with all the composure of a child in a sweet shop, or meat shop, as the case may be. Hold on, Luffy, came Usopp's voice, uncharacteristically confident. Let me handle that Mushigro or Sushigro or whatever his name is. Oh, but weren't you too busy quaking in your boots a second ago? Cross asked snidely. He got a confidence boost after learning that it was goldfish catching, Sanji explained in a dry tone. Brindo, Campesino, what are you betting on for the ordeal? Asked a young girl with violet hair, the woman's sister. My wager is that they will win, without using nets. And I say they will win, within the final 5 seconds. You two know those could happen at the same time, right? Papa huffed with a sigh. Oh. All right. The Straw Hat Super Sniper is stepping up. Frankie cheered as he struck a pose atop his couch. You'll regret being my opponent, Mushigro. You'll be facing the man who was known as the master of goldfish catching, me. Master? Chopper asked, awestruck. Master? Connie's asked, curious. Master? Sue repeated wearily. Master? Mushigro asked, horrified. Master? Usopp confirmed proudly. Wow, sounds like he really is a master. Mozu cheered. Really? Chopper asked, awestruck. Really? Connie's asked, curious. Really? Sue repeated wearily. Really? Mushigro asked, horrified. Yes, really. Usopp confirmed proudly. Is he really? Kiwi asked in a much more skeptical tone. Awesome. Chopper praised. That's awesome. Connie said sweetly. You're awesome. Mushigro said, awestruck. I'm awesome. Usopp declared. He's super. Awesome. Frankie declared, posing. Go, Usopp. Zambai cheered. Another victory in the making for the Straw Hats. Tamagan cheered. If he's telling the truth, Kiev muttered. Say, it's not a lie this time, right? Chopper asked, worriedly. What? You're lying? Connie's yelped. Of course he's lying, Sue deadpanned. Please tell me you're lying. Mushigro pleaded. There's no way someone as super as him would lie. Frankie emphatically denied. I lied, Usopp confirmed smugly. Say what? Mozu yelped, the majority of the Frankie house face faulting in shock. Then again, Cross did say a while back that he has a tendency for tall tales. Frankie mused. of course. Came the sound of a face paw. I knew it. A thoroughly manic voice roared. Shit, he tricked me. Mushigro grumbled to himself. See, I knew he was an idiot, Sanji deadpanned. Which one? Cross asked just as flatly. Which one indeed? Kiwi sighed as she eyed her still stunned sister. Mushigro, don't let them build up momentum. The Baron's voice barked. Sorry, Baron. Mushigro promptly apologized. HMPH. Omatsuri snorted. Now that foolishness is over and done with, we shall now begin. Ready. Go. The Baron was suddenly cut off by a high-pitched and squeaky voice. Frankie blinked at the transponder snail in surprise. Huh? Who the heck was that? Soundbite. Yeah. Did that flower just talk? Yeah. A talking flower, Zambai groaned. After learning that someone like Big Bro Frankie existed, I really didn't think that the Grand Line could possibly get any crazier. Then the SBS shows up and starts talking about a hidden city of Top High and Sky Islands. But I thought that was as far as the craziness would go, I really did. Looks like I was wrong. Well, great, now I'm getting Undertale flashbacks. Tell me about it. Soundbite muttered before adopting a pensive look that was translated to the transponder snail. Do I look that stupid too? Oh, of course not. You're much worse. Chomp. Yoch. Did Cross really not expect that to happen? Kiev deadpanned. Honestly. Mozu chuckled. Considering how close those two are, I doubt he even cared. Oh. Ugh, slimy little. Alright, everybody, the contest is underway, and nobody seems to be doing anything. Incoming. A sound of a lot of water being displaced came through from the other end of the call, the transponder snail's face betraying his shock and terror. Oh, my, what's happening now? Porch asked with wide-eyed shock. At a guess, they are playing the game on a scale only Big Pan would normally be viable for Silver Fox. Foxy deadpanned. You think so? Fifth, it's what I do in that position. Foxy cackled as he stroked his tissue-peppered chin. Porch raised an eyebrow as she looked over her boss's face. How's that goatee coming? Pew pew pew. Hamburg interrupted with his ill-hidden snickering. He's been having a hard time maneuvering his razor around his chin, pew pew pew. No commentary from the peanut gallery. Foxy roared in annoyance. WHWH, what is that? That's my pet goldfish, sweet Rosario. Ha. Called it. Foxy crowed smugly, his annoyance forgotten. You're brilliant, boss. Still don't have a goatee though, pew pew. I get IT, no need to rub IT in, damn IT. Well, there's the catch, folks, Rosario is about as big as the Going Merry, so, a normal splash from him makes more than a few ripples. To be exact, incoming tidal wave. What? Shit. Keru, I need a lift. What? What's the wowie? Goldfish don't live in salt, the duck squawked. That's not a goldfish, that's a goldfish shade seeking. Now give me a damn lift before. Splush. Act. Ugh, now that's just perf. No, wait, soundbite, don't. Herc. Aren't that's gonna stain? Fucking perfect. Ha. You see that? Their stomachs and wills are as weak as rice paper. Laugh at them, Mushigro. They are nothing but feeble cowards. Omatsuri cackled. Ha ha ha. Indeed, my Baron. After all, sweet Rosario is a good boy who would never do anything bad. Mushigro insisted. My slimy, cough, us he wouldn't. Soundbite coughed. And how exactly are we supposed to catch that? Vivi demanded. Use the bucket, of course, Omatsuri said smugly. What buck? There was another loud splash of water. Never mind. Okay, viewers, so it appears that the Baron did give us both buckets big enough for Rosario to fit in, but the question remains, how are we supposed to get that giant helping of sushi to go in the bucket in the first place? Cross wondered. Something tells me that their sniper won't be quite so eager anymore. Porch mused. Nami, I'm passing to you. After all, the Eisendile should be enough for this, right? Usopp asked timidly. Called it. Wait, what? Usopp. Oh, fine, I'll do it if I have to. Something came across the line that could only be described as something metallic coughing, followed by the unmistakable sound of a fist striking a skull. Ow. What the hell, witch? I told you how to fix the pressure chamber already, what part didn't you understand? The part where you expect me to find time to do IT when I'm juggling 3 other projects. You son of a. We will have words later, I promise you. For now, though. Zero, I'm passing to you. What, me? Fine. There was the sound of a sword sliding out of its sheath. Hold up, Mosshead. If you tried to go it alone, you'd be swallowed whole. Like hell, shit cook. I'll fillet this thing in 10 seconds. No swords in goldfish catching. Omatsuri yelled. What? Zero roared back. See? Davy backfight all over again, now you're doubly useless. Just shut up and hit the damn fish, you idiots. Nami roared. Right away, Nami Swan. / don't need to tell me twice, witch. There was the sudden meaty thwack of leather striking flesh, followed by a roar of bestial pain. Alright, so Sanji and Zoro seem to be juggling Rosario in the air right now, and once again Zoro has demonstrated how much damage he can cause with just his freaking sheath-ish. And here comes Luffy, trying to use the net that we're supposed to use, which is about as big as Soundbite. He's stretching out. Matsuri and Mushiguro appear to be reacting to seeing his devil fruit powers, so I take it that they really don't listen to the SBS, and the net broke. Hey, Baron. How are we supposed to catch anything with this net, let alone that giant goldfish? You're not. Mushiguro, show them. You have to catch sweet Rosario with this. Should have seen this coming. Mud Skipper Face just pulled a net over 10 times his size from out of somewhere. Sanji was right, it's the Davy back fight all over again, only I'm starting to think that Foxy was more pleasant. Hey. Porch yelped in an affronted tone. We're not publicly allies, remember. Foxy informed the brains of his first mates. I knew that. Pew pew pew. She forgot, pew pew. Cram it up your long johns, buns for brains. Not so fun being on the other end, is it, now? GRRGRGRRGH. Anyway. Hey, Baron. Why the hell does he get the bigger net while we just get these pathetic things? The Baron hummed curiously. I don't remember saying you had to use that net, I only said that the paper dissolves easily in water. Well? Do you remember? Wow. Even I'm not that bad, Foxy remarked in equal parts awe and disgust. Oh. The two humanoid residents of Little Garden had ensured that the Baroque Works agents left their snail behind when they left, and had not missed a single SBS broadcast despite their fights. One such duel was going on right now, but as was often the case, the content of the broadcast made them both pause to pay more attention. In this case, their reasons were different. The red ogre was shaking his head in disgust while the blue ogre had his forehead scrunched up and his eyes squinting as though he were thinking hard about something. Disgraceful, simply disgraceful, Briggy huffed grimly, head bowed in dismay. As if that farce of a backfight weren't bad enough, now we have fools such as this Baron refusing to meet his opponents in honorable combat. It's abominable. It's grievous. He crashed his fist on the ground with a snarl. And worst of all, it's disappointing. Yes, you're right. Dory muttered noncommittally, arms crossed and a scowl marring his face as he head bowed his head in thought. Alright, you want a rules lawyer? Let's rules lawyer, Cross decided. You said no swords. Fine, no swords. Connies, blast that thing. Roger roger. That wasn't me. Soundbite. We need to talk about your situational timing. Hey. 1 minute left. You have 1 minute left. Came the voice of the Baron's flower. Dory's scowl deepened at the voice, and he started muttering under his breath. If I may, Cross, I believe I have an easier solution. The fish is falling straight towards Mushigro's net. What the heck do you, Okay, hold off on that, Connies, and Mushigro tosses it straight towards his bucket, and thanks to a clever usage of devil fruit powers, Rosario bounces straight out of the bucket and is now falling directly towards US dammit XXX. My apologies, Cross, I haven't had much experience with that kind of technique in the past. Cold fucking comfort when we're about to be crushed. I got it. The pitter-patter of feet running came a moment later, followed by a loud thump. And then more incredulous roars from the crowd. And in the middle of it all, Dory was still grumbling to himself about something he'd forgotten. Broogie eyed him curiously, but ultimately shrugged it off. Whoa-ho, nice one. And a dramatic move from Chopper has redirected Rosario and he's in. The aquatic bastard is in our bucket. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game over. Game over. The Straw Hats win. The flower cheered, causing Dory to actively bite his thumb. Damn straight, you protoflowy piss ant. Ha ha. Broogie barked joyously. A most righteous and honorable victory. Nothing but the best from the Straw Hats. He then tilted his head to the side. Though I find Cross's choice of insults somewhat questionable, at best. Nice play, Chopper. Chopper? He's about to fall in the water. I'll get him, and there goes Luffy, too. Ish, sometimes this job. Boys. Boss called out tiredly. On it, boss. A quartet of voices chorused. Damn it. Dory grumbled, knocking his fist against his forehead. Convergy rolled his eyes with a sigh. What on Elbaf's blessed soil is crawling through your head now, Dory? That's just the problem. The blue ogre flung his hands up in frustration. There's something about that flower of the Baron's that is stirring memories in my head, but for the life of me they refuse to take form. It's like trying to catch the fog with your bare hands. He promptly jabbed a finger at Briggy with a glare. And don't mention the cotton candy fog we encountered in the New World, because that doesn't count. Briggy coughed into his fist and looked away sheepishly. Wouldn't ever dream of it. He then gave Dory a concerned look. Still, any way that I can help. That'd require me having somewhere to start in the first place. Dory shook his head morosely. He then clenched his eyes shut as he started pounding his fists against his temples. Come on already, get out. It would be the last time he made the mistake of letting his guard down like that, as Briggy took the opportunity to sucker punch him. With a boulder. Ugh. The blue ogre grunted in pain, rubbing the area of impact. Then his eyes snapped open and he punched the air with a joyous cackle. Now I remember. A small, smiling, talking flower perched on someone's shoulder and surrounded by a mass of people with plant sprouts on their heads. It's straight from the tale of Ibad's trials against Tale of the Treasonous. Congratulations, comrade. Brogy crowed as he clapped his hand on his old friend's shoulder, and promptly shared a look of horror with him. The straw hats are where? Any onlookers to Little Garden would see a large flock of pterodactyls flying out of the trees in response to the two giants bellowing. Oh. The next few minutes were purely the straw hats celebrating and chastising the hammers on their crew, with the Baron and his first mate, and pretty much the entire native audience as well, brooding in the background. It all came to an abrupt end when the Baron spoke up again. Wait. This contest is not yet finished. You must now undertake the next ordeal. How dare you make my Mushigro cry? Hey, come on, Baron. He lost fair and square. Yes, there's no need to be so. Silence. The matter is settled. You will do as I say. Am I the only one who's absolutely relishing the irony of the Straw Hats meeting two groups of pirates who play rigged games in a row after what they did here? Drake asked with a grim smile. No, Drake, you most certainly are not, Jonathan muttered in reply, not taking his eyes off the snail. Though the Straw Hats are certainly putting up as much of a fight as we could expect, I can't deny that I'm hoping to see some proof against Cross' claim. In truth, he had been considering Cross' offer alongside Jessica over the last few weeks, but Straw Hat's display against the foxy pirates, his unconquerable will, had significantly weighted his opinion. If Straw Hat had that kind of will and Cross, for all his rabble-rousing, had him as a superior and took pride in bowing to him, it may well be that they would reach their goal, and that would leave no doubt that choosing their side would be the safer choice in order to survive the inevitable tidal wave that would accompany the feat. He nodded to himself. He had considered it long enough. If Straw Hat showed another example of will like he had during the Davy back fight, he would accept Cross' bargain. But it was yet to be seen if this strange Baron would actually be capable of driving him to it. Okay, am I the only one who thinks this guy's taking the whole series of thing a little too far? Sue muttered acridly. Seriously, he's whining more than Connie's when, MMPH. Stop. Using my childhood as material. Connie's demanded furiously. MMPH, Tui. What do you mean your childhood? I grew up with you. Then use some of your own stories. Ironically enough, I'm nowhere near as interesting as you. I didn't have long to get to know Sue, but for any fox, this seems to be par for the course, Isaiah squawked in a deep and cool tone. What he said. Terry contributed, earning a quelling look from Jonathan. The Vice Admiral may not have been able to understand him except through the very silent written word, but that didn't make his powerful voice any quieter. Another ordeal? Sounds like fun. Luffy said. It appears that Luffy shares Cross' definition of that particular word, Jonathan remarked. It's going to get them into trouble someday. Oh, joy, Luffy's on board already, Soundbite drawled, before the snail snapped to attention, glancing in another direction. What's wrong, Soundbite? Cross asked. We're being watched. Maybe today rather than someday, Sir Drake added. Oh. Who is it? Older man, sounds hopeful. That's all I got. Hopeful? What's he saying? Nothing, but I've heard this breath and heartbeat pattern from Vivi and Connie's in the past. He's trapped and he's just seen a ray of light. The transponder snail's expression became pointedly blank. Yeah, that would be just typical, wouldn't it? The fighters' quarters under Dressrosa's famed corridor Coliseum were alive with activity as the gladiators, crowded around the old and rather wheezy transponder snail someone had dug out of storage, exchanged bets and what little money they had with Rebecca. After all, not only did she not gamble, and certainly not for lack of trying on her comrades' parts, she was one of the only ones who could handle the numbers and even estimate the odds. 100 says that Straw Hat clears the next ordeal. 200 on someone else clearing it instead. 500 on Nami snapping and burning the whole island down. I'm feeling lucky. Oh, going for the long shot, Rebecca remarked, taking the money and marking down all the bets. Alright, we'll see if anything comes of that. For now, this is just between us, right? Yeah. Good, let's keep it that way. I don't want to set Nami off without reason. Rebecca smiled apologetically as a chorus of groans, laughs and jeers rang out through the cages, one of the gladiators snapping out the whip he was carrying. Anyways, viewers, it would seem that Nami is exercising her authority as second mate. Back to the merry we go, apparently. Boss, are you coming? Go on ahead, Cross boss called back. I saw something in the water that I want to check on with the boys. We'll catch up with you when we get through here, shouldn't take too long, a few minutes at most. You heard him, Cross, let's get out of here. Nami snapped. Alright, Zero, any chance of vetoing her? Cross asked. If that's any example of the so-called ordeals of hell, then no, I'd rather get back to the ship, Zero replied dryly. 1000 says that they don't leave yet. Rebecca snapped her hand away from the crumbled bill with a smile. I'm sorry, this bank does not accept suckers' bets. Her smile widened as she enjoyed the bout of laughter the comment elicited. Every ray of light was needed in this dreary pit, and she was truly grateful towards the Straw Hats for bringing any measure of merriment to the cages of Corridor Coliseum, however brief they might have been. With any luck, they would continue to do so for a long time to come. Oh. Well, loyal viewers, it seems that we're right back to stumbling through the woods, and for what must be the first time ever, Nami's navigational skills aren't serving us very well. What? Big sis Nami getting lost in any way, shape or form? Something's got to be seriously wrong, because I'd sooner believe that sea kings can fly. Johnny breathed incredulously. Personally, I'm more worried about how Big Sis is gonna react to a statement like that. Yosaku joked. Flack. Ouch. I don't see you doing any better, jackass. Called it. And besides, you have no right to be snide. Shouldn't Soundbite be able to point us in the right direction? Ha. Now that you mention it. I think the sea is that way. Don't quote me, though. Well, that's a lot less confident than usual, Yosaku noted. Yeah, usually that's Snail DB practically boasting his prowess to the heavens. Johnny frowned as he nodded in agreement. Now he just sounds confused. What's up with that? Something he ate, maybe. Maybe. Johnny shrugged, though he was clearly unconvinced. Ugh. Nami's outraged scream indicated that she hadn't noticed anything off-color about her comrade. This map is useless. I swear, it seems like the island is changing on us. Wait a minute, do you think that maybe it actually is? I mean, after the way that Arena showed up. Vivi trailed off. That'd explain a lot. You don't really think that islands can change on the fly, do you? Johnny asked his partner uneasily. A pregnant pause, followed by Nami's screech of vicious rage. Looks like Big Sis Nami sure thinks they can, Yosaku divined, a large drop of sweat running down the back of his head. Baron. If you're watching US, get the hell out here. I'm right over here, came a distant voice. There was a sound of many footfalls and shifting vegetation, and then... I've been expecting you. Came the Baron's jovial voice. Stop screwing with US and let US leave. Why? You've only just come here, and the ordeals have just begun. All you need to do is pass them, and you'll have all of the rest that you need. In fact, only 4 of you need to participate in this ordeal. The rest of you are free to enjoy the island's hospitalities. The sound of grumbling filtered through the speaker. And how many more ordeals are there after this? You will be finished by the end of the day, Omatsuri said smoothly. Fine, we'll play your game. Woohoo. Luffy cheered. Looks like big bro Luffy gets his way after all, Johnny chuckled. Yep. And all cause he got lost again, Yosaku nodded sagely before clapping his hands together. Well, anyway, as fun as listening to Big Bro Zero's adventures is, we really should get moving. Come on, this way. He started walking down a fork in the road. What? Hey, wait a second. Johnny leapt off the rock he was sitting on as he stared after his friend. Where the hell do you think you're going, Yosaku? To the next town. Yosaku intoned slowly, staring at his partner as though he were an idiot. It's this way, come on. The hell it is. The next town is this way. Johnny snapped, jabbing his finger down a different fork in the road. Are you out of your mind? That's not even close to the right way. It's this way. No, it's this way. No, it's this way. Oh. The Ordeal of Hell, Part 2. Omatsuri sneered. Ladies and gentlemen, the next ordeal will be... The Straw Hats asked. The sound of fabric moving, like curtains being pulled back, came across the speakers. What does that say? Coits. That's French. It means ring toss, came the mystery crewmate's voice. Ring toss. Chorused many Straw Hats. I know French and I didn't know that, cross deadpanned. The brat knows French. Wouldn't have expected that. No. Not a bit. Miss Merry Christmas snorted, sweeping the decks of the Spider's Cafe. Wouldn't have expected Golden Week, 5, and Valentine to leave us, either. I wanted to spend my golden years in quiet retirement, not keeping this rundown place spick and spotless. If I've said it once, Miss Merry Christmas, I've said it 100 times, you can leave if you want to, I'll just hire more capable employees. Paula, the former Miss Doublefinger, said dismissively as she wiped down the mug she was holding. But I wonder how much more opportunity you'd have to show off that dress to everyone if you do. The mole woman spun around to glower at Paula, her white princess dress spinning along with her. She glanced down at the hen with a shaky scowl before sighing angrily and getting back to sweeping. Damn you. And that's why I was Mr. 1's partner, and not you, Paula grinned cheekily. Meanwhile, Baron Omatsuri started to explain the rules of the game. Each team has 2 boats with 2 people aboard each boat. The first team to ensnare all of their opponents in rings wins. Something that actually sounds like a challenging game. Maybe we won't. Shut up, Cross Soundbite advised. Thank you, Soundbite. Hey. Alright, fair enough. Still, it doesn't sound like anything more combative than the last one. Count me out, I'm gonna go take a nap, groused Lasu's voice. Oh. Now, let me introduce my confidants, the 4 wise men. The leader, Keroji. Mr. 4 continued, amidst the applause from the Baron's audience. The main striker, Kero Shot. The repairman extraordinaire, Krodik. And the youngest and only female, Kerako. Why can't you try being a little faster, you moron? You showed that you could be as fast as you wanted back in those dungeons, Christmas grumbled as the applause finished. Four shrugged indifferently. Well, while one shouldn't judge
Oh,
capabilities
that's
based on
right. He's
appearances, I had to
slow.
wonder
The
how capable
baseball
these guys
dude
are. Not
from
only
the
are they no bigger than my
Alabasta
head. Phrasing. Soundbite chortled. No bigger than a normal
So he
person's head,
stutters a
Cross
lot.
growled, eliciting snickers from the ex-Baroque Works agents. They all appear to be elderly. On the other hand, when has something as trivial as age slowed down anyone's capabilities? I remember meeting a nice young lady on our journey who was 139, and she was scarily proficient in fighting. He paused. You know what, strike that. She was just flat out scary, period. And I'm very, very glad that she's several hundred miles away right now. He trailed off, and a few seconds later the snail frowned. That's weird, I was expecting her to call to chew me out. Lord knows it's happened before. Heh, too bad, I would have paid big money to see the brat get taken down a peg or two. Merry Christmas, chortled. Oh. Meanwhile, in the castle that was once the seat of the now-defunct Drum Kingdom, President Dalton of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom took a second to gather his courage before poking his head into the good, doctor's office. Dr. Kyoha. THTH thunk. Beat IT, brat, I'm busy. Kyoha snarled viciously. Dalton took a second to count his lucky stars that she'd decided to aim her scalpels a little to the left before entering. I was just listening to the SBS on my baby snail and was wondering why you didn't call in. It just seemed like the kind of thing you'd respond to, is all. What the hell does IT look like I'm trying to do, you ox-brained buffoon? The elderly doctor roared, marching up to him and holding her very panicked transponder snail up to the president's face by its eye stalks. The damn call isn't going through. Dalton blinked in confusion. Wait, what? Dr. Kyoha roared in frustration as she spun around and flung the snail at her desk, where it thankfully landed upright, albeit with its eyes spinning. Of course I tried to call that cocky brat. I wanted to give him a piece of my damn mind and make him sweat. She stalked up to the still dizzy transponder snail and snatched up its mic before jabbing in a number. But all I'm getting is this. The second she finished entering the number, the snail's eye stalk snapped to attention and gritted its teeth as it let out a static ticking noise. Dalton stared at the snail in confusion, too busy trying to wrap his head around what he was hearing to pay more than passing attention to the trash talk that the four wise men were inflicting on the straw hats. What? Can it not connect for some reason? I've never heard of this happening before. And neither have I. Kyoha flung her hands up in frustration, marching back and forth like a caged tiger. I can't understand it. We're receiving his signal crystal clear, but something is blocking us from contacting him. If he had found a way to make it so I couldn't call in, he wouldn't have acted confused. He would have sang it to the angels and demons and gloated over it for all the world to hear. And besides, he'd never block me from calling, not when, anyway. You're just worried about Chopper, aren't you? Kyoha hesitated for a scant second, before scoffing and waving him off. PSH, as if. They can cook him up in sherry and serve him with an apple in his mouth for all I care. No, I'm agitated because I don't know why the call is getting through, and I don't like not knowing things. Ooh, but I'm going to find out, alright, I'm going to find out. The transponder snail cut the failed call with a sigh of relief only to shriek silently in terror and leave a not inconsiderable stain on Kyoha's desk when she slammed her hands around it and loomed menacingly over the poor gastropod. One way or another. Oh. Alright, everyone, for your entertainment, I'll be spectating the ordeal and reporting what happens cross-announced following the end of a brief pause in the transmission. While most of the crew is going out and about in order to actually enjoy everything the resort has to offer, it looks like the teams of Yusuf and Nami, Anzuro and Sanji will be taking on Omatsuri's four wise men. Iceberg cocked an eyebrow with an uncertain look. Is that really the best of moves? A. Paulie waved his hand dismissively as he accepted a tray of drinks from Blueno and started passing them out to his colleagues. Who knows, there's probably some story or other behind it. You know how the straw hats are, insane to a fault. If anyone else is wondering why they think this arrangement is a good idea, you're not alone, cross deadpanned. Believe me, I tried to build a better team, but we're still having a hard time pinning down where the dugongs are. The wise men managed to provoke Nami into volunteering, Sanji insisted after that and it was all downhill from there. Called it. Still though, you'd think they'd take things more seriously, given that they are dealing with an ordeal of hell, Peeply Lulu mused as he stroked the extra spike of hair coming out of the side of his mustache. Considering how the straw hats won the first one, I don't think there's anything to worry about there. Tilestone roared. I mean, sure, it's not all bad. We've got two of our heavy hitters on the field and they are unstoppable when they work together, but there needs to be something serious on the line for them to be able to work together. Sanji doesn't care much save for helping Nami and Zero doesn't give a damn either way. Seriously, how did this happen? An enigma most worthy, cross, but I've got a better question, where the hell did this city come from? Oh? A city? Blueno wondered. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the snail right, a city, sprung from absolutely nowhere as if risen from the ground itself. I can only imagine that Baron Omatsuri has turned this entire island into a machine under his control, because I can't fathom any other way that Nami could get lost on the way out of the jungle or how the hell he could have a racecourse inspired by the island metropolis known as Water 7. He paused. On that note, while I have it in mind, a big salute to the Galila Company, home to the finest shipwrights in the world. Well, that's nice of him, Kaku remarked. It's an accepted fact, true, but it's not often you hear so openly. Indeed, Iceberg agreed, frowning thoughtfully. But what sort of expertise must this Omatsuri have to perform that kind of conversion? And for what purpose? Perhaps he makes a mint off of swindling pirate crews in a manner similar to that foxy fellow the Straw Hats recently ran into. Lulu proposed as he absent-mindedly pushed the spike in the hair over his lip into submission, causing it to protrude from his eyebrows. Still, as fantastic as this undertaking must have been, I have to say, it's kind of unbelievable how he did it. I mean, this place is packed. There's got to be hundreds of people here. Actually, Cross, that's something else weird that I've noticed. Besides that one guy from earlier, there doesn't seem to be anyone else besides the staff at this so-called. Hey, what you're up to, Pew? Gah. Who though? Cross yelped in shock before blinking in surprise. Wow, I'm surprised. I've just met a real-life Kappa. Gappa. My name is DJ Gappa Pew. Sheesh, every single time Pew. Sorry, the shell and plate that you're wearing kind of threw me off. I take it that you're one of Baron Omatsuri's comrades, then? Yes. I'm the chief gunner and sniper Pew. But I also join Mushigro in being the MC of parties Pew. Anyway, what are you doing talking to yourself? So another front man like Cross, then? Kaku questioned. I guess they are going to have a lot to talk about. With the rest of the Galila Corporation paying their full attention to the snail, only Rob Lucci noticed Khalifa quietly slipping out of the room. Noticing his stare, she mouthed making calls before closing the door behind her. Oh. Mama, what's a kappa? I'll tell you later, Rika the girl's mother surreptitiously coughed into her fist in order to hide her smile. For now, just know that I think that Cross made a somewhat unkind joke based off of that young man's choice of attire. Why am I, Going by how you all have been acting thus far, I take it that you don't have any transponder snails on this island? Cross asked. Nope. There aren't many animals on the island to begin with Pew. Yeah, I actually noticed that. Not even any bugs. What's up with THA? So, are you crazy or something Pew? Gappa interrupted without missing a beat. What? Cross squawked in shock. Are you nutso and talking to the voices in your head Pew? Cause if you are, that's cool, cause sometimes the wise men. I am not nuts. Or at least, not that kind of nuts Cross revised. I'm doing a radio show, I'm using this transceiver here to broadcast what I'm saying to every other transponder snail in the world. The current view count is. A few metallic clicks came over the connection, and then the snail grinned. Our highest yet, coming just shy of 10 million snails. Hot damn, this has got to be our most popular show yet. Screw cutting this off anytime soon, we are going on a day-long marathon. My, it looks like I may be keeping the doors open late tonight Ryrika chuckled. And I get to stay up late, too. Rika asked hopefully. Yes, but you'll still need to do your homework while listening. Or. What do you have to complain about, Rika? One of the Marines in the bar scoffed incredulously. All you have to do is some math problems, we Marines are the ones suffering here. Captain Ripper gives us all double duty for listening to the normal broadcast. I can only imagine what he'll do now that it's going to be going on for hours. Another soldier lamented. Gapha, meanwhile, was far more energetic. Wow, seriously. You mean that the whole world can hear what we are saying right now Pew? Absolutely. Here, got anything you want to say? I dunno Pew, it's hard to. Gapha's voice suddenly cut off, and his transmitted expression became curiously neutral. Ryrika blinked in surprise before waving her hand in front of the snail's face. Do you think it's broken or? Actually. EEP. The bartender jerked back in shock. Without any warning whatsoever, the snail had adopted a very twisted demeanor. The smile it was sporting was just a little too wide, its eyes were a little too bright, and the way it was giggling slightly was just. In essence, it looked like the speaker was the resident of an insane asylum, or worse, an insane asylum resident's idea of what a normal smile was like. I know what I want to say. The snail chirped in a voice that sounded right and yet managed to set off all the alarm bells in the heads of the viewers. Perhaps it was that faint hint of artificiality audible even through the snail's speakers. To the people of the world. I'd like to invite as many of you as possible to come down to our island. Once you get here, you may enjoy yourselves to your heart's content. Then, when we are done having fun, you can all take part in a big, delicious feast. The smile widened significantly, to the point where it just didn't seem humanly possible. Doesn't that sound like fun? And then, without any warning, the snail returned to the same dopey expression it had used before. How was that Pew? Impressive. Cross complimented with a grin. I bet you'll be seeing plenty more visitors real soon. The patrons of the bar gaped at the snail in utter horror. What the hell was that? One of the Marines sputtered numbly. Ryrika swallowed heavily before casting a glance at her daughter. Arika. I think I'm gonna finish my homework in my room. Was all the sheet-white and trembling girl was able to get out before grabbing her books and running up the stairs as fast as she could. Hey, hold on a sec soundbite piped up curiously. Did your voice just change or? Hey, what the hell? Cross suddenly demanded. Our viewership just nosedived by several 100,000. Come on, I unwittingly broadcast my own torture and get more viewers than ever before, but one little advertisement and people go running for the hills. Gee, I wonder why one of the bar patrons muttered under his breath as he started chugging his mug, an action that was repeated throughout the bar. Oh. What the hell is wrong with that daft bastard? Helmeppo demanded as he sifted through the filing cabinet he had been assigned. I know he's clinically insane, that's a given considering his hobby, but why the hell wasn't he affected by that horror show we just saw? I'm with you there, Helmeppo. Kobe nodded absently as he searched through his own cabinet. I know that I'd be freaking out if someone acted that way in front of me. The most likely reason he isn't reacting is that he doesn't even realize that what just happened was supposed to be reacted to begin with. The rookie Marines exchanged confused glances before looking over at the desk where their commanding officer was poring over paper after paper. Sir. They chorused in confusion. Garp snorted darkly as he rubbed his chin in thought. Transponder snails only show the face of the speaker. And going by how that kid reacted, I think that chances are what Cross saw and what the world saw are entirely different. Kobe swallowed heavily as sweat started to build on his brow. What are you trying to say, sir? Garp slammed the papers he was holding onto the table with a growl and pinned his student with a glare. I'm saying that you need to find those damn reports on the double. Now, damn it. Yes, sir. Kobe and Helmeppo saluted fearfully, redoubling their speed in combing through the archives. Still, though, if that many people stayed on, you must have an impressive reputation for you. Gappa spoke up, his voice filled with awe. I'd like to imagine so, yes. Cross nodded with a smile. It's hard to really say, seeing as we only get callers once in a while and we haven't yet reached a big city that's heard of us, but with any luck we'll get a good reaction once we get there. For now though, the numbers speak for themselves. And a good thing too, considering the topics I speak about. Only because Sengoku hasn't ordered someone who's guaranteed not to fail to pursue the Straw Hats yet, growled a furious voice. Kobe and Helmeppo froze and Garp spared the newcomer in the archives a glance. What are you doing here, mutt? Garp asked nonchalantly. The tower wasn't shaking from your usual laughter during the pirates show, and Sengoku said you were here when I came to see if he'd actually managed to silence you this time, Akainu replied emotionlessly. What do you mean, Pew? Well, I put out a lot of material that could be called controversial, but really, it's just me exposing secrets that corrupt people would rather I not say. I'm spreading the truth, and showing a lot of the world what goes on that they don't see, Cross explained. It's my hope that I'm managing to make a positive difference in the world, you know. Wow, Pew. You must be really, really important, Pew.
Aquatic art.
Well, sure, I mean I hope so, but... No, really, Pew. Gappa repeated firmly. After all, you stand up to the world government every day, not caring about your life in the least, all for the sake of others, Pew. That's awesome. It's like you're a superhero, Pew. The Admiral grimaced as the guest on the other end continued heaping on praise. I'm curious against my will as to why you're spending your time digging through old records. Garp cleared away the papers from his desk with an angry wave of his hand and stood up. Because that Baron Omatsuri's name and voice both sound vaguely familiar to me. Akainu stared flatly at his lower-ranked superior. Is this another one of your jokes? Use your head, mutt. Garp roared as he slammed his fist onto the desk, causing Kobe and Helmeppo to fumble the papers they held. His voice is vaguely familiar to me. Which means that I recognize it from my glory days. My glory days. Do you get what I'm saying here? Do you comprehend the scale? Kobe and Helmeppo would never forget that moment, as it was the first time that they ever saw the fearsome Admiral Akainu come to a realization of something panic-worthy. I'll lend you a hand, then the Admiral said quietly. Garp snorted darkly before returning to his papers. Glad to hear it. Now grab a cabinet and find anything you can on that bastard Omatsuri, double time. Kobe and Helmeppo shivered as they watched one of the three greatest soldiers in the world acquiesce without a word of protest before returning to their own tasks. You really are great, Pew. What was your name, again? Jeremiah Cross, and this is Soundbite. Good to meet you both, Pew. Here, follow me, I'll show you to the best place to watch all the action, Pew. Hey, thanks, Gappa. Not a problem, Cross. But, well, one thing, Pew. Earlier when you were talking about your show, you acted like it was no big deal, Pew. Well, come on, let's be honest here, it's only one show. I'm doing my best and I have some expectations, but I try and keep them sane. That way, I can be pleasantly surprised, you know. Sure as hell doesn't mean he's modest, though. Quiet, you. Well, either way, you're doing a great thing, Pew. And that means you should take more pride in what you're doing, Pew. Being pleasantly surprised is one thing, but you shouldn't set your opinion of yourself lower than it should be, Pew. Maybe try boasting or something, just so long as you show some pride, Pew. It's not healthy not to acknowledge your talents, Pew. Alright, I'll consider it, Cross conceded. Still, in the end it doesn't really matter, Akainu muttered, more to himself than anyone. Because if you really are right, then Jeremiah Cross might be out of our hair sooner than I ever could have hoped. Oh. Pwah, Cowboy sighed as he finished draining the bottle he'd yanked out of his saddlebag. So. All in favor of forgetting about that scary beyond all reason non sequitur for the sake of our sanities and paying attention to the race? Aye. Agreed the 5 ducks and camel alongside him. Good. Now cram it and listen. Okay, everyone, the race is underway. From this perspective, I can see a lot more of the race course. Our group seems to be ahead of the 4 wise men. No, wait, in both cases, the other boats are pulling ahead now. Customized boats for Omatsuri's crew, naturally. Not really, Pew. True, they are designed so the geezers can drive them, Pew. But the boats have equal seafaring skills,
Damn,
the drivers
sure.
control the navigation, and the currents will do the rest, Pew. Are there really currents that strong in the world? Eyelashes asked in surprise. A few, yes, Haikoiki nodded sagely. The first example I can think of is Reverse Mountain, probably the strongest currents in the world. But it's no surprise that more exist along the sanctuary of insanity called the Grand Line. Huh? Oh, now that you mention it, they do seem to be neck and neck now. Wait a second, what's that? Keroko is using a grill they have on board the boat to create a smoke screen. Actually, that's kind of clever, I'll have to remember that one. Alright, they are clear of the smoke screen, and now, whoa, that's not good, Keroko's throwing burning charcoal at them. It's as I always say. Bourbon Jr. snickered as he toasted his bottle of barbecue sauce to the rest of the group. Never underestimate the power of barbecue. And with that, he threw his beak back and started chugging the bottle. Kentoros eyed his comrade warily. I will never know how the hell he manages to drink that shit straight. I don't even want to know, Ivan X rumbled with a grimace. That's nothing. Look at Kero shot. What's here, missile launches? Are you fucking kidding me? How is that fair? Am I the only one flashing back to that time Captain tried that special saddle that Cobra brought back from the last reverie? Why he thought anything that Vegapunk made would have been normal is beyond me. Besides the rules that detail the winner, anything goes in the ordeal of hell, Pew. You figured that out yourself in the last ordeal, Pew. Still, isn't this weighted a little too much in Omatsuri's favor? Your swordsman and chef are strong. And there are emergency kits in the other boat to help the other two, Pew. They may be strong, yeah, but now it's a machine gun. Yeah, those geezers are resourceful, Pew. There's resourceful and then there's flat out insane, Cowboy declared with a sweat drop. And Zero and Sanji are getting along as well as they normally do. Not good. Soundbite remarked. Alright, how about we turn our attention to the other boat? Cross trailed off before heaving a weary sigh. Which is currently on fire. And not in a good way, Pew. And not in, damn it. / and not in, damn it. Wow, that little sucker actually managed to beat them to the punch. Impressive. Bourbon Jr. whistled. You two really are good at this, Pew. I've just been doing it for longer, Pew. Wait, what? How old are? Oh, it looks like they found the rescue kits, Pew. Oh, that's good. Maybe now things will be more even. Stomp squawked eagerly. That's great. Or not. I didn't say nothing, the rookie duck groaned, shrinking under the acrid glares his superiors pinned him with. TSK, Nami's got freaking coffee mugs for all the good it's doing her, while you sip, what though? Up, and away. Not the time, soundbite. And you? Who, me Pew? Yes, you poo. Don't mock me. The ducks and camel recoiled as the dopey teen on the other end suddenly exploded in anger. That was freaky, Stomp whimpered. Shadge up. Kentoros started to yell. He has a point, you know, Cowboy cut in coolly, though it didn't hide the slight quiver in his voice. Ah, the helmeted duck flinched and coughed into his wing. Ahem. Sorry, force of habit. Oh. Come on, Kamuoon. Apu hissed as he dug around in the mechanism installed in the shell of one of his snails. I'll moost. I'll damn well mock you if I want, you're stacking the deck worse than most casinos. Gah. Apu yelped, reflexively jerking his hyperdexterous arm at the outburst, causing over half a dozen wires to cross in the shell, which caused a cascade of short circuits, which in turn caused the snail to vomit up a cloud of acrid smoke with a pain wheeze before collapsing in on itself, XD out eyes hanging limply from their stalks. No, damn it.
Hey, what's
The long-armed
up?
pirate snarled as he slammed his fist on the desk.
I have the
That was my
TTS
last
going
ballet
like
designed by a 7-blade model transponder.
faster speed.
The strongest model on the whole freaking market. He snapped his head around to glare at the rest of the snails on the shelves of his cabin. What about the rest of you? Any luck getting through? The dozen-plus snails arrayed on the walls exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Damn it. Apu ground the heel of his palm into his forehead with a frustrated growl. What the hell is going on? Left with no other option, he settled in and resigned himself to listening to his new friend's broadcast, unable to ignore the sense of dread steadily mounting in his gut. That's GRGH. Gappa grit out, obviously fighting to wrestle his temper into submission. That's why the invitation says pirates among pirates among pirates among pirates, Pew. Don't you justify any cheating you do by reminding people what you are, Pew? I wish I had a valid comeback to that. Cross finally admitted.
Oh.
Apu frowned. Wait a minute, I know he was just introduced to the SBS. How does he know that line? Apparently Soundbite was mirroring his thought process. Hey, wait, how did you? Oh, hey, looks like your navigators noticed that your sniper's missing, Pew. Apu's frown deepened into a suspicious scowl. Changing the subject again. Unfortunately, this time around, Soundbite wasn't quite as savvy as the pirate. Eh? Oh ho ho, she's. The snail's chortling suddenly choked off. Actually, she looks kind of hurt. And there goes the boat. Nami's ringed up and out of the game. Christ on a pike staff, we are gonna need to act fast to keep her from biting Yusuf's head off once he lands. Well, don't do it right away, Pew. I bet it'll be hilarious, Pew. Yeah, maybe so, but But what Pew? But, well. Cross's protests gradually trailed off into confused muttering. I suppose. A little bit of reaming couldn't hurt. Apu immediately sat up at it, staring at the snail in shock. The hell? Huh? Cross, you sure? I mean, I like long-nosed pain as much as the next jackass, but... Hey, looks like something's wrong with your cook and swordsman Pew. Huh? Oh boy, looks like my plate-headed friend here is right. Refocusing on the race, we go back to two of our top fighters who are at once the best and worst team the Straw Hats can produce, short of either the whole crew or Soundbite and myself. Why yeah. Wait, which one are we? Take a wild guess. Anyway, looks like their quota for working together has run out. They are focusing more on each other than on their competitors, who are drawing nearer with. Suddenly, a chorus of singing metal rang out across the world. Good swordplay, Pew. No kidding, Cross snickered proudly. Well, those two are dead in the water now, but Zero and Sanji will have to turn back, eh? What though? 5 seconds, and the ship is not only fixed, but turned into a water plane. That's the term, right? I don't think it can fly, but the design is. There was suddenly a flurry of harsh and firm impacts. No longer appreciable. Even our chef's feet aren't that strong, Pew. Freaking unbelievable. Well, at least it's gone down, son of a bitch. Okay, cheating enemies though they are, that's freaking awesome. That drill is the drill that will pierce the heavens. Not even remotely the time, sound. Amidst the renewed symphony of swords and strikes, Apu gained a thoughtful expression. Pierce the heavens. I'll have to remember that one. Oh. Never mind, viewers. Talk about anticlimactic, Zero and Sanji literally dismantle the boat, and the rings are tossed. And meanwhile, Yusuf is still in the sky, and Nami is hanging on a rope, Kerako's been snagged, but Kerogi is challenging both Zero and Sanji at once. Why do they fight so much anyway, Pew? Aren't you supposed to be crewmates, Pew? It's a grand confluence of conflicting neuroses and psychoses, but while they might fight each other from time to time, they can pull their own, especially when they can stomach working together. And either way, they've always got each other's backs. We all do, really. I doubt you'll find many closer crews on the sea. That form of relationship sounds very familiar, yeah. Kumadari proclaimed as he struck a pose. Whether pirates or government, it would appear that in the end we are one and the sa. Thwack. Yo, I too. The kabuka-faced assassin slumped to his knees, clutching a nascent lump on his skull. Will you do me a favor and shut the hell up already? Jabra snarled as he shrank back from his hybrid form. It's freaking impossible to listen to anything over your damn racket. And that goes double for you. That last was directed at Fukuro, who was rifling through a Rolodex he was holding in his palm. Fukuro glanced back at Jabra, but rather than throw out one of his usual reminders he just sighed and went back to looking. This is business, Shapapa. Khalifa called and asked for me to do some research on the Baron. Jabra growled lightly under his breath for a moment as he weighed the pros and cons of trying to get at his much more evasive comrade, but ultimately elected to turn back to the show, doing his idle best to ignore the so-called silent owl. Then why are they being so haphazard, Pew? Gappa asked with childish innocence. Oh, dear. It sounds as though these steadfast comrades may be. What the hell did I just say, damn it? Jabra roared. EEP. Haphazard? What do you? Oh, that's what. So, apparently, Kerogi is actively trying to make them attack each other, hopping between their heads and the ends of the boat, trying to get in their way with each other, and there goes Sanji. Zero only barely managed to dodge. And by dodge, I mean pushing Sanji in the way. Honor among thieves, Soundbite muttered, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Jabra frowned in confusion. That's weird. Fukuro cocked an eyebrow absent-mindedly. How so? Pirates betray pirates every day. Most pirates, yeah, but as much as the world government denies it, we've been steadily shown proof positive that the Straw Hats aren't normal pirates. They wouldn't normally do something like this. Jabira rubbed his thumb over his braided beard. Ugh, something's not right here. He promptly snapped his fingers at Fukuro. When you get that intel for Khalifa, share it with me as well. The silent owl snapped a thumbs up as he swapped out the Rolodex for a new one. Got it. Yeah, that kind of a reaction is a surprise, even coming from those two. But hey, it was evident that Cross had just shrugged. I guess tempers are high. But geez, that old geezer is nimble, oh. Crap, Zero's vulnerable. We're gonna win, Pew. Use a pound. Soundbite suddenly barked out in the voice of the cruise sniper. Or not, Pew. Wow, was that unlucky. Ha. Death and a giant hammer from above from our sniper. One well-tossed ring, and it's over. 2 for 2, the Straw Hat Pirates win. Yaya, victory. Victory. Kumadari danced around, cheering at the top of his lungs. Jabra didn't object this time, too distracted eyeing Fukuro's suddenly intensified focus on one of his cards. Well, congratulations. I'd recommend you head back to the rest of your crew, we'll send those 4 along, Pew. Those fireworks don't come out often, it seems that the Baron will be holding a dinner party to celebrate your victories, Pew. I hope you enjoy it. After you've eaten, you'll face me in the final ordeal of hell, Pew. Oh, just one more. Yes. Pass the final ordeal, and you can enjoy all that the master of this island has to offer his guests view. Fine by me. Well, I'll see you then, Gap Hut. Soundbite? Something on your mind? Nothing, I just thought. I'm fine, I think the fireworks screwed me up a bit is all. Well, if you say so. Is it just me, or did that sound very particularly ominous to anyone else, Yaya? Kumadari glanced at his comrades warily. What's the worst that could happen? Glorified goldfish catching and glorified ring tossing, I don't think this Baron's that big of a threat to the likes of them. Jabra waved his hand dismissively, although the tension in his body language said otherwise. After a minute of no reply, he looked up, to see Fukuro dialing on another snail, a look of unease on his face. You find something? The team's resident gossip hound snapped a card up for Jabra to see. The wolfman gave the punch card a once-over. Shit. Before snatching the card out of Fukuro's hand and shaving the hell out of the room, making tracks for Spandam's office. Kumadari swapped his confused gaze between the door and his rotund friend before crossing his arms with a huff. Well, now I just feel left out, Yaya Tilda. Oh. For the first time in a long time, the big top was absolutely silent, the buggy pirates, +1, hanging onto every word coming out of their transpander snail's mouth. Well, that, and sneaking nervous glances towards their captain, who was pacing the deck like a caged tiger. Every so often he would pause, look into the distance, and mutter to himself before continuing to wear a groove in the deck. It was almost as spooky as the SBS, and though their captain didn't abuse his crew nearly as often these days, no one wanted to provoke his temper. Well, it's official. For all of Baron Omatsuri's, shall we say, advanced age, the resort does seem to be everything promised. I'm seeing pools, I'm seeing gourmet drinks, heck, here's XXX relaxing by a pool with a gourmet drink. Where'd you get that particular delicacy, XXX? Mushigro provided it. Apparently, it's a custom of the island for him to serve out every command for losing the game. Unfortunately, he seems to be a little drunk presently. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you? Soundbite asked dryly. Oh, come now, would I do that? Obvious answer is obvious, Cross chuckled. Anyway, where's everyone else? Chopper wandered off to explore a while ago, and Lasso wandered off in search of the quietest and most comfortable place he could find to relax, citing something about the servants making his skin crawl. Vivi is enjoying the royal treatment in the star with Keru watching over her. Luffy ran off after someone with a toothbrush mustache who was throwing stones at him, and Connie's has apparently lost track of her fox, and is searching for her. Also, not that I'm complaining, Soundbite, but you're being rather quiet. Huh? Oh, yeah, sorry, Soundbite apologized with a wince. Everything's kind of blurry right now. Cross, I don't think Soundbite is well. Even through the blurring, the concern in the mystery crewmate's voice was obvious. I feel fine. Soundbite barked indignantly before shifting his glance to the side. It's just my powers feel, screwy. I'm still trying to find Boss and the TDWS. See? No need to worry about it, he's fine. He'll be back to his normal self in no time. Anyway, gotta go, enjoy your lounging, XXX. Since when is Cross that dim? Alvida muttered to herself. His partner feels strange and yet he brushes it off like it's nothing. Not to mention that lack of concern for the Dugongs, Kabaji commented. After all of those lines from earlier on friendship and unity, that's not even remotely in character for him. Yeah, if you say so. Soundbite ultimately agreed, if somewhat uncertainly. Oh, hey, XXX, before we go, you're sure you haven't seen Chopper anywhere? HM? Not since he wandered off, no. Why do you ask? No reason. A vocal equivalent of a shrug. If you say so. I may go out for a bit myself later. Mushigro told me of a species of flower that only grows on this island, the lily carnation. What's that, a crossbreed between? Moji started to ask. What? What did he just say? Everyone present looked back at Buddy, and recoiled. The clown looked absolutely horrified. The next second, he leapt for the receiver, and began dialing. What are you doing, Buddy? Alvida asked, honest concern in her voice. What the flashy hell does it look like I'm doing? I'm calling the SBS. See, Captain? Kabaji asked hesitantly. I've been to that island before, Kabaji. Buddy grimly bit out. I've tried to forget that day ever happened and I've been denying it this entire time. I thought that first name was just a coincidence, I prayed, but that second name, that name. The clown pirate shuddered in horror. I need to call the Straw Hats and warn them. Warn them that that island is nothing more than a trap, one of the most dangerous traps in all of the Grand Line. A trap so vile, so utterly horrific that it put me off of the Grand Line and forced me to settle for the fucking East Blue. And you want to call the Straw Hats and warn them about that because... Buddy pinned Alvida with a glare so intense that she actually took a step back. Because as I escaped from that hell, I made the mistake of looking back. I saw what that place did to my crewmates and it has haunted my nightmares, the nightmares of a man who's seen everything the Grand Line has to offer, ever since. What I saw. Buddy grit his teeth, an audible grinding noise issuing out as he threw a haunted stare at the snail. I may be a right flashy bastard, but I'd like to imagine that I still have some semblance of a soul. No one deserves that hell. Not even the Straw Hats. Oh. There you are, Vivi. Enjoying the royal treatment, Your Majesty. Quite so, Mr. Jeremiah, came Vivi's voice, unusually imperialistic. Their XXX island mask is making me feel truly alive. Perhaps you should sample it, it's herbal and made from the local flowers. Whether you do or not, I've really missed this. I haven't had a good royal spa treatment since before I left home. Same here. These guys know how to tweet a duck as good as Alabaster did. Hey, Pops. Cozza slowly glanced at his commander-in-chief with a wary expression. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do remember Vivi hating spa treatments to high heaven and Keru being right there with her, right? Yes, but that was 2 years ago. Considering the facts, ma. Considering the fact that they spent 2 years undercover as assassins and had to leave the country immediately after their labels bore fruit, I don't find it strange that either of them would want to take advantage of it when the chance is presented to them. Agarum replied before Cobra could. I know that I certainly did. That's plausible, Agarum, but what I find strange is that she said that her mask came from local flowers, when they established that the only flower that they've seen is the talking one on the Baron's shoulder. Shaker noted with an uncomfortable frown. Well, the results may be good, but I'm not sure the way you look right now is worth it, Cross said cheekily. I don't think the green and grey really match your hair. The process might be ugly, Mr. Jeremiah, but I assure you that the results will be worth it. And she would know that how, exactly? Pell wondered. Well, Miss Monday talked her into trying one out. And it took her about 2 months to forgive me for screaming when I saw them. Who, the assassin or Vivi? Yes. I sure hope so, otherwise, you'll have less dignity than Nami. Soundbite cackled eagerly. He. Watch your tongue, Soundbite. Vivi cut him off, her tone suddenly as hard as granite. Or else. Ha ha, Herc. What the fuck, Vivi? What the hell? Cozza jerked forwards, staring at the snail in shock and horror, his expression mirrored throughout the royal master bedroom. What was that, Vivi? There is no way in the world that my daughter would be so harsh over anything so trivial. Cobra barked harshly, before turning towards his captain of the guard with a disturbed expression. Or, is there, Agarum? I don't believe so, Your Majesty, Agarum stammered. Even in her persona as Miss Wednesday, even when she had to act cold and cruel, she was never even remotely that glacial. This shift in her attitude, I can't ma. Can't even begin to explain it. Meanwhile, one voice on the other end of the connection was disturbingly undisturbed by the princess' coldness. Well, there's more proof that you should never come between a woman and her beauty. Cross said cheerfully. Well, we've got to be going, more crewmates to see, after all. Enjoy the spa. That I will, Mr. Jeremiah. Vivi sighed in contentment. That I will. Take the time you need, cuz, the time you need. Meanwhile, I'll be enjoying thesh juicious aperitifs. Well, alright, then. See you. And with that, Cross apparently left the room, but the conversation was clearly not over. Cross. Soundbite spoke up through gritted teeth. I hate to burst your bubble, but either Vivi really loves her spa treatments. Or she's lost it. What, you mean how she reacted? PFF, that's probably just how she acts when she really gets to unwind. Cross scoffed dismissively. Come on, Soundbite, you're making a big deal out of nothing again. Remember that time you thought that salesman was part of the snail Illuminati? I still hold that mollusk was speaking in code. What does it say about the straw hats that the term snail Illuminati doesn't even faze me? Shaker asked dryly. Nothing we didn't know already, Pell replied just as dryly. And, considering the spa treatment and the fact that this is Soundbite we're talking about, perhaps Vivi's reaction is reasonable. Suddenly, the clatter of sandals and talons running on tile erupted over the connection. Get back here, would ya? Wait up. Help. Giant duck, giant duck. There was a brief moment of silence as the ruckus faded into the distance before Cross chuckled in amusement. Well, it seems that when he really wants to, that duck is capable of living up to his species name. There was a moment of silence. What? Come on, Soundbite, that was funny. Soundbite turned an inquisitive eye towards, presumably, Cross. His other was preoccupied with swinging back and forth nervously. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, ha ha. The Albastans, meanwhile, were fully aware of the discrepancy that Soundbite had merely suspected. Keru left Vivi alone. Agarum breathed in disbelief. For food. All right, that's it, Cobra growled, snapping up from where he'd been sitting. Something is visibly rotten in the city of Mirajoy, and I mean beyond the usual decay. Call Salvo at once and let him know that I need to speak with Dragon immediately. Oh. Now then, where to next, where to NE, oh, hey, Connies. Ish, you look freaked, what's wrong? Oh, hello, Cross. Howleit, Lasso wandered out an hour or 2 ago, saying that he needed some air, and that the staff were kind of creeping him out. Then, when he didn't come back, Sue told me that she was going to go looking for him. But she hasn't come back either. Soundbite, can you hear her? Damn it. I'm sorry, Conus, my hearing is messed up, fuzzier than Sue after a bath. Don't worry, Connies, Lasso probably just fell asleep, and I bet Sue is just enjoying the chance to explore an exotic location without the spectre of certain death looming overhead. Cross, can you please try to be at least a little more serious here? Soundbite can't hear anything, and some of our crew is missing. She has a point, dude. Look, I wanted a vacation as much as the next guy, but this island has felt off since we landed. And with everything that's been happening. Oh, PSH, is that all? Cross scoffed nonchalantly. Come off it, do you really think I haven't noticed the weird vibes this place is giving off? I can be thick, but I'm not Luffy thick. It's obvious that this place is weird, but it can't be anything worse than a glorified Davy back fight, so really there's nothing to worry about. But if this is another trap like back on Long Ring Long, doesn't that make it doubly important that we break out of it as soon as possible before we're irreversibly snared? Connie's demanded. Why should we? The benefits of getting into it are currently outdoing the costs by a pretty hefty margin, and by broadcasting this my show get tons of viewers. Plus, there's no risk of losing one of our crew forever this time, right? Speak for yourself. Nothing. If you say so. You know, it's obvious that he wants to be heard, that's no surprise, but when did he care this much about increasing his viewer? Paulie wondered. I'm more worried about how callous and oblivious he's being, Iceberg said with a frown. His crewmates are acting abnormally, and yet he's just treating it like some harmless game. He only does that when it's only him in danger, or he has things under control, neither of which appear to be the case here. The only reason I can think of would be if something was blatantly wrong with him, and if so it appears to have extended to the rest of the crew as well. Which is bad, Kaku summarized flatly. The chief of Galila nodded solemnly. Very, very bad. Anyway, if there's nothing else, let's just go meet the others outside, Cross continued in an entirely too casual tone. Easy Money says that the others are getting impatient, and besides, Sue and Lasso are bound to show up for dinner, right? MMMPH, well, that's a good point. Connie's conceded, though by her tone she clearly disagreed. All right, which way is it, exactly? As the broadcast devolved back into simple walking and idle conversation, Califa cracked open the back door, looking distinctly ill at ease. Kaku, Lucci, and Blueno noticed, and surreptitiously moved out the door to join their comrade. What's the matter? Kaku muttered as he maintained a subtle watch on their erstwhile colleagues. The female agent shook her head as she shuffled the papers she was practically strangling. I've searched records thoroughly, I've asked everyone I can, I've even... She hazarded a glance at where the rest of the company was before dropping her voice. Called Enis for intelligence on this Baron Omatsuri. And? Blueno asked. The most recent records of anyone with that name are of a pirate crew known as the Red Arrow Pirates. They sailed the seas for decades, but then disappeared without a trace. She looked at each of her comrades in turn, a panicked glint behind her glasses. The issue with that particular identification is that the date they disappeared was 2 years before Roger's execution. Oh. Hey, everyone, how's it going? Cross asked cheerily. Read the mood, asshole, snarled several voices, of a quality that made the listeners stiffen in unwilling anticipation. It was best compared to a barrel of chlorine trifluoride hovering over a glacier, frigid, but one push away from a superheated and incredibly toxic explosion. Soundbite whimpered audibly. Wow, I haven't seen a mood that bad since. Drake cut himself off at the twin glares Jonathan and Jessica were giving him. Since never. Never seen any mood that bad, nope. He hastily amended, cold sweat cascading down his temples. Ooh, tough crowd, Cross drawled, albeit with a hint of mischief in his voice. But not his usual mischief, rather than being playful and fun, this tone was more, dark. Cruel, even. Why so serious, guys? What, are we not having fun here? I know that I sure am, and hopefully my viewers are too. Ah, where's Chopper? Oh, he told Robin he'd be back soon, so he should. There's no way in hell that I can have any kind of fun with this big-mouthed, long-nosed traitor even remotely nearby, Nami growled venomously. Damn it, what did I even do, Nami? Yusuf plaintively demanded. You know damn well, you bastard, the navigator hissed. No. I don't. And yeah, I know my parents never married, but that bastard line is uncalled for. What did you do to Nami Swan, Yusuf? She wouldn't lie, Sanji snarled. Idiot cook, she lies all the time if it'll get her another berry, Zero growled back, black hatred culling his voice. Say that again, shitty moss head. Sanji roared. She lies. All. Though. Guys, knock it off already. The snail's right, this is just sad. Thank you, Cross Connie's sighed in relief. Seriously, can't you two come up with some new material? Cross complained in what appeared to be all sincerity. I mean, Cook and Mosshead have been done to death, why not do something original, eh? Stop helping, Cross. Connie's promptly pleaded. Ish, you try and lend a hand and all you get in return is... Mr. Jeremiah. Gah. What, Vivi, whoa, hello, fashion horror show, there appears to be something on your... The Baron cut my spa treatment short because of the dinner party that he's about to throw us. I was enjoying myself more than I have for the last 2 years. The new recruits won't be happy to hear that, Drake muttered. Jonathan did not reply, too focused on what was coming out of his snail's mouth. The intense stare his face had morphed into discouraged anyone from interrupting him. Well, you can hardly blame me for his scheduling and policies. Cross waved her off indifferently. I'm not, that would be unfair, Vivi reassured him before her entire expression swapped to apoplectic fury. I'm blaming you because it's your fault that I can't take my sweet time enjoying a spa treatment back in Alabaster, where I'd be treated properly like the royalty I am. There was a moment of tense, frigid silence, filled only with harsh, rapid breathing. Ultimately, however, the silence was broken with a single smug phrase. "Don't you mean was?" And down went the barrel. "Damn it, Cross!" Connies cried out. And from there the situation only devolved further, entirely dominating the SBS. It was almost as though Cross had forgotten that the microphone was on. That, or he just didn't care who heard the strife that was afflicting the crew. The blurred voice that they knew to be Nico Robin seemed to be the only one still calm, trying to ask Luffy to calm them down. Before the captain could make any headway, however, the sound of drums rang out. Okay, did Cross get his brain replaced while no one was looking? Holger incredulously demanded. Ever since day one of the SBS, he's been almost as pissed off about Princess Vivi's situation as the princess herself. This isn't a personality shift, this is a complete transplant. It makes about as much sense as anything else that's been going on right now, Cormac replied with a grimace. Quiet, Jonathan snapped. Both officers promptly shut up, and all present in the room quieted as the Vice Admiral began pushing around pieces on his chessboard. Sadly, the reality of the situation was brought back to the fore by the mocking voice of the island's master. Now, what's with all of this arguing? I thought that a crew as united as yours go along well. Baron Omatsuri drawled. Oh, spare us the wisecracks, Zero shot back venomously. Yeah, so we are going through a rough patch, big whoop. The nonchalant shrug in Cross's voice was plain to hear, as was the newfound darkness in Omatsuri's chuckle. As you wish. I will now entertain you all with a private dinner party. Henrik glanced around nervously as the sound of shifting water sounded out. I'm not the only one who's disturbed by just how evil this guy suddenly sounds, right? Is it sudden, or is he just no longer bothering to put on a ruse? Holger asked right back. Well, is there no end to the surprises on this island? Cross whistled in awe. It would appear that even this seemingly innocuous pond is capable of turning into. I present to you the outdoor Iron Griddle restaurant. Yes, that. Omatsuri's chef is standing on the griddle, which is now on fire, wearing skates that seem to be made out of lard and carrying a pair of, what are those, pizza paddles? They are spatulas, actually, custom made for my head chef, Kotetsu. Omatsuri stated. Got it. I can only pray that they'll be able to get over whatever problems are making them act like this long enough to have a good meal, Jessica pleaded, more to herself than anyone. That's assuming that they haven't drugged the food, Isaiah cut in, writing out the same words on the notepad he had before him. Jessica grimaced as she saw it. Drugs, or something stronger, Jonathan muttered. What was that, Commander? Henrik asked hesitantly. Jonathan positioned the last piece on his board before resting his head in his hands. Of the present straw hats, the only ones that are not acting extremely out of character are the Captain, Soundbite, Nico Robin, and Connies. In short, the ones unaffected are the ones that are not normal humans, with normal being relative. But isn't Cross's physiology abnormal, too? Drake questioned. Yes, but he's different in that he's somehow less powerful than the rest of the crew. Ergo, it's as though he's being hit by a seeking. Terry furiously squawked and slashed into a notepad. And now whole carts of food are being tossed into the air and diced up long before they hit the grill. And now comes the shuffling around. This is actually pretty impressive. Connie's mused absent-mindedly. Yeah, but it's a slippery slope, Connie's Cross warned. It's a good performance, but if any food's wasted then the whole spectacle is pointless. Well, either way, it looks yummy. Luffy cried out. Yes, it does. Oh, what's this? Oh, my, Sanja's just jumped onto the grill. Luffy. I'm about to make you a shitty meal 100 times better than what this fetus is making. Sanji declared. I'll put on a show for you all that none of you will ever forget. Hair. I don't have any ingredients for you to use, came an unfamiliar voice that could only be Kotetsu. Then I'll just take yours. Well, this promises to be exciting. Though our audience seems to be missing a member. Hey, did anyone see where Vivi went? I think she said something about going to find the damn duck before stalking off Usopp provided. Her loss. Sides, her harping was starting to get really irritating. Wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense, Jessica said. What? I thought we'd already established that a lot of the crew is acting way out of. Not that, Holger, Jessica cut in. I'm referring to the fact that aside from the princess with her spa treatment and the duck with the food platter, none of the straw hats have eaten up to this point, so they couldn't have been drugged through any gastronomic means. So how could whatever's been making them go insane have gotten into their systems? Well, looks like we have a cooking duel on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. The two of them are staring each other down, and they are off. They are rushing towards the ingredients, and they've both seized a sizable portion to work with, though Kotetsu managed to get away with more of it. But that's the only explanation. Cormac started to protest before trailing off thoughtfully. Unless, what if it's airborne or something? Like a toxin or a gas or... Slam. The Marines jumped almost a foot off the air and stared at their commanding officer in shock. Jonathan was scowling grimly, driving the Black Queen so hard into the board that both it and the desk beneath were starting to crack. Pollen, he spat. It's the flour. Oh. And now we see differentiation encroach between the two chefs. Cross announced proudly, at least a hint of his old self entering his voice. Kotetsu is mixing his portion in with a large helping of noodles, while Sanji has prepared a thick and rich broth for the food to marinate in. And what's this? Oh, I was wrong, it's not broth. It's batter. He's making a pancake. Pancakes for dinner? The Brad must have lost his mind out there on the high seas. Patty chortled for a second before he was cut off by a dope slap courtesy of Khan. Less backseat cooking, more real-life cooking. This marathon might be insane, but it's still managing to whip up a massive dinner rush. The shorter chef barked. Besides, pancakes are great for dinner. Where? Podunk, South Blue. I'll have you know that Podunk was a respectable community, and that... Thwack whack. Ow. The belligerent chefs chorused as they clutched their skulls. If you can't keep up the pace while listening, then I will fry this snail myself, you hear me? Zeph growled as he loomed behind the two, the snail flinching in fear. Now come on. He slid 24 plates of beautifully designed food before them. Order up. The head chef then turned his attention to the snail as he got back to work. After all, he could do this in his sleep, quite literally. Go, Sanji. You're looking great.
Yes,
Do your best.
Sanji, go.
Nami cheered. Keep it up, Sanji. Go, go, go. Usopp concurred. A moment later, however, both voices fell silent. Oh, dear, it seems that our navigator and sniper are still angry with each other. What a pity, Cross remarked, the dark humor returning full force. Cross, can't you do something about them? Is something to actually help them? Now Nami's just walking away to sit next to that fish keeper, and Usopp's wandering into the forest, Connie said worriedly. Oh, don't worry so much, Connies.
The mud looks
They'll
funny.
get over it with a little time alone. And honestly, it's sort of cute watching them fight. See cute. Connies repeated in disbelief. Cross. Oyster sauce. Oh, hold that thought. Cross said. Seaweed flakes. Looks like Kotetsu is finishing up his dish. And with a dash of red, pickled ginger, my island yakisoba will be complete. Bon appetit. Sounds like they made an awesome dish. Patty commented as he returned to his station. Yeah, too bad Sanji's going to upstage him without a sweat. Khan cackled eagerly. Zeph smirked slightly, lowering his peg leg from its pre-whack position. Well, that's quite the appealing pasta dish. Wait, what the hell? Whoa. Thanks for the ingredients. Sanji called out. One of these days, I'm going to have to ask just how thoroughly that old man trained him. Viewers, Sanji just gathered up all of that pasta, meat and all, with a giant pair of chopsticks, rolled it into a ball, and tossed it into the air. And now, he's flipping that pancake of his up and on top of it. Super thick sauce. A layer of mayonnaise. And, as the veil-like bonito flakes dance in the air, my modern yaki is complete. The drumbeats stopped. That's how it's done. Go, Sanji, go. Looks like Kotetsu wasn't expecting to be outdone, ooh, and he just fell onto his hands and knees in disbelief, on the griddle. That's going to leave a mark. Sweet Connies, did you see my demonstration of cooking skills? Sanji purred. Why yes, that was very impressive, Connies said uncertainly, her discomfort plainly audible. Alright, how about serving up some of that, Alright, Luffy has reached a new low in table manners, he literally just dove into the food like it was a swimming pool. I'm not sure how I feel about eating that now. For once, I'm not sure I want any either, soundbite muttered. I believe I've lost my appetite, two Connies queasily agreed. Hey, Zero, wake up. The food is ready. Luffy called. Food? Oh, good, I'm starving. You think it's out of character for Sanji to try feeding Zero food that their captain dug into? No, that seems about par for the course. Patty, Khan, as entertaining as this is, do I need to remind you that we have? You were asleep, so you can go hungry.
Oh.
Ha. Anyone who doesn't cheer for me doesn't have the right to eat. Crash. The cookware in Zeph's hands fell to the ground and shattered as he gaped at the transpanda snail in stunned horror. Oh, owner Zeph. Sanji, he would never say that. Not in 1,000 years, not if his life depended on it, not if every woman in the world begged him to say, Zeph breathed, sinking to his knees in shock. Something's not right here, something's really not right. Patty growled furiously. Apparently, the chefs of the Barati weren't the only ones to share this opinion. Oh. Have you lost, MMPH? Soundbite's panicked protests were suddenly silenced without warning. Be quiet, you little pest, before I bash your teeth in. What? The damn. Hell, Smoker grit out slowly, his cigars very swiftly burning down to nubs. Did Cross just? Tashigi stammered in near panic, unable to believe her ears. MMMPH. Soundbite mumbled out with just as much incredulity. Come on, dumbass, don't you realize it yet? I don't know what the heck's going on here, but I do know that it's dramatic straight out the wazoo. The messier this gets, the more viewers I'll get, so don't ruin this for me, got it? But. Now shut up, we are missing some prime material here. He's out of his fucking mind, Smoker numbly summarized. He has to have a reason. Tashigi started to stammer, only to be interrupted by a sound coming over the transpanda snail's connection. CLI click, click click click, CLI click, CLI click, click click click, CLI click. It took the ensign a moment to decipher what she was hearing, but once she did she paled in horror. That's an SOS. She breathed, barely able to believe what she was saying. Soundbite's using his teeth to send an SOS. He's scared for his life. Scared of Cross. Slam. Toshigi nearly jumped clear out of her seat as Smoker slammed his fist onto the table. Enough is enough, he growled viciously. Damn secrecy and damn the rest of me for. We're ending this shit show now. Call the snail, with any luck he'll have the presence of mind to blur our voices. Nodding frantically, Toshigi swept up the transponder snail's neck and tapped in the long since memeized number. MYFNMYTOYSMYFODGOAWAY. Only to shriek and fumble the snail's neck when a roar /shriek /blast of unholy sound tore its way from the poor snail's mouth. It promptly fainted into unconsciousness, foam bubbling out of its mouth the instant its task was completed. The two Marines stared at the snail in horror for a moment before chorusing a singular thought. Shit. Oh. Come on, Captain, think. You know the names, you know them, and he's even given us some descriptions, too. Mushigro, the loach human with the giant pet goldfish. Gapha, the young gunner who looks like a kappa. The four wise men, all three men and one woman. Kotetsu, the theatrical chef built like a freaking ox. Come on, is any of this ringing a bell? Ag, yes, they are ringing plenty. Shanks snarled as he paced back and forth, his hand desperately hammering against his forehead. But none of it is actually making any sense. I recognize the names, I know details about them, like how Keroji I can drink like a fiend or how Mushigro can't hold his alcohol worth shit. Focus. Ben barked. But none of it has any context. Shanks flung his arm up in desperation. I don't know how I know them, I don't know where I know them from. Alright, now things are getting a bit weird. Every single one of the candles for the party just went out at the same time, and looking more closely, it seems that our crew has been brought down to 6. S7. We'll compromise at 6 1/4, now share. This is turning interesting. Soundbite whimpered. The viewers. See, Cross can't hear me saying this, but he's lost his mind. I'm scared. Shanks snarled and raked his fingers through his hair. But damn it all, I need to find out why I get a sickening feeling of wrongness in my gut every time the Baron talks. Before this gets any worse than it already is. And what's this? Geez, you stupid snail, why, whoa, Mushigro. Okay, so that reaction was understandable. They really take the plant motif seriously here. His turned purple, and shriveled up like a dried reed. Cross whistled in awe. He was rambling about a storm. Cross cut him off with a malevolent grin. And meanwhile, the rest of our crew is arguing about what to do next. I told you to keep an eye on them. Sanji barked. They aren't kids. I can't keep tabs on them all day long. Zero shot back. 5 of our crew disappeared, and nobody noticed. I noticed. I tried to say something, but why are we just now noticing? Nami demanded. Because none of you are listening. Connie's pleaded. Please, stop arguing, we need to. Luffy. Connie's choked at the sheer icy malice dripping from Sanji's words. What are you going to do? You're the one who got us into this. Sanji, Nami started. You're the one who decided to come to this island. Stop it. This isn't the time. Nami protested, though it seemed half-hearted. Ugh. What is it? How can I not remember? Thwack. Thud. All of the red-haired pirates gaped, while the world's greatest swordsman inspected Yoru's hilt and began plucking away the few red hairs that had stuck to it. Less subtlety than I prefer, but when all else fails. Mihawk grunted. Shanks slowly got back to his feet, his face somewhere between a grimace and a smirk. Screw subtle, that actually worked. I remember now, Baron Omatsuri was Captain Red Baron Omatsuri, captain of the Red Arrow Pirates. I met them once while I was still sailing with Captain Roger. We met them a couple of years before we reached Raftel, we had a great party, we parted ways on good terms and... Shanks' jubilant expression promptly froze before turning ashen. And they got caught in the mother of all storms, a storm so violent, it picked up their ship and flung it clean over the red line, back into paradise. There were no survivors. Well, it seems that reports, Mihawk began, of their deaths were greatly exaggerated. Most of the red-hair pirates intoned together. Story of my life. Shanks grumbled with a roll of his eyes before grinning viciously. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. Now that we have a name, we can call Luffy and... That's what started all of this. Luffy, this is your fault. Sanji. Connie shrieked in offense. The fact that she was the only one who protested was telling in the extreme. And just like that everything froze, pirates and warlords alike staring at the snail in varying degrees of mute shock, the small degree of humor that they had fading away like a candle flame in the ocean. Whoa. Borderline mutinous behavior from our chef Cross purred. Be sure to take it all in, folks. This is some prime quality drama. Tell me this is just a nightmare. Someone wake me up. They are all completely nuts. I'm afraid. Mihawk grimaced. It would appear that in this case, this is an instance of what is commonly known as too little, too late. Oh. The dinner party is over. The ordeal of hell will now resume. Omatsuri's voice suddenly barked. All signs of his previous good cheer were gone, and only frigid, malicious apathy remained. Everyone, take your positions. DJ, come forth. Good evening, Pew. I'm DJ Gapha. Pleasure to meet you, Pew, came a familiar voice. Damn, it's this bastard again. Marco scowled grimly, his attitude mirrored by the rest of his brothers who were listening to the SBS. He's the one who kickstarted this entire mess in the first place. Don't be too hasty there, Marco Whitebeard rumbled as he leveled a hard stare at the snail. This hell didn't start with that young man. He might have planted the seeds of whatever's wrong with Cross, but as a whole. The half-giant shook his head with a sigh. I'm afraid that the straw hats were ensnared in whatever trap is present on that island the moment they set foot on its shores. Marco's scowl deepened, but for the life of him he couldn't refute his pop's words. Oh, hey, there's Gappa again, Cross sneered eagerly. Looks like it's finally time for the last ordeal, but Zero and Sanji seem more concerned about our crewmates that wandered off. I suppose they do have a point. After all, more crewmates, more participants to enjoy the... Wait a minute. Cross trailed off as he cocked an eyebrow. Hey, Gappa, are you wearing Yusuf's hat? The Whitebeards glanced nervously at one another as they processed the turn of events. How long ago did Senior Sniper leave? Vista asked quietly. 10 minutes, 15 tops. Jozu provided with a grimace. The ramifications of that estimate were left unsaid, though they were clear to all. What? Hey, that is Yusuf's hat. Sanji barked, which was followed by the sound of something coming unstuck. Ah. Give it back, Pew. You bastard. What did you do to Yusuf? Zero growled menacingly, which prompted the sound of retreating footsteps. Don't worry. Your friends are still on the island, Pew. If you want to see them, try and find them, Pew. Ah, so that's where everyone is. I should have suspected it, Cross stated casually, not so much as a hint of concern for his comrades present in his voice. Well, looks like the kid gloves have finally come off and it's time for the big beatdown. The sign for the next ordeal is rising up behind the good Baron, and personally, I can't wait to see what he has planned. You will learn of the fate of your comrades after the next ordeal, Omatsuri stated. Don't give us that crap. Give them back. Sanji ordered. The ordeal comes first, Omatsuri repeated. Is this guy serious? Namura grunted incredulously. Don't screw with us. Those guys come first. Zero said. The ordeal will come first. Omatsuri yelled, madness and determination suddenly blazing in his voice. Edward Newgate clenched his jaw as he processed the raw amount of emotion that had been packed into that phrase. I think he's more serious than you can possibly imagine. Well, the Baron is quite insistent about this, and it looks like Zero and Sanji aren't going to stick around to play his game. Hey, where are you guys? Ah, man, less players, less fun, Cross sighed dejectedly, petulant disappointment culling his voice. TSK, well, that's too bad. Alright, let's see what the rules are this time. There was an electronic hum of neon igniting, gasps of horror from Soundbite and Connie's. Oh, my god. And the sound of 100 flintlock rifles cocking in unison. Ah, it's a shooting game. It was as though the Whitebeard pirates, all New World veterans, had suddenly been dunked in ice water. Oh, yeah. 12th Division Commander Haruta realized. That Gappa guy, he said he was a gunner. There are no rules in this ordeal, the Baron announced. There was no pomp or circumstance in his voice, or even emotion at all for that matter. Merely grim determination. My 100 sharpshooters will hunt you. If you believe you can escape them, you can search for your crewmates or do whatever you wish. Jozu shook his head in disbelief. This isn't an ordeal, this is a fucking execution. No, this is the truth of that island when you strip away its facade, Marco grimly corrected. Everything before was just trappings and distractions. Now all that's left is its rotten core. Everything was silent for a moment, then. High stakes. Sounds like fun. Cross snickered in a near-demented manner that had Soundbite whimpering. He's not gonna snap out of this anytime soon, is he? 7th Division Commander Rukuyo sighed in resignation. I sincerely hope so, matters are disturbing enough already. Vista muttered, miserably massaging his face. Luffy, what do we do? Luffy? Luffy. Nami screamed. Captain, please. Do something. Connie's pleaded. Cross, don't just stand there. Help me. Who do you think's going down first, people? Cross rambled on, ignoring the pleas of his friends. My bets are on the rookie. After all, she is still soft. Chopper's got a natural disadvantage, of course. Cross, what is wrong with you? Please, we need help. Why is no one listening to me? Someone fucking help. It's Omatsuri Island. Omatsuri Island. I don't care who comes at this point, Heelp. You may begin. Omatsuri called out. The Moby Dick began to shudder as Whitebeard's hold on his temper finally cracked and his powers asserted themselves, waves rising on what had moments ago been a glass-calm sea. I may not be able to sink that island from here, he growled, his children inching away from him as his haki started laying low even the strongest of their number. But I am very tempted to try. Oh. I am going off by myself. Nami hissed before the sound of her running came across the speaker. Nami, wait. Nami. No, Luffy, I'm so sorry, but... Ugh. Cross, come on, we have to run. Connie's cried frantically. What, and miss the beatdown? Are you out of your ditzy airhead mind? I wouldn't miss this for the W, hey. Let go of me. If I have to drag you out of here to make sure you don't get gunned down because you're too preoccupied to run, then that's what I'll do. Luffy's immune to bullets, he can take care of himself. We are not. What kind of a show will it be if we all die? Connie's yelled. Better than what we're listening to right now, Jin spat as he fingered the hilts of his tunfa, an action he'd been undertaking since Sanja's blasphemous statement. Damn it, I was involved in some depraved undertakings while I worked with Cryeg, sure, but this just takes the cake. He cast a sidelong look at Miss Valentine. At a guess, I'd say this is like heaven to you. The ex-assassin shook her head slowly, her countenance a highly visible green. I'm a sadist on the best of days, but this. I wouldn't wish this on even the worst of my enemies. She gurgled, obviously fighting to keep her lunch down. Mr. Five shook his head with a scowl. I might be somewhat heartless, but even I know that this shit isn't right. He glanced at Bartolomeo. Boss, what do you think, boss? Black Bart Bartolomeo, infamous pirate straight out of the East Blue and wanted by the Marines for a bounty just shy of 100 million berries, was slumped on his hands and knees and biting into the collar of his shirt in an effort to restrain his sobs. The dab ID. He managed to choke out through his tears. De Rigadig ribbed about at the seams. This is torture, pure torture. Mr. Five cocked an eyebrow before starting to turn his head. I can't understand jack through all that snot. Think you can translate API? Oh, come on. He slapped a hand to his forehead when he caught sight of the pre-adolescent and her pet dragon, who were in practically the same position. You don't even know them personally. No, Arbus shook her head in agreement. But we came really close, you know. If they'd just left Logutown a little sooner, I'd have probably been saved by them instead of the captain.
Alright, I'm gonna leave it here, because I'm honestly very, very tired. My head is starting to hurt. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I know I did. But I have to go. I'm getting a headache. Like, my head is throbbing, bro. Just right in the front. Where the forehead is, and just a little bit above on the head. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I know I did. And with the TTS reading the story, I'll probably come back with it, because honestly, I do enjoy it a lot. It's a lot of fun. Alright, I'll see you guys later. Bye, good night, and Eden Freak and Dave Gaiman, thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it very, very much. Okay, I love you guys. See you guys later. Bye. Good night.